Committee will come to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare recess at any time. Pursuant to Committee Rule 2 and House Rule 11, Clause 2, the chair may postpone further proceedings today on the question of approving any measure or matter or adopting an amendment for which a recorded vote is ordered. I now recognize the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Harris, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank the gentleman from North Carolina. Pursuant to notice, I call up the committee print providing for reconciliation pursuant to House Concurrent Resolution 14, the concurrent resolution on the budget for fiscal year 2025 for purposes of markup, and move that the committee transmit the recommendations of this committee and all appropriate accompanying materials, including minority, additional supplemental, or dissenting views to the Committee on the Budget in order to comply with the reconciliation directive included in Section 2001 of the concurrent resolution of the budget for fiscal year 2025, HCon Res 14, and consistent with Section 310 of the Congressional Budget and Impoundment Control Act of 1974. And I think that was one sentence. The clerk will report the committee print.
Committee print providing for
Without
reconciliation.
objection, the committee print will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. The chair now recognizes himself for an opening statement. The difference between President Trump and President Biden is night and day. In just 4 years, the Biden-Harris administration allowed 8 million illegal aliens into the United States. Of that 8 million, the Biden-Harris administration releases at least 6 million illegal aliens into American communities, while nearly 2 million evaded CBP apprehension and entered as gotaways. These 8 million include at least 99 aliens on the terrorist watch list. 99 potential terrorists were released into our neighborhoods and communities. 8 million illegal aliens, that's like a city the size of New York City. This unprecedented surge of illegal immigration has resulted in millions of otherwise removable aliens being allowed to remain in the United States. And understand this. This was done deliberately, intentionally, starting on day one of the previous administration. Day one, the Biden administration said, we will no longer have people wait in Mexico, remain in Mexico while we evaluate their claim. We will no longer build the wall, and when you get here, you will not be detained, you will be released. And those three intentional, deliberate decisions are what led to the 8 to 10 million entering our country. The American people gave President Trump and House Republicans a mandate to restore immigration integrity, security, and enforcement. And President Trump is carrying out what he told us he was going to do. But resources are needed to address the chaos caused by the Biden-Harris administration's open border policies. Today, we act to improve or to provide the administration with the resources it needs, pursuant to existing authorities, to ensure secure borders and safe American communities. The committee's reconciliation title provides a total of $81 billion in funding to the Departments of Homeland Security, Justice, Health and Human Services, and others. For example, the legislation provides $45 billion to ensure U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement can detain an average daily population of at least 100,000 aliens. The bill provides $8 billion to fund additional ICE personnel, including 10,000 enforcement and removal officers, 1,000 Homeland Security investigations agents, 750 support personnel, all to carry out immigration enforcement. The committee's reconciliation bill provides $14.4 billion to ICE to support the transportation and removal of at least 1 million aliens annually for the next 4 years. The text also provides $858 million for hiring and retention bonuses to the good men and women, officers in ICE and agents and attorneys who implement and help secure our border. Before most aliens can be removed, they must go through an immigration court proceedings. So the committee text not only provides $1.32 billion to ICE for additional trial attorneys who represent the government in immigration courts, but also $1.25 billion to the Department of Justice to hire 200 immigration judge teams, as well as necessary support staff and courtroom resources. Also included in the committee bill is $500 million for the Department of Justice to combat drug trafficking, including fentanyl and other illegal drug use. In addition to funding immigration enforcement, the committee's reconciliation text also raises more than $77 billion through fees. The existing fees in the immigration system have not been updated, in some cases for decades, and in many cases, fees have never been applied at all. This system has left these agencies with funding shortfalls paid for by American taxpayers. The fees included in this bill will allow agencies to achieve cost recovery and limit their reliance on taxpayer funding. They will also allow us to make the necessary investments in immigration enforcement in a fiscally responsible manner. For example, the reconciliation bill requires aliens who file an asylum application to pay a fee of not less than $1,000. Congressional Budget Office has estimated this fee will raise $748 million over 10 years. The bill also requires illegal aliens in the United States pursuant to temporary protected status to pay a $500 fee, and those on TPS who apply to renew their employment authorization to pay a fee of $550. CBO has estimated those fees to raise $2 billion and $4.7 billion respectively over the next decade. The bill requires aliens who register for diversity immigrant visa lottery to pay a $250 fee, which CBO has estimated will raise billions of dollars in additional revenue. These and other resources and fees in this reconciliation text will ensure that the Trump administration has the adequate resources to enforce the immigration laws in a fiscally responsible way. The committee's bill also provides resources to improve the activities of agencies in the rulemaking process. These resources will make agencies more efficient and effective by requiring that they adequately account for the cost imposed by rulemaking activity and by consolidating authorities that are currently spread across the government. The measures in our package are necessary to provide the resources to improve immigration, enforcement, and regulatory improvement. I urge all members to support the committee's reconciliation package, and I yield back and now recognize the gentleman from Maryland, the ranking member, for an opening statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It must be tough to be an authoritarian. You promise everybody the world to get elected. Prices will go down on day one. No more inflation. We're going to end Russia's war on Ukraine. The world's going to respect us. And then you get in, and even though you inherit an economy from your predecessor that's described as the envy of the world by The Economist magazine, you crash everything. The economy today is shrinking. The stock market is sinking. Inflation is soaring. $7 trillion in American retirements and wealth has been destroyed. You've plunged us with your imbecilic tariffs into a trade war with the whole world, except, of course, for your bosom buddies in Russia. So now, only 100 days in, with 100 unforced policy blunders, you're the most unpopular president at this point in your presidency in more than 80 years. Barack Obama stood at 69% in the polls. Ronald Reagan was at 73% in the polls. Truman was 87%, and Franklin D. Roosevelt, 68%. But Donald Trump is at 39%, the lowest 100-day approval rating since polling began. He controlled the agenda for 100 days. He controlled the House. He controlled the Senate. He's got everything going for him, and his numbers are in the gutter. So now he reaches back into the authoritarian playbook. Go back and please the wealthiest people and corporations in the country. House Republicans want to cut hundreds of billions of dollars from Medicaid, food assistance for mothers and children, veterans benefits, Meals on Wheels, Head Start, any programs that help actual people, all in order to pay for another gargantuan tax break for the president's billionaire benefactors. And here in the Judiciary Committee, our good friends want to help Donald Trump use his power in violation of the Constitution that we are all sworn to uphold and defend against enemies, foreign and domestic. Every day, the administration uses immigration enforcement as a template to erode constitutional rights and liberties. They round up people in the street and disappear them to the torture prison of a foreign dictator without 1 minute of due process, sweeping up completely innocent people who have no criminal record and no criminal charges, in the midst of other people who may have criminal records and criminal charges and should stand prosecution for them if they do have charges against them. They're stripping college and graduate students at American universities of their visas for writing op-eds that the administration disagrees with. They invoke emergency wartime powers like the Alien Enemies Act to fight a military invasion at the border while telling us that the border has never been safer. than it is right now. My colleagues say all these measures are necessary to deport gang members, violent criminals, the worst of the worst. But they're not targeting the worst of the worst. They're arresting judges now. They're using federal agents to round up law-abiding members of the community with no criminal records, parents of American children, husbands and wives of American spouses, people who've not been shown to pose any public safety threat at all. They're breaking into cars to arrest mothers as their children's watch in terror. They're arresting people who are coming in for their citizenship interviews. They're staking out people's homes and trolling through IRS taxpayer data in search of tax-paying people to deport. Look, we know how to remove people from the country who should not be here. President Biden's administration did that. We know how to do it legally, consistent with the Bill of Rights and the Constitution. But the Trump administration has discarded the rule of law. If he can sweep non-citizens off the street and fly them to a torturer's prison in El Salvador with no due process, he can do it to citizens too. Because if there's no due process, if there's no fair hearing, you've got no opportunity to object. And indeed, several American citizen children, including one with cancer, were flown to Honduras last week with no due process, as a Trump-appointed judge in Louisiana found. Now the courts have issued more than 95 preliminary injunctions and temporary restraining orders against this reign of lawlessness. But Republicans want to enable President Trump to keep going. This Judiciary Committee bill seeks to strip the courts of their power to hold an administration in contempt when the president violates explicit judicial court orders. And it doesn't stop there. While they try to defund the courts, they're forking over an astonishing $81 billion to the administration for more of these immigration roundups. The legislation includes a whopping $45 billion for ICE on top of its annual budget of $9 billion for family and adult detention centers alone. This bill is a blank check to the administration to do more of what we've already seen. And to make matters worse, as they race to spend more than $81 additional billion on this, Trump's own DOJ is terminating hundreds of millions of dollars in existing grants. They're cutting funding for county, state, and local law enforcement. They're cutting funding for opioid addiction treatment programs. They're cutting funding for crime prevention, and they're cutting funding for victims of rape, sexual assault, and violent crimes. The grants being cut support local police in solving and preventing crime. They help the survivors of abuse and assault navigate the legal system, and yet they're being wiped out by the Department of Justice. They're also trying to handcuff the agencies that work to make sure our food and drugs are safe and our air and water are clean. The REINS Act is buried in here. It would prevent the government from enforcing our civil rights, protecting workplace safety, and guarding against misconduct by banks. It would require both houses of Congress and the president to approve every major rule from our agencies to take effect, virtually guaranteeing no effective regulatory action on any subject. They've also tucked the Midnight Rules Relief Act in here, which would allow Republicans to bundle hundreds of regulations all together into a single package and vote them down on a single jumbo resolution, which would be used to hide the most destructive deregulatory votes among dozens of others, completely burying it in darkness. Look, this version of an authoritarian America is not what the American people want. Please take note, this is why Donald Trump's polling numbers are in the gutter and an historic low. This is not what the American people are looking for. We urge our colleagues to walk back from the brink here to support many amendments we plan to offer today that will save us money, that will actually address the real problems of the country, and that will protect the constitutional rights and freedoms that we cherish so much in America. This is a test. Are we going to stand up for the majority of the American people, for our Constitution and our Bill of Rights and the freedoms we fought for, or are we going to stand with a president who wants to throw it all away? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back without objection. All other opening statements will be included in the record. The chair now recognize himself, excuse me, for the purpose of offering an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature
Without
of
objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute will be considered as read and shall be considered as base text for the purposes of amendment The chair is recognized to explain the amendment. The amendment in the nature of a substitute makes a small change to section 70115 to clarify that the funds made available to the Office of Refugee Resettlement may be used to transport UACs in their custody. The amendment also makes a few technical changes, such as correcting typographical errors that do not affect the substance of the committee print. I urge adoption of the amendment and yield back.
Mr. Chairman,
Who seeks recognition? The gentleman from New York is
I
recognized.
move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, Donald Trump was narrowly voted into office on the strength of a number of promises. He told us, quote, "Starting on day one, we will end inflation and make America affordable again to bring down the prices of all goods." He said of the war in Ukraine, quote, "They're dying, Russians and Ukrainians. I want them to stop dying, and I'll have that done. I'll have that done in 24 hours. He even said, quote, "I will get it settled before I even become president." And shortly before his inauguration, he bragged that the stock market had surged because of his election. He called it, quote, "the Trump effect." Well, here we are 100 days later, and we're really seeing the Trump effect in action. The stock market has plunged because of his chaotic and catastrophic tariffs. The middle class is struggling to stay afloat as prices remain high, and war still rages in Ukraine. With the economy teetering on the brink of collapse, our international alliances fraying, and wars tearing nations apart across the globe, this country is facing serious challenges that require serious solutions. So what the House Republicans think our country most needs right now? Big surprise. Tax cuts for billionaires. It is their tried and true answer for everything. Although their plan would add trillions of dollars in debt, which would put to rest once and for all the fiction that they actually care about the deficit, their plan also cuts $1.5 trillion in vital programs that Americans rely on. They want to gut Medicaid, which would deprive seniors, children, people with disabilities, and working families of needed health care services. They want to cut student loan programs, and they want to slash SNAP and other nutrition assistance programs for the most vulnerable among us. These cuts would be on top of the near dismantling of the government currently being carried out by Elon Musk and his merry band of teenage hackers. While DOGE is busy tearing apart government agencies, firing workers en masse, slashing the basic medical and other basic research that provides the foundation of our future economic prosperity, and slashing services for the American people, the world's richest man stands to reap billions of dollars in government contracts and massive tax cuts from a grateful Republican Congress. That tells you everything you need to know about the priorities of our Republican colleagues. The Judiciary Committee's contribution to this boondoggle for billionaires includes a hodgepodge of items that have been on the Republican wish list for years, such as a slate of anti-regulatory bills and other measures that are little more than giveaways to big business at the expense of individuals, families, small businesses, and states. But the lion's share of this proposal would devote tens of billions of dollars to promoting the Trump administration's cruel, inhumane, and lawless immigration policies. In just 100 days, the administration has shredded fundamental notions of due process, attempted to rewrite the 14th Amendment, and defied courts that are holding the administration to account. It is a breathtaking assault on the Constitution, and the Republican Congress has done nothing but cheer them on from the sidelines. But now they want to get in on the action, helping the White House to turbocharge its extreme anti-immigrant agenda. Instead of spending $45 billion on warehousing immigrants in detention facilities, as this bill would do, we could be shoring up Medicaid, student loans, and SNAP. Instead of enabling the administration's illegal and unconstitutional mass deportation scheme, we could be holding hearings on why U.S. citizens as young as 2 years old are being deported with no meaningful due process, or why a 4-year-old citizen with stage 4 metastatic cancer was deported without medication or the ability to contact their doctor. Instead of spending tens of billions of dollars on a reckless, chaotic, and unconstitutional immigration enforcement regime, we could be working to restore more than $800 million in grants that the administration recently cut from the Department of Justice. These are funds to provide assistance to victims of domestic violence, trafficking, and violent crime, to support efforts to reduce recidivism, and to provide support for local police departments and correctional facilities, among other grants. But here we are instead, providing massive funds to help the Trump administration continue to separate families, decimate our economy, and strike fear in our communities. I urge my colleagues to oppose this dangerous legislation, And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Gentleman from Georgia, and then the gentlelady from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Donald Trump and MAGA Republicans ran for office saying that they would fight for everyday Americans who were struggling to afford rent and buy eggs. But today, they are leading a GOP spending bill that is an all-out assault on working families, seniors, and anyone who is just trying to get by. Here in the Judiciary Committee, we are considering one part of a larger package that prioritizes tax breaks for Trump's billionaire buddies like, like Elon Musk at the expense of the rest of us. This isn't leadership, it's betrayal. Americans deserve a government committed to uplifting every family, not a rigged system that takes health care and Social Security away from you and your loved ones so that they can line the pockets of billionaires like Elon Musk. Apparently, Trump and MAGA Republicans think Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and their billionaire buddies need another yacht or another mega mansion more than you need your insulin, your Social Security checks, or a nursing home for your aging parents. That's just not right. We must reject this budget reconciliation bill because our nation's prosperity should be measured by how well ordinary Americans thrive, not by how happy we make mega billionaires like co-President Trump. Well, Trump is a billionaire too, like co-President Musk. I reject the larger package, but I also want to talk for a minute about the judiciary piece of this spending bill. There are so many ways, we could spend money within our committee's jurisdiction that would make our lives better. We could put money towards gun violence prevention, towards finding and helping missing and exploited children, towards supporting Second Chance Act recipients who are trying to reintegrate into our communities, and towards so many other programs that would strengthen our communities. Instead, this is a bill aimed at shutting out all immigrants and locking up children in unlicensed, private for-profit facilities for unlimited amounts of time at taxpayer expense. It's about preventing our government from going after businesses that cheat and overcharge you and that evade paying the taxes that they owe. It's about preventing the government from keeping your air clean and your water safe. And it's about making sure that Donald Trump's administration cannot be held to account when they violate the Constitution. I oppose the judiciary piece of this reconciliation package, and I will strongly oppose Trump's spending package when it comes to the floor because I support the everyday people, not Trump's billionaire buddies. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the 100 days since taking office, Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and their Department of Greed and Ego have taken a literal chainsaw to our government, eliminating and threatening programs that help people in every corner of this country, both red and blue. Trump's policies are destroying the strong economy that he inherited from Democrats. In the last quarter of 2024, our economy grew by 2.4%. But in just the first 100 days of Trump's administration, our economy has shrunk by 0.3%. It is the worst quarter we've experienced since 2022. And it's no surprise that Americans' confidence in our economy has dropped for the 5th month in a row and is at its lowest level since the start of the COVID pandemic. 100 days of anxiety, chaos, and complete destruction. The bill that we're marking up today will not stem the tide. It's a betrayal of the middle class, and it's going to destroy the infrastructure that every American depends on. Millions of children, low-income seniors, and people with disabilities will become uninsured and see their health costs dramatically increase. The bill includes, at minimum, $880 billion of cuts to Medicaid, And let's be clear, this isn't a red state or a blue state issue. 1 in 3 Americans depend on Medicaid for their health coverage. We're talking about nursing homes for 5 out of 8 seniors and stealing health care from 38 million kids across the country. That's over 800,000 kids in my home state, over 3 million kids in Texas, and about 1.2 million kids in Ohio. It's just cruel. Now, remember when Trump said he'd lower costs for Americans? This bill would cut crucial food assistance by at least 20%. Never mind that 4 out of 5 households that rely on SNAP have a child, a senior, or a person with disability. And what we're considering today in this committee would make things even worse when it comes to our ability to lower prices. This bill would eliminate the Federal Trade Commission, an agency tasked with protecting consumers and promoting competition. Just last year, the FTC successfully blocked a grocery store merger between Kroger and Albertsons, 2 of the largest supermarket chains in our country and certainly in my home state of Washington. Blocking this merger preserved competition in grocery stores throughout the country. If we're serious about lowering prices, we should be giving the FTC more resources to fight corporate monopolies and even the playing field so that small businesses and startups can thrive and consumers can get better services at affordable prices. The immigration provisions in this bill just facilitate the illegal and unconstitutional actions that target immigrants of all immigration statuses, including U.S. citizens, legal permanent residents, foreign students, and even U.S. citizen children who are in the midst of cancer treatment and have been deported. And for all the talk from some Republicans on the other side, every time we have a discussion on immigration about how we love people who come here and do things legally, the so-called immigration fees that are in this bill are really fines and nothing but a cruel attempt to make immigrating to this country impossible. It's especially horrific in how it would treat unaccompanied children, effectively ending the U.S. protection system for kids by blocking them from accessing life-saving anti-trafficking protections that were established in the Bipartisan Trafficking Victims Protection Reauthorization Act of 2008. So when we talk about how this bill is a Republican betrayal of the middle class, it's not just that. It's immoral, it's cruel, it's an all-out assault on everything that we hold dear. It's promises made and promises broken by an administration that cares more about the for-profit prison operators that bankroll Republican campaigns than the young U.S. citizen children who have been deported from their country of birth. That cares more about big pharma CEOs than families that rely on Medicaid. That cares more about insurance shareholders than seniors getting ripped off. Republicans are allowing stealing from everyday Americans just so they can lower taxes for the biggest corporations and wealthiest billionaires like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos. This Republican betrayal is the largest redistribution of money from working class Americans to the wealthy. And it's being done on the backs of our kids, our seniors, our families, our U.S. citizens, our legal permanent residents, people who have been here contributing to this country. It is unbridled greed, corruption, and cruelty, and I will be voting against it. I yield back.
The gentlelady from Vermont is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word. House Republicans have spent the last 3 months insisting that they are the party of working people, that they care about the struggles of working people. And now they have control of the House, they have control of the Senate, they have control of the White House, and they actually could be doing something about it. And yet, instead of passing legislation to make life easier and more affordable, they are doing the opposite. This bill is a betrayal of working people. It's a betrayal of the middle class. So let's start with the overall plan here. Republicans are proposing a massive cut to social services in this country. Services that my constituents in Vermont rely on. I'm thinking about the nearly 164,000 Vermonters on Medicaid who are at risk of losing their health care. The Republican legislation means parents and grandparents who rely on Medicaid for long-term care and nursing homes for their family members. They're gonna have that rug pulled out from under them. It means that rural hospitals, not just in Vermont, but in all of your rural districts, are going to close too. It's just a math problem. Medicaid goes away, rural hospitals close. The Republican majority and Donald Trump want to kick working families to the curb and give people who don't need another massive tax break another leg up. The wealthiest 1% in this country do not need more advantages. They have plenty. These cuts are a crystal clear indication of where your priorities lie. Now let's talk about what is on the agenda for this committee specifically. With this slice of the reconciliation plan, Judiciary Republicans will be doubling down on Trump's lawlessness and cruel immigration policies, fueling Trump's attacks on our independent judiciary and making it easier for big businesses to get away with price gouging and making it more expensive for regular people to survive. Today, my Republican colleagues are voting for sky-high fees for folks who are just trying to comply with immigration laws. Does anyone really think that somebody who is fleeing to our country for relief as a refugee can afford hundreds or thousands of dollars to seek asylum or their day in court? It's nonsense, and you know it. And with these fees leveraged on those who can least afford it, Republicans are dedicating billions of dollars to hire and empower an immigration enforcement reign of terror. They want to greenlight more masked agents, more hooded people, more unmarked cars, yanking people off the streets, deporting them without any due process. This is America. This is what actually sets us apart from people in the rest of the world, is due process. You can laugh all you want, but if we don't stand up for due process, we are not the United States of America anymore. The bill in front of us will allow Republicans to further insulate this administration when it flagrantly violates the law and the Constitution, making it harder for courts to stop illegal actions. My Republican colleagues are once again using their position, instead of helping working people, they're using their position to attack judges, to attack the very foundations of what makes us Americans. And you're trying to shutter the FTC, the Federal Trade Commission, making it harder for us to enforce our antitrust laws. Let's talk about fairness. Let's talk about competition. Let's talk about all my small businesses who just want a fair shot. Why would you go after the FTC and make it harder for small businesses to survive in this landscape? You all talk about competition. You all talk about a healthy process in this country, to have competition, to have a healthy economy, and then you go after the FTC. It doesn't make any sense, and it doesn't pass the straight face test. It's all more of the same in here. You are not looking out for working people. You are not standing up for small businesses. You're not standing up for rural America. You're not standing up for our rural hospitals. You're not standing up for the people who desperately need Medicaid in order to get basic health care. When I vote no on this Republican budget, I'm going to be thinking of all the working people in Vermont who sent me here to work on behalf of them, not big corporations, not authoritarians who are would-be dictators, to work on behalf of them. And I will be thinking of all of the immigrants, those who have become part of the fabric of Vermont's economy and our communities, who are heartlessly being attacked by my Republican colleagues today. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Today, Judiciary Republicans are jamming through a bill to flush billions of taxpayer dollars into the cesspool that is this administration's lawless, chaotic, cruel, and dishonest immigration agenda. In doing so, they're using this committee once again to vilify immigrants and push a false narrative, otherwise known as lies, that have led to the wrongful arrest and deportation of U.S. citizens, outrageous attacks on the First Amendment rights of green card and visa holders, and the detention and deportation of long-time contributing members of our communities. That includes people who've been deported by mistake, without due process, and in some cases without cause, in violation of court orders, to a prison in El Salvador which is infamous for its depravity and dangerous conditions. And rather than owning its errors, this administration is refusing to bring home those it has wrongfully deported and imprisoned in that hellhole, using our taxpayer dollars. Meanwhile, our Republican colleagues are backing this administration's campaign of fear and lawlessness, whether by cheering it on or turning a blind eye and a deaf ear. They're standing by as this White House attacks judges, denies people due process, defies the court, and lies about what it's doing. This is not keeping our communities safe, and it's not immigration enforcement. It's un-American attacks on the truth, on people, and on the law. It's authoritarianism, and that's just it. Today, it may look like just attacking immigrants, but no one should kid themselves. It's clear the rights of every single person in this country are at stake. Because if you don't stand up and protect an immigrant's right to due process, then you don't support anyone's right to due process. Because if the government can deport someone based on false or unverified claims without proof that someone is a criminal or a gang member, or even without proof that someone is not a citizen, then the government can jail or deport anyone, including my friends here. Without due process, every one of us is defenseless against a government that can do whatever it wants if it is not held accountable. The truth is that if this administration can deny the rights of some people, there's nothing stopping it from denying the rights of all people all across America. Just as there's nothing more fundamentally American than the rights and freedoms we all enjoy and should all defend, there's also nothing more American than the long and impactful history of immigration, right at the heart of our nation's story. And it shouldn't be the work of this committee or this Congress to aid this administration's attempts under the immoral and lawless leadership of the likes of Stephen Miller and Tom Homan to destroy the very liberties that make America special and strong. I deeply oppose this bill, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Garcia, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. Today is a shameful day in the House Judiciary Committee as Republicans move forward with their plan to trample on the Constitution and the working families so that they can give tax breaks to billionaires and large corporations. Let's take a step back and ask where our country is 100 days into the Trump administration. The economy is in the toilet, with people losing thousands of dollars in retirement savings and no progress being made on the affordability crisis affecting ordinary Americans. The executive branch is being gutted. Nothing has been done about actual waste, fraud, and abuse, like the nearly $1 trillion budget given to the Pentagon, which has never passed a financial audit. Instead, Republicans have turned over the keys to Elon Musk, who's trying to dismantle agencies that fight for workers and consumers over billionaires like him. Republicans have fought against diversity, equity, and inclusion, talking about merit. Meanwhile, Trump has anointed some of the most embarrassingly incompetent and unqualified cabinet members in our nation's history, like Pete Hegseth and Kristi Noem. And to distract the country from the incompetence and the giveaways to billionaires and corporations, this administration is terrorizing immigrant communities. They are rounding up entire families, targeting unaccompanied children and people with no criminal history, denying them due process and defying judges and shipping them to Guantanamo Bay and spending millions in taxpayer dollars to jail them in a mega prison in El Salvador. They're even deporting U.S. citizen children with cancer. That is pure evil. But it doesn't stop there. Republicans know their agenda is unpopular. So they're running authoritarian crackdowns to stifle legitimate protest and dissent. They're throwing people in jail and deporting them on the basis of protected speech, attacking colleges and universities, and even going after law firms. All of this is cruel It's incompetent, but it's also unconstitutional. And that's why Trump is losing in court. Over 100 court orders have been issued blocking his actions, many by judges appointed by Presidents Reagan, Bush, and even Trump himself. And the people of this country are realizing that none of this is in their interests. That's why Trump has the lowest 100-day approval rating of any president in the past 100 years, and why he is underwater in every single issue. But Republicans don't serve working families, they serve billionaires and wealthy corporations. So here we are, faced with this cruel bill. Instead of doing anything to tackle the affordability crisis, Republicans are using reconciliation as the vehicle to advance their cynical agenda of giving trillions of dollars in tax breaks to people like Donald Trump and Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, while cutting vital resources for our communities. Things like Medicaid, food assistance, and school lunches, Pell Grants for students, health care, and infrastructure. They're also going to gut asylum and spend tens of billions in a giveaway to ICE, a rogue agency that's terrorizing communities and trampling on civil liberties and the Constitution itself, because they've been directed to do so by this president. Just look at what's in this bill. They want people fleeing violence and persecution to pay $1,000 so they can apply. They want people to pay $550 every 6 months to work. They want people to pay $900 to appeal rulings against them. They are commodifying the immigration system. And these giveaways to ICE, $45 billion for detention facilities, which in 13 years worth of their current detention budget. Over $1.3 billion for the Office of Principal Legal Advisor, $40 million to screen children for tattoos and other supposed gang affiliations. None of this makes sense for working families. I know this firsthand. My district is home to predominantly Latino immigrant and working class families, and my constituents are not asking for more tax breaks for Elon Musk. They're not asking for CFPB, the National Labor Relations Board, or the FTC to be gutted. They're not asking for Medicaid or food assistance to be cut. So I'm proud to stand with my district in opposing this assault on our communities. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from California, Ms. Kamala Dove, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I move to strike the last word. You know, reading through this package, I was struck by how un-American it is. As un-American as arresting judges, trampling on our due process, deporting Americans, and terminating our federal workers. It is antithetical to the values of this country. We are essentially voting on a package that supports selling off citizenship to sometimes the least worthy while deporting babies with cancer, on top of cutting Medicaid, cutting Medicare, cutting Social Security, cutting access to baby formula, cutting food assistance for kids. And then there is this fertilizer bill, which I like to say, which will also support terminating federal workers, which includes Capitol Police. I can't tell you how many Capitol Police have come up to me and asked me how their job is at stake and what's going to happen to them. And I say, well, don't go ask a Republican, because they are throwing you to the wolves. You know, reading through this package, I think of Horatio Algiers, an American author who wrote about rags to riches stories, those from humble beginnings who made it here because of the opportunity in this country. And that is the basis of immigration. You come here, you do not have to have money, you do not have to have a name, you do not have to have influence, but you have to have drive and grit and ideas and a diversity of thought. That becomes the currency that makes this country strong, that makes us unique. And what are we doing here with this package instead? We are saying that we don't value that kind of person anymore. We don't value diversity or strength. We don't value grit. All we care about is your check. But I'm here to tell you that is not what makes a workforce strong. That is not what makes industry strong, schools strong, this country strong. That is not a value system based on real merit. And instead of supporting innovators, earnest people with drive and ideas, like those immigrants that came here before us and helped make this country great. You are essentially saying that you're going to pay off citizenship to somebody who has the money to do so. They don't have to have any talent. They don't have to have any drive. They just have to have some kind of money in the bank. They don't have to be worthy. And to add some more duplicity to this fertilizer that we're going to be voting on today, Republicans talk so much about regulation, too much regulation. We need to deregulate the economy, the environment, our financial services, because so much regulation means less progress, less creativity, according to Republicans. But this here bill is about hyper-regulation, over-regulation. You're over-regulating how many people come here, who comes here, what they have to look like, how you kick them out, and not just undocumented folks, but Americans. Hey now, because we're seeing that happen. So I guess you have to raise enough nickels, since he's getting rid of the pennies, to pay for the tax cuts that you are getting to the richest of the rich, on top of cutting Social Security, Medicaid, Medicare, things that people in my district care deeply about. And let me remind you that California has 7 of the 10 highest enrollee districts in this country when it comes to Medicaid. And another thing, I know Republicans, I talk to Republicans, I have Republicans in my district. And real talk, there are many Republicans who have fallen in love with immigrants, who have married immigrants, who have hired and mentored and worked with immigrants. And not all of those folks, not all of those immigrants were wealthy or came here with a big old dowry. But they came here with some drive, and they had ideas, and they had earnestness. Had enough for you to want to work with them, hire them, have ideas and dream ideas with them, fall in love with them, care about them. And how many of those folks would be allowed in this country today if this thing were in place? So let's just have some real talk when we are talking about voting on something that is un-American and antithetical to all of the values that we uphold, values that you would be upholding if the president were a Democrat instead of the one we have in office right now. So for these reasons and so many others, I will be opposing this bill. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair is now recognized for a manager's amendment. The clerk will report.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The chair is recognized to explain the amendment. This amendment revises the ESTA, the Electronic System for Travel Authorization fee section, to lower the overall fee amount from $50 to $40 and increases the amount authorized to be transferred to Brand USA from $500,000 to $20 million. Finally, the amendment also removes the section that would consolidate antitrust enforcement authorities and resources in the DOJ Antitrust Division. And finally, the amendment also increases the funding provided to the Secret Service for additional resources, personnel, training, and technology from $1 billion to $1.17 billion. I urge all members to support the amendment, and I yield back. Who seeks recognition? Gentlelady from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. Domestic violence shelters, protection for judges, better training and support for police officers, and rebuilding trust between law enforcement and our communities. These are just some of the things that we should be investing in to truly make America safer. This committee has a $110 billion budget to protect our nation. Instead of using it to support multiple agencies that handle safety, justice, and security, we're being asked to pour it all into just one agency, an agency that has been used to target and intimidate communities for this administration's political gain. That's not how we build real public safety. Meanwhile, our prisons, they're falling apart. Officers have come to my office and told me that pieces of their ceilings are literally falling on them as they work. Judges who face violent threats just for doing their jobs are left without enough protection. Just last Monday, a deputy in Texas was shot outside a courthouse. And did you know that it takes a victim of domestic violence, on average, 7 tries before they escape their abuser? We should be using this funding to help these victims and strengthen the agencies that support them. Right now, we are facing major safety and health problems all across this country. Agencies like the FBI, ATF, Federal Bureau of Prisons, U.S. Marshals, and our court system all need resources to do their jobs and to keep people safe. Yes, criminals should be arrested, and they should receive their due process. But we also need to protect our judges, keep our prisons safe and functional, and support victims before the worst happens. This committee, and every one of us in here, in this committee, has the power to pass a bill that takes all of this into account. One that actually makes America safer for everyone, and safer for everyone in this room. But focusing all this money on just one agency and targeting one group of people doesn't do that. It's not what the American people deserve. And it's not the reason why you sent us here to represent and support your interests. We need a balanced, thoughtful approach to public safety, one that puts real protection and real justice first, putting people over the partisan politics. And I yield back.
Generally yields back. The question occurs on the manager's amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. And pending the chair, the ayes have it, and the manager's amendment is adopted. Who seeks recognition? Oh, can I do one thing real quick here? I ask unanimous consent that the letter from the Congressional Budget Office stating that the committee's reconciliation proposals comply with the instructions in House Concurrent Resolution 14 be included in the record. Without objection, they will be included in the record. Who seeks recognition? Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Move to strike the last word. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the little known passages, sections that snuck into this bill is the very last one, which is section 70303, called restriction of funds. What it does is it makes it much, much more difficult for a judge to enforce a contempt order. Wonder why the Republicans are trying to do that. As 2 judges have threatened to hold the administration in contempt of court for defying court orders, now the Republicans, rather than encourage the President of the United States to follow the rule of law, to follow court orders, including a unanimous 9-0 Supreme Court ruling, are actually trying to make it easier for the President to violate court orders and violate the law. And this is the Judiciary Committee. Most of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are lawyers themselves. Their entire careers have been around abiding by the rule of law. And now, rather than hold the president accountable, uphold our Constitution, uphold the fundamental rule of law that undergirds our entire system, no, they are trying to limit the ability of courts to enforce contempt orders. Now, contempt orders are just simply orders by a judge holding someone in contempt when they do not follow a court's order. So when, for example, the administration continues to fly people who have had no due process to a terror prison in El Salvador after a judge has said, don't fly anyone there, that's a violation of a court order. And if that judge wanted to enforce that order, he would hold the administration in contempt. And if they do not comply with that, there are escalating penalties, financial, even potentially jail. So that is what's going on right now. And the Kilmar Abrego Garcia case is the best example of this because the Supreme Court has ruled unanimously. And let's be real, this is not a 5-4 decision that is hyper-partisan. This is the 3 Republican justices that Donald Trump appointed to the Supreme Court, and 2 others who are so far to the right of them, they're off the reservation, agreeing that the administration violated due process and needs to facilitate the return of the person who was, they admit, mistakenly removed. What does Donald Trump say last night? I have the power to return him, but I am not going to. That is direct defiance of a Supreme Court order, a 9-0 Supreme Court order. And you would think that my congressional friends on the other side of the aisle who take an oath to uphold the Constitution, who understand that Marbury versus Madison establishes that it is the courts, not the president, who gets to interpret the laws. It is the courts, not the president, who gets to determine whether someone should be deported or not. You would think that they would say, let's make sure that our president is actually following court orders. Because if he's not following court orders, then why would anyone else follow court orders? And our entire system breaks down. That is clearly what Donald Trump wants to do. He wants to be a king who gets to make all of these decisions himself. He has already grabbed willingly all of Congress's power as a check and a balance on the executive branch. Now he's going after the courts. But instead of trying to uphold our system of checks and balances, my Republican colleagues want to make it easier for Donald Trump to disregard court orders. They are perfectly happy for Donald Trump to become a king, a dictator. And it is shameful that they put this clause in there to make it easier for him to defy court orders. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report.
In the nature of
Without
a
objection, the amendment will be
substitute.
considered as read. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized to explain the amendment.
Thank you very much. The amendment requires the government to provide due process to anyone removed from the United States by virtue of any funding in the bill. Now, I know most Americans are out there saying, wait a second, why do you have to inscribe due process into a budget reconciliation bill when it's already in the Constitution of the United States? And indeed, due process is already required by the Constitution, as the unanimous Supreme Court found in Donald Trump versus JGG on April 7th, just 3 weeks ago, in a 9-0 per curiam opinion. Quote, it is well established that the Fifth Amendment entitles aliens to due process of law in the context of removal proceedings. So both citizens and non-citizens enjoy due process under the Fifth Amendment, which says no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. So why do we need this amendment indeed? Well, President Trump and Stephen Miller and Elon Musk, a former undocumented immigrant himself, believe that people can be swept up out of their houses, out of their workplaces, off of the streets, and sent to a torturer's prison in El Salvador without any due process at all. And there they can remain for the rest of their lives. Does everybody understand that? They're taking the position that no due process is required when people are swept up off of the streets. And as numerous federal judges have pointed out, if they can do it to non-citizens, they can do it to citizens too. Because if you assert as your defense that you're a citizen, but you don't have the opportunity to get before a court, which is what a fair hearing under due process is all about, they can still get away with taking you out of the country. Now, and in fact, what one district D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals judge Patricia Millett remarked when the argument was made that this was a power that was appended to the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, even assuming that that applies, even assuming that we're at war with Venezuela when we haven't declared it, even assuming that there's an invasion of our country when the courts doubt it, but even assuming all that stuff, she said Nazis got better treatment under the Alien Enemies Act during World War II than has happened here. In other words, they got hearings. They got actual hearings. Now, whether these deportations are taking place under the Immigration and Naturalization Act or the Alien Enemies Act or any other statute makes no difference at all, because the Constitution is supreme to all statutes, and everyone is entitled to due process. All 9 justices of the Supreme Court agreed with this conclusion at, I think, 1 in the morning, or maybe it was 12:30. So, Mr. Chairman, why is due process such a fundamental American value? Why are these the 2 most beautiful words in the English language which separate our freedom from arbitrary government power? Well, the last several weeks provide vivid evidence of the profound and dangerous miscarriages of justice that can and will take place if we abandon due process. Take the case of Jose Reyes Barrios. This is a 36-year-old professional soccer player and coach. He's an asylum seeker from Venezuela awaiting the date of his asylum hearing. But unbeknownst to his family, he was arrested and swept up and flown out of the country to El Salvador as part of the government's dragnet campaign against Tren de Aragua. But he had no criminal record, there were no outstanding criminal charges against him, and he had no association with any criminal gang. And yet he was sent to the dictator of El Salvador because he has a tattoo on his right arm which was mistakenly associated with Tren de Aragua. In fact, the tattoo is of a soccer ball topped with a crown which signifies his favorite soccer club, Real Madrid. Had there been any kind of due process fair hearing, he would have been able quickly to explain the government's error. And there being no other evidence against him, he would have been released. Today, right now, he remains in prison in El Salvador. Consider the case of Andre Hernandez Romero, a gay makeup artist and barber who fled Venezuela's brutal Maduro regime, which was persecuting him simply for being gay. He had passed his credible fear interview here in America in the asylum process. In fact, his asylum claim was pending when he was swept up in the government's campaign because of his benign tattoos of 2 crowns, one symbolizing his father and one symbolizing his mother. Which I see, is my time run out, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, it has.
Mr. Chairman,
Gentlelady from California is recognized.
I ask to strike the last word, and I yield to the ranking member.
Thank you very kindly to the gentlelady from California. So Mr. Romero had passed his credible fear interview, which is a necessary part of the asylum process. He's waiting for his asylum claim to be heard, and then he was arrested. Why? Simply, again, because of tattoos, which I would remind everyone are not illegal in the United States of America, and millions of citizens and non-citizens alike have tattoos. Well, he had a tattoo, one symbolizing his father and one symbolizing his mother, and that became the sole basis for his removal. He missed his asylum hearing because he was behind bars in this notorious mega prison outside of San Salvador. 60 Minutes reviewed his media posts going back for more than a decade. They could not find a shred of evidence, not an iota of evidence linking him to any gang activity at all. If the government has some, of course, bring him back, produce the evidence. Nobody wants gangbangers who've committed crimes out on the streets. Bring him back and prosecute him. But you don't take an innocent person not facing any criminal charges and throw them into a torturer's dungeon in El Salvador. Take finally the shocking case of 24-year-old father Frangel Reyes, who now sits in the same El Salvador prison of dictator President Bukele, where he has been falsely accused as a gang member in this completely unilateral administrative process. Frangel not only has no criminal record, no criminal history, and no connections to Tren de Aragua. He doesn't even have any tattoos. Instead, he was picked up because someone else's information was accidentally pasted into his government's e-file. His government e-file. The document accusing him of gang membership actually lists someone else's last name multiple times and contains multiple different ID numbers. Again, they got the wrong guy. That's what due process is all about. Making sure that the government, which is not infallible, which is not perfect, which I've heard many of my friends on the other side of the aisle say before, should not be allowed to put somebody's life, liberty, and property in permanent jeopardy, put them behind bars forever, without even the opportunity to say, you made a mistake, that's not my name, that's not my ID number. This guy's behind bars in El Salvador's infamous Center for the Confinement of Terrorism, where no visitors are allowed, no rehabilitation or education programming is taking place, and where prisoners are not allowed to spend any time outside. And if they can do it to non-citizens, they can do it to citizens too. Because if you get swept up and you allege your citizenship to try to keep from being banished to El Salvador, you've got no one to argue with if you don't get a due process fair hearing. Indeed, just last week, 3 U.S. citizen children, ages 2, 4, and 7, were sent to Honduras with what a Trump-nominated judge in Louisiana, Terry Doty, said was no meaningful due process at all. Due process are the 2 most beautiful words in the English language. They separate our freedom from the arbitrary and tyrannical power of government. And without due process, no one is safe from being falsely accused of being a gang member or a terrorist and summarily disappeared to a foreign gulag or dungeon. I trust all of my colleagues will support me in this amendment to ensure that our laws embody this most fundamental constitutional value. The money that we're appropriating today, the money that is going to be going out through the Budget Reconciliation Act should not be used to fly people out of America and put into somebody else's prison without due process of law. I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I would just add, Mr. Chairman, that a woman walking down the street, a graduate student, is approached by masked men in plain clothes, put in handcuffs, and put into an unmarked van and shipped off to a prison miles away. No due process. That could happen to anyone. That could happen to anyone. And that's why due process is in the Constitution to protect the rights of every person here. We give that up at our peril and at the peril of our democratic republic, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to speak up strongly in support of the ranking member's amendment. I think it is really important that we understand what's going on. I think many times when you look at democratic backsliding and you look at authoritarians or wannabe authoritarians, what they do is they first target a population that is the most vulnerable. They target a population that they think that maybe they can win the sympathy of the American people or of any people in targeting that particular population. And the idea here is to show that if you can do it to that people, that group of people, then, and nobody says anything, then you can go further and do it to anybody else. And I think it is very important to recognize that in this moment, they are trying to say that due process does not apply to you if you're an immigrant. And now they've gone further than that because they're actually taking U.S. citizens, legal permanent residents, people who are here with legal status already. So they've already moved on quickly to every person, and I just think it's important that we remind people that the Fifth Amendment's guarantee is that, quote, no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, and it applies to every person in this country regardless of their citizenship or their immigration status. Now, the ranking member gave multiple examples of where due process was completely flaunted by the administration. And I think it's also important that we point out what happens when due process is provided. Because when you get the courts to weigh in on some of these cases, we are hearing how outrageous the judges think that these situations are. So I'll give you the example of a Venezuelan couple. This is Cesar and Norelia, who had temporary protected status. This is a legal status, had filed an asylum petition, and yet the administration arrested them 3 times. 3 times, and they alleged that because Noelia's husband, who she divorced over a decade ago, is now deceased, was involved with a gang, that the couple are de facto high-level gang members. Now, the government produced absolutely no evidence of any gang membership for the Venezuelan couple. And Judge Brickema of the Eastern District of Virginia said, when she looked at the evidence that was presented, because in this case, due process actually happened. They had to go to court, or they were forced into court, and the judge looked at the evidence and, quote, said, "This is a terrible, terrible affidavit. If this were before me in a criminal case and you were asking to get a warrant issued on this, I would throw you out of my chambers." I was shocked when I saw this. This is a direct quote from the judge. Now, in the Western District of Texas, Judge Briones, I hope I'm saying that right, was the next judge to review the government's very scanty evidence on the couple as they were rearrested after being summoned to Texas to stand trial. And that judge ordered them released and, quote, said, quote, "Respondents asked this court to accept their claims going off of nearly nothing to substantiate their mammoth claims that petitioner is a senior member or perhaps just a member or maybe at least the affiliate of a gang." The court would not accept this evidence, even in a case where only nominal damages were at stake, let alone what's at stake here. Beyond these shoddy affidavits and contradictory testimony, respondents haven't provided membership. They have not demonstrated to this court by a preponderance of evidence, let alone the required clear, unequivocal, and convincing evidence that the petitioner is a member of a gang, nor that she is an alien enemy within the meaning of the TDA proclamation. And the judge actually admonished the government for wasting judicial resources. I want to go through this case because it's important to understand that the government does not have evidence to present, which is exactly why they are trying to bypass the courts. If they have evidence, then show it. Show it. Go through the due process, go through the courts, have a judge look at it. There are ways you can get people to be deported and you follow the due process laws, but they don't have it. They don't have it. For all these people they are deporting, picking up with masked men. And God knows, who are these masked men? Can any masked man with an unmarked car come and pick up any U.S. citizen, any legal permanent resident, any student that's walking the grounds? Is that what the country has come to? Is that what my Republican colleagues are allowing to happen? So we should all support this amendment, and I hope that both sides of the aisle do that. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from California, then Georgia.
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized. They give you the TV.
We are 100 days in to this administration. If this was the how it started, how it's going meme, it started with people wanting cheaper eggs. Fair? Costs were going up. People were anxious, and they wanted to see the goods that they were buying at the grocery store, at Home Depot, at Walmart. They wanted to see the costs come down. The president promised that he would lower costs on day one. That is a quote. "I will lower costs on day one." He is 0 for 100. He's 0 for 100. That's how it started. How it started, how it's going. This is how it's going. The president deported a 4-year-old American citizen with cancer, stage 4 cancer. Took him away from his American citizen father and his American cancer treatment. People just wanted cheap eggs. And now you're deporting kids with cancer. We are so far off course from where the American people wanted this administration to go. I'm going to lower costs on day one. He's 0 for 100. Today, we saw that the first time since 2022, the GDP is going down. Your 401ks are 201ks. We had hoped it would just be a Trump slump, but now it's a Trump train wreck. But it's not just pocketbooks. It's our values that are under assault. A 4-year-old American citizen deported while fighting cancer. Man, that's cruel. That's just one of the worst things I can think of a government doing to its own people. But I guess it shouldn't surprise us that the gang that put national security secrets in the group chat, or the gang that fired CDC measles experts as it was raging in Texas, or the gang that was laying off people at the FAA as planes were crashing, I guess it shouldn't surprise you that their incompetency and their cruelty would merge and bring us this. On today's bill, Mr. Chairman, there was an opportunity to work with Democrats to address the immigration crisis. I want our border to be secure. I want security at the border. I want as many resources dedicated to that as possible, because I understand that as much as my colleagues and I want comprehensive immigration reform, the American people have told us we want the border secure. And the workforce crisis that we have in America, to address shortages in hospitality, food and beverage, agriculture, construction, we can't do that until we secure the border. You have partners here who want to help you do that. But you're deporting kids who are American citizens with cancer. So you not only have lost the Democrats, this was your strength, and every first 100 days poll shows that you've lost the American people. When I go home, I'm going to check in with a 7-year-old who's getting more and more curious about what I do at work. And I'm going to ask him, what did he do at school? And his response is never satisfactory, and it never is when you ask a little kid. But when he asks me what I did at work today, do you know what I'm not going to tell him? I didn't make it easier to deport an American citizen with cancer. What are you going to say? And I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, first, they came for the Latinos outside of the Home Depots trying to get work so that they could feed their families. And I didn't say anything about it because I'm not a Latino at the Home Depot. Then they came for the Hispanic-looking folks wearing hats backward with tattoos, and they deported them to El Salvador. And I didn't say anything about that because I don't wear my hair backward, and I don't have any tattoos, and I don't look like a Latino. Then they came for the Latinas at home taking care of the children. They scooped up the Latinas and the children, some of whom were American citizens, one of whom was receiving treatment for cancer. They swept them up, took them off, and deported them. And I didn't say anything about it because I'm not a Latina. I'm not a little child who's an American citizen. Then they came back for the students studying on the college campuses who were here on student visas. They sent jackbooted thugs wearing masks to pick them up, take them thousands of miles away and put them in a private for-profit detention center where they languish at taxpayer expense. And I didn't say anything about it because I'm not a student on a foreign visa. And then they came and arrested a white female judge, a state court judge, presiding over her courtroom and the litigants therein, managing the affairs of her court. And they came and arrested her and walked her to jail. And I didn't say anything then because I'm not a judge, a white female judge, state court. But then they came for me. And I looked around and there was nobody left because I had remained silent and they had taken everybody off. Now, I just kind of paraphrased a poem written by a gentleman from Germany, which resonated back then as it does today. And it's important that the people understand what is happening with our constitutional rights in this country. Everyone is entitled to due process, whether or not you are documented or undocumented, whether or not you are a citizen or not. You're entitled to due process, and that is what this amendment seeks to affirm. That is well-established law that is being ignored, along with other parts of our Constitution, by this lawless tyrant who is our president. And so I support this amendment. I ask my colleagues to support it, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Vermont is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a short video I'd like to show.
Nice.
A family traumatized after armed federal agents busted into their home as they were sleeping and took almost everything they own. Problem is, they were not the people agents were supposed to be looking for.
News 4's Spencer Humphrey is here with their frightening ordeal. Spencer, what's going on here?
Yeah, well, get this. That family just moved here about 2 weeks ago from out of state, and this is how their life in Oklahoma got started. They say they told federal immigration agents they had the wrong people, but those agents kept treating them like criminals, even though they're all U.S. citizens. Fear.
I did feel at times that I was gonna die.
So much fear.
I kept praying. I said, God, please let me live through this moment.
Humiliation.
I was a zero. I was nothing.
Pure disbelief.
I just couldn't understand how is this happening to us.
All just for wanting a fresh start.
Mr. Chair, on the morning of Thursday, April 24th, about 20 armed federal agents broke into a home occupied by a family of U.S. citizens in Oklahoma City who had just moved there 2 weeks prior from Maryland. ICE agents mistaking the current occupants for the former broke down the door, terrorized the family, and they repeatedly said, "We are citizens. You have the wrong people. We are citizens." It happened in the middle of the night. 3 children at gunpoint were forced outside to stand in the rain in their underwear while their mother pleaded with these agents to tell them what was going on. They ignored the pleas. They ripped apart the entire house. They seized cash, documents, electronics, their computers as evidence. When the family asked when they would get their stuff back, the agents responded, "Well, it could be days or it could be months." This was all a colossal mistake. The names on the warrant did not match the people who lived in the house. This is what we have created here. This is Trump's America. These were citizens who were treated like this. This is what we want you to open your eyes to. If it can happen, as we've said time and time again, if it can happen to folks with green cards, it can happen to citizens. And in Oklahoma City, we see a perfect example of that. This is what we're talking about. It's not other people. It's us. It's our neighbors. It's our friends. It's people who just moved from Maryland to Oklahoma for a better life and have their house destroyed. And they can't get answers. If we watch the rest of the news clip there, they're asking ICE, who's responsible for this? And then they're sending them to another agency, and they're sending them to another agency, and nobody is accountable for what happened to them. This is what my colleagues are trying to fund with this bill. Armed federal agents breaking into homes, even of U.S. citizens, traumatizing them, taking their possessions. This is Trump's America. That's why we continue to talk about due process. It's not some pie in the sky idea. It's what literally holds our country together. Without due process, without the belief in the Constitution, we are not Americans. That's what gives us the ability to say we are an exceptional country in the world, that everyone who lives here gets due process. And we're going to keep saying this over and over and over again. For everyone who lives here, what happened to that family, once again, of American citizens in Oklahoma City should scare the hell out of all of us. And we should not be using this committee to find more money to pump into ICE so that these things can happen. This family is all of us. That's what we're trying to say today. This family is all of us. And I can't believe that in our name, on our watch, this is happening to people who live in this country. Open your eyes. Wake the hell up. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Question occurs on the amendment from the gentleman from Maryland. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Could I request a recorded vote?
You certainly can. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
No.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Issa? Mr. Biggs? Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Gooden? Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Nels? Mr. Moore? Mr. Kiley? Ms. Hageman? Ms. Hageman? Ms. Hageman votes no. Ms. Lee? Mr. Hunt? Mr. Fry? Mr. Fry votes no. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Knott? Mr. Harris? Mr. Harris votes no. Mr. Onder? Mr. Onder votes no. Mr. Schmidt? Mr. Schmidt votes no. Mr. Gill? Mr. Baumgardner? Mr. Roskin?
Aye.
Mr. Raskin votes aye. Mr. Nadler?
Aye.
Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren?
Yes.
Ms. Lofgren votes yes. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Mr. Liu? Mr. Liu votes aye. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Correa? Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Mr. Neguse? Ms. McBath? Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Ross? Ms. Ross votes aye. Ms. Ballant? Ms. Ballant votes aye. Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Kamlager-Dove? Ms. Kamlager-Dove votes aye. Mr. Moskowitz? Mr. Moskowitz votes aye. Mr. Goldman? Mr. Goldman votes aye. Ms. Crockett? Mr. Moore, you're not recorded. Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Issa? Mr. Issa votes no. Mr. Baumgartner votes no. Mr. Gooden votes no.
Mr. Chairman, a parliamentary inquiry.
Ms. State has parliamentary inquiry.
Could we just have the current tally?
The current tally is not done because the roll is open while we're waiting for members.
Oh, I just meant the existing tally.
Existing tally?
Yeah.
We have a couple Republicans on their way. We're not the only committee marking up the reconciliation package today. So.
Mr. Hunt? Mr. Hunt votes no.
Wait a minute.
Mr. Van Drew, you're not recorded. Mr. Van Drew votes no.
Well, you've been traveling for the
Ms. Lee votes no.
Clerk will report. Oh, actually, Mr. Nels.
Mr. Nels votes no.
Clerk report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 16 ayes and 18 noes.
Amendment is not agreed to. Who seeks recognition? Gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the
Clerk
desk.
will report. Point of order reserved by the gentleman from California.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentlelady is recognized to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment is simple, and I hope that it has bipartisan support. It simply states that none of the funds in this bill may be used by Immigration and Customs Enforcement to detain or deport U.S. citizens. Whether you're a Democrat or a Republican, I hope we can all agree that U.S. citizens should never be detained by ICE or any agency conducting civil immigration enforcement. They certainly should not be deported. This should not be a partisan issue. It's about protecting the most basic constitutional rights of U.S. citizens. My Republican colleagues have loved to profess their commitment to the rule of law, and yet they remain silent as this administration tramples on the civil rights of U.S. citizens under the guise of immigration enforcement. ICE has zero authority to even detain U.S. citizens, as ICE's own policy states, quote, as a matter of law, ICE cannot assert its civil immigration enforcement authority to arrest and or detain a U.S. citizen. So I ask unanimous consent, Mr. Chairman, that ICE's policy memo related to detaining U.S. citizens be placed into the record.
Without objection.
And yet, since the second Trump administration began, a troubling pattern has emerged with U.S. citizens being detained by immigration authorities. You just saw a video clip that Representative Ballant played. I want to give you a couple of other examples. In late January, only days after President Trump was sworn in, 3 U.S. citizens were out shopping in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. A toddler, his mother, and grandmother were detained and sent to an immigration detention center by immigration agents who questioned their immigration status just because they were speaking Spanish. Also in January, ICE arrested a U.S. citizen and held him for over 10 hours despite him having his identification documents on him. And just 2 weeks ago, a 19-year-old U.S. citizen from New Mexico, Jose Hermosillo, was detained by the Department of Homeland Security in Arizona and held for nearly 10 days. According to Mr. Hermosillo, he was in town to visit his girlfriend's family when he had a seizure and was taken to the hospital in an ambulance. Upon his release, Mr. Hermosillo approached a DHS official believing that the officer could help him. But instead, the officer accused him of being in the United States illegally and arrested him, despite Mr. Hermosillo saying that he was a U.S. citizen. Again, he was held for 10 days until his family was able to locate him. We're talking about a 19-year-old kid who was just released after having a seizure trying to get home. This is truly horrifying. Now, states like Florida are following this administration's dangerous and unlawful deport first and ask questions later approach. Earlier this month, a 20-year-old U.S. citizen in Florida was jailed by local police under a state anti-immigrant law that has already been blocked by a federal judge. Following the arrest of this U.S.-born American, ICE issued a detainer request that the local police keep him in jail, even though ICE had zero authority to detain him. And then just this past weekend, as was mentioned earlier, it appears that 3 U.S. citizens were deported, aged 2, 4, and 7. In the case of the 2-year-old, U.S. District Judge Terry Doughty, who is a Trump appointee, said this American child received, quote, no meaningful due process. Based on reports, the child was detained unlawfully by ICE for 3 days until she was deported with her mom, who was undocumented. The child's father had filed a petition to get the child released into his custody, but was not allowed to communicate with the mother. These are not isolated incidents. They are part of a broader, reckless approach to immigration enforcement that is wreaking havoc across our country. And it's sending a chilling message to entire communities that they are suspect in their own country solely because of their race, their ethnicity, or their heritage. In fact, there is a great article by New York Magazine that discusses all of these incidents, and again, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to submit that article for the record.
Without objection.
What's even scarier is where this is headed. The president has publicly suggested sending U.S. citizens to a gulag in El Salvador with a record of severe human rights abuses. Under the guise of immigration enforcement, this administration is eroding the foundational democratic norms enshrined in our Constitution. Detaining and deporting U.S. citizens because of reckless and indiscriminate immigration enforcement is unconstitutional, dangerous, and fundamentally wrong, and I hope that colleagues on both sides of the aisle would support this amendment. I urge every member to make it absolutely clear, no taxpayer dollars should ever be used to violate the rights of U.S. citizens. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Question. Gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I just wanted to speak in favor of the gentlelady's amendment. I mean, she laid out the due process reasons, the constitutional reasons why we should not be allowing taxpayer dollars to support the deportation of American citizens by ICE. But just looking at the day-to-day impact that we're seeing in our communities, 11% of my district is foreign-born. That is a mix of people who are citizens, green card holders, visa holders, some undocumented, but they have families. And their entire communities are terrified at this point because of the lawless behavior we're seeing from this administration. And we're seeing the impact in our communities. We're seeing kids not going to school. We're seeing employees afraid to go to work. We're seeing shoppers afraid to shop in our stores because this is a family, this is a community. People have mixed statuses within their families, within their communities. And when we have citizens who are scared, I talked to a young lady who is a citizen. She was adopted from another country. She's afraid to have any kind of traffic infraction for fear that she's going to be scooped up and deported. I mean, what is this doing to our country when we have this kind of willful abuse of people and emotions and the law? So I wholeheartedly support my colleague's amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to just put the question to my Republican colleagues. This amendment simply says that the United States Immigration and Customs Enforcement shall not detain or deport a United States citizen. If you vote no on this, you are supporting the federal government either detaining and or deporting American citizens. I don't understand how you'll be able to look yourself in the face knowing that you voted to allow our federal government to detain and deport United States citizens simply because you do not want to vote against something that Donald Trump may support. Do you have a thought of your own? Do you have a belief of your own? Or is everything literally just whatever Donald Trump tells you it should be? You are going to vote no on this. We know you're going to vote no. And I'm interested to see, if anybody asks you why you voted no on this, how you're going to spin it. You may say, oh, well, United States citizens aren't detained or deported. False. False. By ICE, that is. They have routinely been falsely detained and held, and in some cases, as we now know, deported as children suffering from stage 4 cancer. So that one's not really going to work very well. Then you may say, I mean, there are always the old reliables like, oh, I haven't read the bill yet. That's a good one. But I urge any one of my Republican colleagues just to stand up and say, I voted no because Donald Trump wanted me to. Because we all know that's the reason why. You have spent 100 days handing over every single ounce of congressional authority that you control to Donald Trump's lawlessness and recklessness. You stay quiet when our Immigration and Customs Enforcement sends masked undercover agents to arrest people in ostensible violation of their student visa requirements because they wrote an op-ed. And let me be very clear, no one disagrees more with that op-ed than I do. But we do not arrest people because they write op-eds that we don't like. We also do not criminally investigate people because they spoke out against the president. I didn't hear anything about the president's executive order directing the Department of Justice to investigate 2 people who worked in his first administration. And what did they do? They disagreed with him. That's how Vladimir Putin operates. That's how dictators operate. That's how kings operate, although kings probably wouldn't even do that. And yet you just all remain quiet. You are a co-equal, and I say you because we all understand you are in the majority, you control what this body does. I can and will write letters to every cabinet official. And I'm quite confident that if it even reaches the secretary, he or she throws it in the trash. We cannot subpoena them. You can. You can introduce legislation. We need you to introduce legislation. And yet you sit silently as the President of the United States defies court orders, denies due process, arrests American citizens, and sends our criminal justice system after people who disagree with him. Shameful. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman, you want Maryland or California? Gentleman from California.
The fact that Democrats and my colleague, Representative Pramila Jayapal, feel the need to even introduce an amendment that says ICE cannot deport U.S. citizens is batshit crazy. This should not even be a discussion. It is not even a question. U.S. citizens cannot be deported by ICE. It's the law, it's the Constitution. I will be astounded if Republicans vote no on this. I yield back.
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to associate myself with the remarks of the prior 2 speakers, my colleagues, Mr. Liu and Mr. Goldman. I do want to disagree with one little thing that Mr. Goldman said. I've got a little quibble. I think he tucked in there that we're a co-equal branch of government, and I've heard that 5th grade dogma far too much recently. First First of all, co-equal is not a word. Okay, that's the first problem with that. Secondly, if we are co-equal, why did James Madison say in the Federalist Papers that the legislative is the predominant branch of government? Why are we in Article 1? Why is the very first sentence after the preamble to the Constitution, all legislative power is vested in the Congress of the United States? Why do we have the power to impeach, try, and convict a president for high crimes and misdemeanors, and he doesn't have the power to impeach, try, and convict us? It's because we had a revolution against a king, and the founders understood the dangers of one person, of whatever ideological persuasion, getting into office and insisting on monarchical dictatorial powers against everybody else. Other than that, I agree very strongly with what Mr. Goldman had to say, which is I really don't understand why our colleagues who we know to have dazzling brilliance and personalities and commitment to the public good would go along with this consistent trashing of our Constitution and our Bill of Rights. It doesn't make any sense. And, our chairman, for whom I have great respect and admiration, I have seen him over the years. How does one go from being a libertarian railing about the deep state and the FBI and the Department of Justice and the jackboot thugs coming down on the rights of the people to becoming a supine, submissive authoritarian who votes against providing basic due process rights for the people against the government? I don't get it. I hope that we would never end up in such a period of partisan saturation that we completely suspend our critical thinking skills when it comes to our own party taking over the government and having someone seeking to become something like a monarch or an autocrat or a king. Now, they are rolling all over the legislative branch today. And Mr. Goldman suggests that it is because of the servility and the passivity, the caving in of our colleagues, and perhaps so. I perhaps have a somewhat more Machiavellian interpretation. Maybe if they brought all of these things that they're being struck down on in court to Congress, they couldn't get them passed. Maybe our colleagues wouldn't want to vote for them. I know there's certainly a dozen Republicans from swing districts who are terrified by that agenda. They would rather be hiding under their sofa in the Rayburn building than actually having to vote on these things. But they've certainly remained extremely quiet about what's taking place. So now we've got the opportunity to put some amendments on the table to say, take a stand. The gentlelady from Washington advances the most straightforward proposition in the world, which is that we should not be spending the money of the taxpayers, of citizen taxpayers, to detain and deport U.S. citizen taxpayers by ICE. Now, really, does anybody disagree with that? Or is the gentleman from New York correct that we're just marching in ideological lockstep today, and we're doing what we are told? When we get through this, is it possible that people are only going to be qualified to be selling flowers and incense at Dulles Airport with members of religious cults because they've just been following orders for year after year? I mean, it's a very depressing thought for the United States House of Representatives. So this is an amendment that everybody should be supporting. ICE should not be deporting U.S. citizens. ICE should not be detaining and shipping off to foreign prisons U.S. citizens, especially children who have cancer. This is not some kind of wild hypothetical that the gentlelady has dreamed up. This happened last week. This just happened. So we've got to make sure that the money that we are using from the taxpayers is used to protect the rights and the freedoms of the taxpayers. I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California, then to Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
And I'd like to yield my time to Ms. Jayapal.
Thank you, Mr. Correa. I just wanted to pick up again on what the ranking member said. This is an amendment about making sure that we follow ICE's own policy that it cannot detain U.S. citizens. And Mr. Liu is correct that it's batshit crazy that I got to introduce this amendment. But it is also the reality that I have to introduce this amendment because it is happening. The examples that I gave, multiple examples, and I could give you more, are happening. This is happening. ICE is detaining and deporting U.S. citizens. And so it is really important that my good colleagues on the other side vote for this amendment. And maybe I'm more hopeful for some bizarre reason than Mr. Goldman, that maybe there's a couple of you that will. Maybe the chairman will. Maybe some of you will say that it is not appropriate for the Trump administration to deport U.S. citizens. Because guess what? You all represent U.S. citizens. That's who elected you. So if you vote no on this amendment, you are actually voting to be able to deport, for ICE to be able to deport your own constituents. And so I just want to remind you again, remind all of us, that the reason I'm introducing this amendment is not theoretical. It is actually happening that U.S. citizens are being detained by ICE officials in the streets by masked men, in unmarked cars, in their homes, children who are in the midst of stage 4 cancer treatments. It is remarkable that I have to say all of these examples and that I have to actually introduce this amendment. But I'm doing it because it's happening right here in the United States of America. And it's happening to your constituents. The people that are the US citizens that are being arrested in red states and blue states, in your districts and my districts. And once again, if you can do this to one group, you can do it to any group.
Well, the gentleman yield
would.
for a question. I believe that you and I think it was 2 weeks ago, wrote a letter inquiring of ICE how many U.S. citizens had in fact been picked up, detained, and deported. And I hadn't heard anything back from that, and I'm wondering if you've heard anything back.
No, thank you. I have not received a single response to that. Maybe the chairman would help me to ensure that the Department of Homeland Security, the Trump administration, responds, because you are very powerful in your current role as chairman. And perhaps you could get an answer where the ranking member and I have not been able to. I can't imagine that anybody on the other side would want to vote no on this amendment. I really can't, because all we're talking about is ensuring that none of the funds that we are shoveling over in giant quantities to ICE, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, is used against U.S. citizens. It is actually unlawful to do that, but that doesn't seem to matter because it's happening. So I really do hope that we have many members on the other side who actually stand up and say, you know what, I'm going to fight for my U.S. citizen constituents who elected me.
Would the gentlelady yield?
Yes, I would be happy to.
I just wanted to say I think you hope in vain.
Well, here we are. Maybe somebody on the other side will prove the eternal optimist wrong, but I believe that maybe there is a moment in any country's history where the threats are so severe that the spine gets stiffened and that you realize that the enemy is yourself if you don't speak up, that the destruction of democracy happens because we allow it to happen. And I hope that my colleagues on the other side, I continue to hope that my colleagues on the other side recognize that and vote yes on this amendment.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Yeah, I was trying to think up all of those old horror movies that I used to watch when I was a kid, and I would just literally be shaking in my boots in the bed after watching one of those shows, like Alfred Hitchcock, or watching Frankenstein, or Dracula, Wolfman, The Birds, The Last Man on Earth, all of that scary stuff. And I was trying to figure out, why is it that my Republican friends on the other side of the aisle today are afraid to speak up and speak out? And if there was ever an amendment to speak up and speak out about it would be this one offered by the gentle lady from Washington, Ms. Jayapal, which is simple. It just says, no funds made available by this subtitle may be used by U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement to detain or deport a United States citizen. So, I mean, she's not talking about undocumented immigrants having due process rights. You might disagree with that, although it is the law, but I'll respect folks who disagree and think that they should not have rights. But this is about United States citizens. Nobody would disagree with the fact that no United States citizen should be deported. I mean, that's not what we do. That's not how it is. But yet, my friends on the other side of the aisle are frightened, terrorized, to speak up and speak out about this bill. And I suspect that they will vote against it out of terror. And it just goes to show you the reign of terror that has been imposed on MAGA Republicans and non-Republicans. People throughout this country are living in fear. United States citizens, if you look like a Latino and have tattoos and wear your hat backwards, you are and you hang out at Home Depot, or you get caught up at Home Depot outside, walking to your car, you can be scooped up and sent to El Salvador. People are literally living in fear, American citizens. And that's why, unfortunately, we do need this amendment. And it's shameful that we have to introduce it, but it has to be done. And I'm just alarmed that my friends on the other side of the aisle are terrorized. It's indicative of the terror, the reign of terror that has been inflicted on the country by Donald Trump. It manifests itself by the lack of verbosity by members of the other side of the aisle in this very committee. I'm ashamed. And I'll yield to the gentleman from Maryland.
Thank you very much, and I want to thank the distinguished gentleman from Georgia for his insights there. You know, it was suggested to me by a Republican friend that immigration is really all that they've got left. They think that immigration, the way the president's handled it, is very popular. And of course, the stock market has taken this tremendous hit, $7 trillion loss. The economy is shrinking. He's plunged us into this trade war. His polling numbers are 39%, an historic record low. And so they think, well, if we all rally around immigration and we can scapegoat immigrants, then we'll be able to work our way back. What's interesting is when I opened, I began with some comparisons of Donald Trump's numbers to other presidents in our history, and you can look at almost any of them. Like take Harry Truman, for example. He was at 87% at this point. He had double the approval ratings of Donald Trump, and here's what he had to say about due process, okay? Moreover, the guilty as well as the innocent are entitled to due process of law in America. They're entitled to a fair trial. They are entitled to counsel. They are entitled to fair treatment from the police. Harry Truman would never get on the bandwagon of saying, let's sacrifice the rights of immigrants somehow to become popular. And that made him popular, that he stood up for the Constitution and he stood up for the Bill of Rights. I yield back to the gentleman from Georgia.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I understand the terror on the Republican side of the aisle. It is true that we've had, since Magna Carta, fundamental guarantees of due process. But this administration doesn't afford anyone due process. The president doesn't afford due process to fellow Republicans. The president has removed security, has instructed the Department of Justice to prosecute. Imagine a president instructing the Department of Justice to prosecute someone, has instructed the Department of Justice to prosecute former Republican high officials who have earned or somehow gotten the ill regard of the president. He has told the Justice Department, prosecute, I forget the names, a number of people, remove the protection from people who served in my first administration, who, as a result of that service and being involved in the assassination of Qasem Soleimani, are under threat from the Iranian government, but because I don't like them anymore, remove the protection. And he is showing, through everything he's doing with deporting American citizens and saying, well, it's okay. It's okay to deport citizens. It's okay to deport people without due process of law, without a court. And Lisa Murkowski, the senator from Alaska, let the cat out of the bag. She said, we are all terrified. We are all afraid. Well, that's how you destroy liberty in a country. When you make United States senators afraid, when you make citizens afraid, citizens who've committed no crime, when you break into somebody's house and ransack it, and don't check because you have the right to ransack anybody's house. This is how you destroy respect for law. This is how you destroy civil rights, civil liberties. This is how you make this country a tyranny. And that's what they're trying to do. That's what he's doing and having success in doing. And we must, if this committee means anything, we must say, here we stand. Here we stop. We are the Judiciary Committee. We say what the limit of the law is. And therefore, we put a limit on him. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from, I don't know who's went the most recent. We'll go to the gentleman from California, then the gentlelady from California. We'll go ladies first. Gentlelady from California.
Go ahead.
I appreciate you. Wow, this seems like such a no-brainer. None of the funds made available by this subtitle may be used by the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement to detain or deport a U.S. citizen. And I was sitting here thinking, good Lord, Republicans must be in some kind of diabolical paralysis if they are unwilling to stand up for the Constitution for Americans by not supporting this bill. And then I had to read it again. I said, maybe I'm missing something, because, you know, I'm from California. But I was like, well, wow, deport to where? Because, like, if you're an American, you're going to deport an American to where? What the heck? Because I can't say what I'm really thinking. I'm so confused. And then I'm like, well, then who do you stand for? Do you only stand for Trump? Like, what do you stand for? Because if you're not standing up for the Constitution, which, is also to protect you. You know, like, I don't agree with you most of the time I am awake and half the time I'm asleep, but I still believe you have rights. So, like, if you don't even support this language, who do you stand for? Because, you know, I guess what you're saying is that Americans have no rights. You have no rights, and the only right you have is to obey Trump. The only right you have is to be silent and complicit in whatever comes out of this administration. But you don't have a right to your rights. You don't have a right to your civil liberties. You don't have a right to any freedoms. You don't even have a right to stand up and speak out. And you, as an American, could be deported, but I just don't know to where. And, you know, the ranking member said that he talked to Republicans who said, well, you know, this is a popular thing, you know, for Republicans, this immigration thing, and it's not. You know, 78% of Americans say they want a president who obeys the law. 88% of Americans say they want a president to certainly obey the law if the courts tell the president to obey the law. We have opened the door. We have walked back into babies in cages, to our neighbors, you know, our soccer teammates, our neighborhood store owners being deported. We have seen babies in their underwear being strip searched by people who are like, sorry, my bad, wrong address, but I'm still dehumanizing you, taking away all your stuff, and taking away your rights and liberties. I mean, this little sheet of paper just says, please follow the law and give an American citizen their rights, which you can still debate in court, but the premise is they have some. So I'm just so bizarrely confused. And then I'm thinking to myself, well, so then if you are gonna not support this, then like what happens when an American, one of your constituents, one of your neighbors, heck, a family member goes overseas and gets snatched? You're not gonna fight to bring them home? I don't know what could be like on your laptop or in your book or whatever right now that has got you so hypnotized that you would not engage in this conversation with your colleagues and find a way to stand up for the Constitution and the rights of Americans, even Americans that you might not agree with or don't like or don't look like or haven't met. Have you met every single representative? I mean, every single constituent that you represent in your district? God bless you if you have. But even if you haven't, you still have to represent them. So if they're in trouble and they call you, you're supposed to help them. If you don't support this, you're saying, if you call me, I'm not going to help you. What kind of representative are you? Shame, shame, shame. Game of Thrones, shame. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from California, then Georgia.
Thank you. And I'm going to yield to our ranking member.
Well, I thank the gentleman for yielding. I suppose all I would say is on the question of whether or not an anti-constitutional agenda is a popular agenda, which seems to be kind of the currency of the day among our friends. People want to see the law enforced, but all the laws enforced, including the Constitution, including due process, including the rights of the First Amendment and the freedom of speech. People want to see all of the laws enforced together. And this is why I come back to why Donald Trump has historically low popularity ratings now, historically high unpopularity ratings. It's in the gutter because he's not delivered on any of his economic promises. He didn't get us cheaper eggs. He got us eggs Benedict. He sold us out. He betrayed us. And he's not delivering on the economy. He's crashing the stock market. He's plunged us into trade war with the whole world except for his buddies in Putin's Russia. And so now it all comes down to immigration, that they think what the American people want is to violate people's rights. I don't think anybody campaigned on that. I don't think anybody wants that. And I think, as the gentlelady from California just expressed, the polls show that the American people want due process to be observed. The American people want the President of the United States to comply with court orders and not violate court orders. The American people want us to remain a nation where the Constitution is supreme, not where the president is supreme. They want us to be a nation where the Constitution and federal laws govern, not the whim and the will and the fancies of one guy. That's not what people bargained for. So I would beseech President Trump and anybody who's got influence with him, your numbers are in the dumps, 39%. Look at Harry Truman, 87%, and he gave a beautiful speech in defense of due process, in defense of the Constitution. So if all you care about is your polling numbers and you don't care about the Constitution you're sworn to uphold and defend against all enemies, foreign and domestic, the polling numbers tell you what to do. Stand with the people, stand with our Constitution, stand with our Bill of Rights. It's much bigger than any one of us. It's much bigger than any single politician. And the cat's got their tongue today because they don't want to talk about the Constitution. They don't want to talk about the Bill of Rights. They don't want to talk about due process and freedom of speech and freedom of assembly in America. But that's what we were sent here to do. And we're going to stand up for the Constitution. We're going to stand up for the Bill of Rights. We're going to stand up for due process. We're going to stand up for the independence of the judiciary. So no, we are not going to follow our colleagues in putting up wanted signs for judges. We're not going to follow our colleagues in saying that federal judges should be impeached because we disagree with their opinion. As Chief Justice Roberts said, the proper response to a district court opinion you disagree with is you appeal the opinion, you don't impeach the judge. We've impeached 15 judges in all of American history. They were impeached for corruption, for bribery, for tax evasion. One guy was impeached for habitual drunkenness on the bench. It wasn't even occasional, it was habitual, but nobody's been impeached because of the substance of their opinion, much less the correct substance of their opinion. Our colleagues don't even tell us which opinions they think were wrongly decided. I mean, you take Donald Trump's debut executive order, he's going to strip people of birthright citizenship in America. That was the first sentence of the 14th Amendment in 1868, reversing the Dred Scott decision, which had based citizenship on race. We replaced racial citizenship with birthright citizenship in America. Then Donald Trump, in the year 2025, purports to overthrow it. That was struck down by 4 judges. An Obama judge, a Biden judge, a Reagan judge, and a Bush judge. And the Reagan judge said that it was the most unconstitutional thing he had seen in his 4 decades on the bench. He said it was the easiest case he ever had to decide because the first sentence of the 14th Amendment says, all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of their state. And citizenship means something, or at least it should mean something, and that was the whole purpose of this amendment, that U.S. citizens should not be stripped of their rights and detained or deported by ICE. And I yield back and thank you.
Yeah, and reclaim my time. Mr. Chairman, I just want to put this offer out there for you. I'm willing, if you're willing to accept this amendment and vote for it and agree that no American should be exiled or disappeared, I'll drop all of my amendments. I've talked to some of my colleagues. They'll do the same. We won't vote for the bill, but we would take the win. So would you agree to that, Mr. Chairman?
Gentleman's time has expired. We will debate each amendment.
Is that a no?
No, we're going to debate each, we're going to move in regular order. We'll debate each amendment that you guys offer. The gentlelady from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I've been listening to all of this rhetoric and listening to all of this discussion. And what I want to say is really, really very simple. It's an example of what we are about to embark on in this country. I think it is an infringement upon our civil liberties, our civil freedoms, our right to exist. I have a cousin, a first cousin. She's an Afro-American Mexican, all right? I talk to her almost 2-3 times a week. And I can tell you how many times now she has said to me over and over again that there's someone who continues in her neighborhood to call and question whether or not she's actually a citizen of the United States and actually whether or not she really lives here or belongs here. She continues to tell me the numbers of times now that law enforcement has been moving through her community, a pretty nice community in Joliet, Illinois, and how many times she's been stopped and asked, do you live here? Where do you live? What is your address? What do you do? Over and over again now. And so I fear that we're really beginning to fall in a very slippery slope of vigilantism here in this country based upon racial identity, based upon immigration, deportation. And my cousin is scared to death. She was born and raised in Joliet, Illinois, but she's afraid to walk in her own neighborhood because she is being pinpointed over and over again by someone in her neighborhood who claims that she doesn't belong here, that she doesn't live here. Born and raised right within Joliet, Illinois. This is what our citizens are going to be dealing with. Living, breathing while Hispanic. Living, breathing while Black. Living, breathing other ethnicities, and always questioning whether or not you belong. If you are a United States citizen, you were born and raised here, you belong here. And no one should be questioning whether or not you're a criminal, or questioning whether or not you have criminal intent, or whether or not you belong here. And it's really sad to say that everything that we have said, that my Democratic colleagues have said here today, I'm so sad. America, please understand and listen. This is falling on the deaf ears of our Republican colleagues. They're not even paying attention, and they could care less. So I'm just saying to you, with every fiber in your being, pay attention, because this is where the United States of America is headed under this administration. But I guarantee you that my colleagues and I will not sit back and let this happen without a fight. And I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Who seeks recognition? Gentlelady from Vermont, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I associate myself with remarks of my colleagues, and obviously I strongly support this amendment. It's very simple. We will not be using funds to deport or detain U.S. citizens. And as others have said before me, this should be something that everyone can get behind, because as my colleague from California said, what do you stand for? What do you stand for? What are you made of? If not this, then what? When I first ran for office to serve in Congress, I was asked, what do I think is the biggest threat facing us in the world? And I was unequivocal, and it was immediate. I said, the rise of authoritarianism around the globe. Democracies do not fail overnight. It happens little by little as rights are eroded, as norms are upended. As my colleague from Georgia said, when Americans start spying on each other and reporting people because you suspect they may not be a citizen, that's how it starts. And as my colleague who introduced this amendment has said, my colleague from the state of Washington has said, it's not as if this is theoretical. This is not, as we often say in legislative branches, oh, this is a solution in search of a problem. That's not where we are. It's actually happening. It's happening to American citizens. And so this should be the simplest vote that we take all year, that we will not use funds and weaponize our government against citizens and create a reign of terror and fear. So again, what is it that we stand for? What are we doing here if not to support and uphold the Constitution? And others have talked about Senator Murkowski, and I think many of us were hoping that when she finally said out loud what many of us have heard from our colleagues, that they'll say behind closed doors that they are afraid, that they do not want to be targeted. They do not want their families to be targeted. They do not want the president tweeting about them. They do not want Elon Musk tweeting about them. They do not want people to show up at their doors. They're not just afraid of losing an election. They will tell you they are keeping their heads down so that nobody will notice. Well, here's the deal. This isn't going to go away. It isn't just going to fade away. If we don't stand up for the things that make us Americans, if we don't stand up for due process, if we don't stand up for all of the ideals that we hold so dear, then we mean nothing. This country means nothing. We are only as good as the ideals that we uphold. And so again, what is it that you stand for? This is the simplest thing, that we will not weaponize our government and use funds to detain or deport American citizens. Now, as somebody whose family was impacted directly by the Holocaust, I can tell you that is why I'm so animated today. That is why I am so anxious and so angry about this. Because I know what happens. Because it happened to my own family. That neighbors ratted my family out. That's how it starts. When we don't stand up for basic human dignity and the rights that we are afforded in this country. I yield back.
Gentlelady's time's expired. Who else seeks recognition? Gentlelady from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes.
I'd like to first associate the gentle ladies, my remarks with the gentle ladies' remarks, because some things just should not be debatable. And one of the things that we know is that the Constitution is really supposed to be a guiding light. And the reason that we're having to do amendments like this one and the other one and talk about things such as due process and the Constitution is because we could actually avoid maybe detaining or sending away U.S. citizens if we just gave them their due process rights. Because I'm tired of hearing, oh, they made a mistake. Well, guess what? That mistake may cost somebody their job. That mistake may cost somebody their home. That mistake may cost somebody actually being able to still have their child, because authorities may be called, because that person is now not showing up to pick up their child. Or some people don't have the privilege of having a salaried job where whether they show up or not, they're still going to get paid. Some people need to be at work. And so if you care about U.S. citizens, we know how y'all feel about immigrants, but if you care about U.S. citizens, I don't understand why this would be debatable, because if there's anybody that we're fighting for, all supposed to be fighting for, it should be U.S. citizens. In fact, it's U.S. citizens that are the ones that send us here, not Donald Trump. And so with that, we should be looking out. We should have their back, and we should say, as the federal government, we will not do things that are directly going to disenfranchise our citizens. And that's exactly what this is. But if we just followed the Constitution and gave people their due process rights, then maybe they could show up and prevent some of these mistakes. And maybe these mistakes that maybe seem so small to y'all because maybe the people that are being targeted have a little bit more melanin. So maybe we don't care about the mistakes that happen with some of those folk. I don't really understand. But I'm tired. And frankly, I think y'all should be tired too. Because I think no matter what district you come from, if you were to survey your district, there is no one in your district that would say that we should spend money on ICE, immigration and customs enforcement, to detain or deport, which you can't even deport, detain and kidnap, or detain and whatever, unlawfully restrain a U.S. citizen. Not anyone in your district would actually support that. I would put money on it. And so this absolutely should be a no-brainer. And I thank you to the gentlelady from the state of Washington for proposing just common sense, which seems like it is not so common nowadays. I will yield.
Gentlelady yields. The question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Washington. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed.
Seeking a recorded vote, Mr. Chairman.
A recorded vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan? Mr. Isa? Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. Tiffany?
No.
Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey? Mr. Roy? Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Gooden? Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Nels? Mr. Moore? Mr. Kiley? Ms. Hageman? Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Hunt? Mr. Fry? Mr. Grothman? Mr. Knott? Mr. Harris? Mr. Onder? Mr. Schmidt? Mr. Gill? Mr. Baumgartner? Mr. Baumgartner votes no. Mr. Raskin?
Aye.
Mr. Raskin votes aye. Mr. Nadler? Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson? Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Mr. Liu? Mr. Liu votes aye. Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Correa? Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Scanlon? Mr. Neguse? Ms. McBath? Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Ross?
Aye.
Ms. Ross votes aye. Ms. Ballot?
Aye.
Ms. Ballot votes aye. Mr. Garcia? Ms. Kamlager-Dove?
Aye.
Ms. Kamlager-Dove votes aye. Mr. Moskowitz? Mr. Goldman? Ms. Crockett?
Aye.
Ms. Crockett votes aye. Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Schmidt, you are not recorded. Mr. Schmidt votes no. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes no. Ms. Hageman votes no. Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Harris votes no. Mr. Gooden votes no.
The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 11 ayes and 12 noes.
The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman?
Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The gentlelady from California is recognized. Close.
It was close.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Ms. Lofgren. Page 16, strike line 6 and all that follows through line 2.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read. The gentlelady is recognized to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would strike the $3,500 fee imposed by this bill to sponsor an unaccompanied minor. Now, there is a phenomenon, I've seen it over the years, where things are so desperate in a country that children, including really small children, show up at our border. And I can recall a number of years ago going down when a very large number of children, including 7, 8, 9-year-old kids, were apprehended at the southern border. Now, Congress had, and the courts have come up with a protocol to deal with this situation. In 1993, the Supreme Court case Reno versus Flores set forth a preference for the release of immigrant and refugee children from custody, and this is their words, without unnecessary delay. And they recognize that the child welfare principles that support children's care means that they will be released in the least restrictive setting appropriate to their needs, as well as the rights of parents and legal guardians. I was on this committee when a bipartisan majority of the Judiciary Committee approved the Trafficking Victims Prevention and Protection Reauthorization Act. And that bill, the TVPRA, provides similarly that an unaccompanied alien child in the custody of the Secretary of Health and Human Services shall promptly be placed in the least restrictive setting that is in the best interest of the child. Now, what happens when an 8-year-old shows up at the border? First, they're brought into the custody of the Border Patrol, but Health and Human Services is directed to look after that child until they can be placed with a sponsor in the United States. Oftentimes, that sponsor is a member of their family, but it is not unknown that the foster care system will be utilized for the placement of that child. It is important that children be maintained in an environment that is nurturing and non-custodial. And the idea that we would essentially tax people who are willing to take in a child that's been abandoned is contradictory to what our goals are as a decent nation. Now, the immigration, USCIS is one of the, I think, of only 2 agencies in the federal government that is entirely funded by fees, the other being the Patent Office. And so fees go up and down to cover the costs of activities, and that's not wrong, but it would be wrong to tax a foster family for taking in a child that has shown up at the border and is by themselves and helpless. So I understand we'll discuss a variety of proposed fees in this bill, but this one is a mistake, and we should not do this. I'll just note that we've got another provision that this committee adopted many years ago that allows for a child that who has essentially been abandoned for a state court to find that that child has been abandoned and they become a special immigrant juvenile. In that case, they can become a legal permanent resident of the United States, but they can never petition for their parents who abandoned them. It just creates the humanity that the United States is known for, that we take care of vulnerable children, that we make sure that they are kept in an appropriate environment, and that we don't put barriers to their care in place. I'll note just one other thing. The fee structure in the immigration code is always used to support the immigration system. There's only one instance I can think of, and that was a fee on B visas that was used to promote tourism, and it was a very small fee, but that should not be used as precedent for this extraordinary proposal that I think would end up keeping children in custody for a long time, and by the way, would be costly for the American taxpayer, even while being adverse to the children involved. So that's why I offer this amendment, Mr. Chairman, and I see that my time has expired.
Who seeks recognition to speak on this amendment? The gentleman recognizes the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just I have a quick question if the sponsor of the amendment would yield. Can you tell us about who are the people who generally act as sponsors of unaccompanied children? Or is it generally family or friends, or is it strangers? And what are the risks of creating a $3,500 fee?
Well, it's oftentimes a family member, although not always. It could be a friend of the family. What should happen and what does happen is if it's a family member, there is an analysis that this through rapid DNA that the person actually is a family member. That's very important because these children, if placed recklessly, could be victims of trafficking. They could be exploited by sex traffickers. So you need to make sure that they're being placed with somebody who's reliable and who will look after their interests. There are times, and in fact in 2014 when we had such a large number of children show up, children were in fact placed in foster homes around the country, foster homes that were recruited by the Department of Social Services in California. So in some cases, this would be a fee on local government that has a foster care system. But the whole system needs to be oriented towards protecting the child. And I know sometimes people say, well, these are 17-year-old kids, but when the wave of unaccompanied children hit a number, about 10 years ago, there were 3-year-olds. Things had become so desperate in the home countries that parents made a decision to save their children. And I saw, in one instance, a grandmother who brought her grandchild and the grandchild and the grandchild's neighbor. The grandmother couldn't enter the U.S. She knew that, but she came here to save these little kids, and they were 5, 8 years old, and there they were in the Border Patrol station. They needed to be placed with a trusted family member, an aunt, in Chicago, or a foster family. In fact, in Santa Clara County, the Board of Supervisors decided that they wanted to make sure that these children were cared for, and members of the community stepped forward to become foster parents of these children, ultimately adopted some of them. So there's a whole structure in place, but to put a barrier, a fee involved, would disrupt that. And what it would end up with was, you might have individuals with nefarious intentions trying to get these kids because they have the money, or more likely, you would end up with these kids in institutional settings at taxpayers' expense. And one of the things we learned after the wave of unaccompanied minors, and there was a lot of study of this, is that putting children in these kind of grim institutional settings has a very severe impact on them throughout their lives. And so to do anything that would enhance the capacity of these children being neglected, essentially, and being put in a sterile, sort of custodial, almost incarceration type of situation is not in keeping with our American values. And I hope, even though we may argue about other parts of this bill, but I would hope that we would step back from this because it's really not the right thing to do. And I thank the gentleman for his question.
And I thank the gentlelady for yielding, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Who seeks recognition? The question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from California. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. No.
Mr. Chairman, I would like a recorded vote on that.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. The gentlelady asks for a recorded vote. The clerk will call the vote.
Mr. Jordan, Mr. Issa, Mr. Biggs, Mr. McClintock. Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Tiffany?
No.
Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey? Mr. Roy? Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Gooden? Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Nels? Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Kiley? Ms. Hageman? Ms. Hageman votes no. Ms. Lee? Mr. Hunt? Mr. Fry? Mr. Fry votes no. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Knott? Mr. Harris? Mr. Harris votes no. Mr. Onder? Mr. Schmidt? Mr. Schmidt votes no. Mr. Gill? Mr. Gill votes no. Mr. Baumgartner? Mr. Baumgartner votes no. Mr. Raskin? Mr. Raskin votes aye. Mr. Nadler? Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson? Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Mr. Liu? Ms. Jayapal? Mr. Correa? Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Scanlon? Mr. Neguse? Ms. McBath? Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Ross? Ms. Ross votes aye. Ms. Ballant? Ms. Ballant votes aye. Mr. Garcia? Ms. Kamlager-Dove? Mr. Moskowitz? Mr. Goldman? Ms. Crockett?
Aye.
Ms. Crockett votes aye. Mr. Griffin votes no. Mr. Gooden votes no.
Chair votes no.
Mr. Chairman votes no.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 8 ayes and 14 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Who seeks recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The gentleman from California is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr.
Oh,
Chairman.
excuse me. Clerk will report.
Thanks.
Gentleman from Wisconsin reserves a point of order. Clerk will report.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a
Without
substitute.
objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman from California is recognized to explain the amendment.
This amendment plainly says the Department of Justice will not fire veterans. So if you vote for this amendment, you're going to stand up for our veterans who work at the Department of Justice. If you vote against it, you're going to really screw them over. This would make it unlawful for an employee of the Department of Justice who held a veteran preference status to be fired for the, quote, sake of government efficiency. As many of you know, and many of you are veterans yourself, and I thank you for your service to our country, when veterans leave their service, whether they retire after a long career or after they fulfill their duty requirement, they oftentimes continue to serve the public, and they often do it through the federal government. And one of the agencies where they do it the most is at the Department of Justice. However, no president has fired more veterans than Donald Trump. Not a surprise for a guy who refers to our service members, those who have paid the ultimate price, as suckers and losers. Our veterans are not suckers and losers, and if they were hired after their service to work in the federal government under a veteran preference, they should be protected. Now, my Republican colleagues just showed that they will not protect U.S. citizens from being deported. They just voted to allow Donald Trump to deport U.S. citizens. The same week that Donald Trump deported a 4-year-old child citizen battling cancer. Will you treat our veterans the same way you just treated U.S. citizens by making them susceptible to deportation, by making our veterans eligible to be fired by DOJ? Prove me wrong. Vote for this amendment and you protect our veterans. Vote against it, you screw them over.
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
I would yield, yes.
I want to thank you for introducing this. I've been also scandalized by the fact that thousands of veterans have been targeted in these mass layoffs and firings across the government. Of course, a lot of courts have tried to stop these firings because they're not done with any respect for the rules of the civil service, which say you can only be fired if you yourself have engaged in professional misconduct or you're not living up to the requirements of your job, if you're not performing, right? But your amendment says that the administration should not be firing people who hold a veteran's preference without cause. In other words, you would still allow them to be fired if they're not showing up to work, if they're not living up to their responsibilities. You're just saying, vote here not to sack veterans for no reason at all.
That's exactly right.
And I assume this is one where you've been able to get support from the other side of the aisle.
I hope so, Mr. Ranking Member, considering how many of our colleagues from the other side of the aisle are veterans themselves who represent thousands of veterans in their district. So this is going to be a test for them. Will they stand for our veterans or will they screw them over?
Well, it seems to me we've just seen one vote where our colleagues said it would be all right for Donald Trump to detain and deport U.S. citizens. Another vote where they said it would be okay to detain and deport people without due process. You put those two together, it sounds like they're saying that citizens can be deported and detained without due process. And now what you're saying is, can we at least have some mercy on veterans who have a preference within our civil service, but who've been sacked without any kind of due process at all?
That's right. And to my Republican colleagues, I'll say this. Look, you don't have to take a vote on every vote. If you want to take a walk on this one, because you don't want to go home and tell your veteran constituents that you just screwed them over, now may be a good time to go get a cup of coffee or go to the bathroom. You don't want to take this vote. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman from Wisconsin insist on his point of order?
I do, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman is recognized to explain.
The gentleman's amendment would introduce material beyond the scope and purpose of the bill before us and therefore violates House Rule 16, Clause 7. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The chair's prepared to rule. The gentleman.
Mr. Chairman, may I be recognized?
Yes. The sponsor of the amendment wished to be heard.
Yes. Mr. Chairman, again, this plainly makes it clear that a department which we have jurisdiction over, where thousands of veterans work, that those veterans will not be fired under any Government Efficiency Act. Of course, if there is for cause, they are subject to a for cause firing as anyone else. But this amendment, which I understand why you would want a procedural trick to keep it from being voted on, stands up for our veterans. And I think anything less than protecting our veterans, even a procedural trick, is screwing over our veterans.
Yeah, there's not. I would just make clear to the gentleman from California, not a procedural trick. We talked with your counsel. We would try to get this in, but it's clear that employment status is all within the jurisdiction of the Oversight Committee, not the Judiciary Committee. The gentleman's amendment does not satisfy the subject matter and fundamental purposes test. Therefore, it is not germane and is out of order. Who seeks recognition? What I'd like to do is, votes have been called. We will recess for votes, and then I think we have 3. And then as soon as they're done, if we could get back and get started again, Chair would appreciate that. Committee stands in recess. Pretty good line, that's how I use it. Okay. Committee will come to order. Chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report. Gentleman from Arizona reserves a point of order.
Amendment to the amendment.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman from New York is recognized to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The depth of the Trump administration's depravity seems to have no low. Under orders from this administration, hundreds of people have been effectively disappeared, often under cover of darkness, to El Salvador, a country with a reputation for torture, ruled by a brutal dictator that is housing them in a notorious prison for an indefinite period of time. Just repeating these facts should shock anyone. Even more shocking, according to reports, our government is paying the government of El Salvador $6 million to detain these people. My amendment would prohibit funds from this bill from being used to pay for the detention in a foreign country or for the construction of a facility in a foreign country to be used for the detention of an individual on behalf of the United States. Absent extraordinary circumstances, when a person is removed from this country, they should be returned to their country of origin, free to resume their life there. But the Trump administration is rounding people up and sending them to a foreign prison without even the barest hint of due process. The president says they are criminals, despite most of them having no criminal record. He says they are gang members. Maybe. Many of them have tattoos, but that is hardly a crime. Has his administration bothered to prove anything in a court of law? No. He says that would take too much time. As if due process is a mere bureaucratic hurdle to be dispensed with instead of the clear order of the Supreme Court and a fundamental tenet of the Constitution. We already know that at least one person who is being detained, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, was removed in error. The Trump administration admits it. Yet despite court rulings ordering his return, the administration plays games and practically taunts the courts with its defiance, placing responsibility for his release entirely in El Salvador, as if our nation is powerless to bring back someone we have wrongfully deported to a country we are paying. President Trump brags incessantly about how strong and powerful he is and how he can accomplish anything from complex trade deals to ending war in the Middle East with the snap of a finger. But he can't stand up to El Salvador? Please. The president now seems to admit that he could bring him back, but simply chooses not to. Either way, the purpose of this whole exercise is not removal of one individual or even a few hundred undocumented people. It is to send a message to everyone in this country. Anyone can be dragged from their home at any time if Donald Trump says so. No due process required. And even if a court says you must be returned, he can ignore the order. And as if all of this were not bad enough, President Trump has now hinted that even American citizens could be subject to detention in foreign countries. Enough is enough. These are the hallmarks of an autocratic regime, and it must be stopped. I urge all members to support my amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Question occurs on the amendment by the gentleman from New York. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a roll call vote.
The gentleman from New York asks for a roll call vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
No.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Issa? Mr. Issa votes no. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Roy? Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Gooden? Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Nels? Mr. Nels votes no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Kiley? Ms. Hageman? Ms. Lee? Mr. Hunt? Mr. Fry? Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes no. Mr. Knott? Mr. Knott votes no. Mr. Harris? Mr. Harris votes no. Mr. Onder? Mr. Onder votes no. Mr. Schmidt? Mr. Gill? Mr. Gill votes no. Mr. Baumgartner? Mr. Baumgartner votes no. Mr. Raskin?
Aye.
Mr. Raskin votes aye. Mr. Nadler? Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes yes. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Liu? Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Correa? Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Mr. Neguse? Ms. McBath? Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Ross? Ms. Ross votes aye. Ms. Ballant? Ms. Ballant votes aye. Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Kamlager-Dove? Ms. Kamlager-Dove votes aye. Mr. Moskowitz? Mr. Moskowitz votes aye. Mr. Goldman? Ms. Crockett? Ms. Crockett votes aye. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany votes no. Ms. Hageman? Ms. Hageman votes no. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Gooden? Mr. Gooden votes no. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy votes no.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 14 ayes and 20 noes.
Amendment is not agreed to. Who seeks recognition? Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report. Gentleman from Arizona reserves point of order.
Amendment to the amendment.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would strike Section 70303. Let me tell you why that section is in the bill. People keep suing Donald Trump when he violates the Constitution. And when Donald Trump keeps losing in court, when Trump started disappearing people and shipping them off to El Salvador without providing evidence of a crime or allowing them to defend themselves in court, judges ordered him to stop. When Trump tried to withhold federal funds from public schools just because they refused to parrot his viewpoints, judges barred him from doing that. And when Trump inserted himself into elections in an unconstitutional way, a judge blocked it. And that is just within the last week. Federal judges have already issued over 100 court orders that block and pause the Trump administration's lawless and unconstitutional actions, and that's where this bill comes in. MAGA Republicans are trying to use this spending bill to keep Americans from using the courts to constrain Trump's illegal actions. They are saying that unless you can hand over a lot of money when Trump and his administration violate your rights, they can just keep on violating them. It's just one more way that MAGA Republicans and the Trump administration want to trample on your rights unless you're rich. They want to bar the courthouse door so that no one can stop Trump from acting like a king. But we cannot let them get away with that. This country is built on the rule of law, and no one is above the law, not even Donald Trump. The judicial branch is essential to ensuring that the rights guaranteed under our Constitution actually mean something. That's why my amendment strikes this section of the MAGA spending bill so that anytime Trump or any other future president violates the law, Americans can go to court and stop it before any more harm is done. Remember, this country is about we the people, not about Donald Trump the king. And I urge my colleagues to support this amendment to protect our fundamental rights and liberties, and with that I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Question. Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to salute my colleague for introducing this amendment and urge all of our colleagues to support it. There now have been more than 100 preliminary injunctions or temporary restraining orders issued by dozens and dozens of courts across the land against the reign of lawlessness and chaos unleashed against us. And rather than actually using our authority as the United States House of Representatives Judiciary Committee to try to get the administration to comply with court orders and to comply with the law, this legislation would actually try to undermine the rule of law by making it harder for the courts to actually enforce their contempt citations against the president. So the gentleman's amendment simply says that Rather, the gentleman's amendment is to strike the language which would prohibit the use of funds to enforce a contempt citation. And that's the very least we should be doing, and we really ought to be encouraging the executive branch of government and the president, whose job it is to take care that the laws are faithfully executed, to faithfully execute the laws. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Georgia. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Can we request a recorded vote, please?
Recorded vote being requested. The clerk call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
Nope.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Issa? Mr. Issa votes no. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey? Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Gooden? Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Nels? Mr. Nels votes no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Kiley? Ms. Hageman? Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Hunt? Mr. Fry? Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes no. Mr. Knott? Mr. Knott votes no. Mr. Harris? Mr. Harris votes no. Mr. Onder? Mr. Onder votes no. Mr. Schmidt? Mr. Schmidt votes no. Mr. Gill?
Mr. Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill votes no. Mr. Baumgartner? Mr. Baumgartner votes no. Mr. Raskin?
Aye.
Mr. Raskin votes aye. Mr. Nadler?
Aye.
Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Liu? Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Correa? Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Mr. Neguse? Ms. McBath? Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Ross? Ms. Ross votes aye. Ms. Ballant? Ms. Ballant votes aye. Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Kamlager-Dove? Ms. Kamlager-Dove votes aye. Mr. Moskowitz? Mr. Moskowitz votes aye. Mr. Goldman? Ms. Crockett? Ms. Crockett? Ms. Crockett votes aye. Mr. Gooden votes no. Mr. Massey, you are not recorded. Mr. Massey votes no. Ms. Hageman, you are not recorded. Ms. Hageman votes no.
Clerk report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 14 ayes and 21 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent that amendment be considered. Correa, number 20.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment is...
Hang on. Clerk will report.
Amendment to the amendment in the
Without
nature.
objection, the amendment be considered as read. The gentleman from Arizona reserves a point of order. The gentleman from California is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment is a very simple one. It would ensure that no money from this legislation goes to ICE raids at elementary schools. Since 2011, ICE has barred enforcement actions at sensitive locations like schools, places of worship, that is churches, and shelters for surviving domestic or sexual violence survivors. Under this administration, that is no more, that is no longer the policy. Earlier this month, ICE agents showed up at 2 Los Angeles schools trying to conduct what they called wellness checks on 5 students. These students were from 1st grade through 5th grade. The ICE agents claimed that they had the permission of the students' parents or guardians to speak with them. But the superintendent of LA Unified said that the parents and guardians of these students had in fact not given their consent. There was no permission to do so. And last month, just right here in Washington, D.C., ICE agents wearing masks and bulletproof vests showed up at an elementary school and unsuccessfully tried to detain a school nurse. Mr. Chairman, by adopting this amendment and ensuring that ICE stays out of elementary schools, we're going to make sure that students study and can learn in a safe environment without fearing ICE raids. Mr. Chairman, I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and with that, I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Question occurs on the amendment from the gentleman. Point of order is withdrawn. Question occurs on the amendment, gentleman from California. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Independent of the chairs, the noes have it.
Recorded vote, Mr. Chairman.
Vote being requested, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
No.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Issa? Mr. Issa votes no. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Gooden? Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Nels? Mr. Nels votes no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Kiley? Ms. Hageman? Ms. Hageman votes no. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Hunt? Mr. Fry? Mr. Gruthman? Mr. Gruthman votes no. Mr. Knott? Mr. Knott votes no. Mr. Harris? Mr. Harris votes no. Mr. Onder? Mr. Onder votes no. Mr. Schmidt? Mr. Schmidt votes no. Mr. Gill? Mr. Gill votes no. Mr. Baumgartner? Mr. Baumgartner votes no. Mr. Raskin? Mr. Raskin votes aye. Mr. Nadler? Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes yes. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Liu? Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Correa? Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Mr. Neguse? Ms. McBath? Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Ross? Ms. Ross votes aye. Ms. Ballant? Ms. Ballant votes aye. Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Kamlager-Dove? Ms. Kamlager-Dove votes aye. Mr. Moskowitz? Mr. Moskowitz votes aye. Mr. Goldman? Ms. Crockett? Ms. Crockett votes yes.
Clerk report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 14 ayes and 20 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report. Gentleman from Arizona reserves point of order.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee.
Objection, the amendment be considered as read. The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. So my amendment would prohibit the use of funds made available under this bill from being used for the implementation of or the defense of the executive order trying to end birthright citizenship. For more than a century, there have been few legal questions as open and shut as whether being born in the United States makes someone a U.S. citizen, whether you look at legislative history or Supreme Court precedent. But that's what President Trump's executive order attempting to end birthright citizenship is doing. It's a blatant attempt to rewrite our nation's history and our Constitution. After repeatedly failing to convince the American public or to get the votes to support ending birthright citizenship, our Republican colleagues have stooped to cheering from the sidelines as this president attempts to do an end run on the Constitution with a tortured reading of the English language and more than a century of legal analysis. And don't just take it from me. Every court that's looked at this disagrees with the administration's legal and historic interpretation, all four of them. And those are judges appointed by Reagan, Bush, Obama, and Biden. Beyond that, religious leaders, including the late Pope Francis, have decried the cruelty and inhumanity of this effort to end U.S. birthright citizenship. It's clear that this president and his right-wing allies want to dictate their opinions about who is worthy of being a citizen of our country and who isn't, based on who their parents are and where their parents are from. ensuring a government that's not for the people, but for some people. So it's the absolute antithesis of the promise of America, and that's why my amendment would ensure that no funds allocated under this bill can be used to enforce or defend this administration's misguided and unconstitutional attempt to end birthright citizenship. So I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this important amendment from my colleague from Pennsylvania. It was actually a judge in Washington State who was the second judge. He was the judge appointed by President Reagan, who issued initially a temporary restraining order and then a preliminary injunction. And I wanted to quote what he said, because I think it was just so to the point and so important that this is, again, a judge appointed by a Republican president. And he said, "It has become ever more apparent that to our president, the rule of law is but an impediment to his policy goals." This is what Judge Kohinoor said. And then he continued, "In this courtroom and under my watch, the rule of law is a bright beacon which I intend to follow." I wish that all of our colleagues on the Judiciary Committee were as clear about the rule of law and the bright line that stands, that is supposed to be what we are pledging our oath to. I wish that our colleagues on the Judiciary Committee would say this very simple sentence: the rule of law is a bright beacon which I intend to follow. You know, we pledge allegiance to the flag at every Judiciary Committee hearing, and you assume that when we pledge allegiance to the flag, that also means that we're going to pledge allegiance to uphold the Constitution. And yet it seems that on this committee, just tonight, just this evening, Republican colleagues have voted against ensuring that everybody receives due process first, and then Republican colleagues voted to allow Donald Trump to detain and deport U.S. citizens. Now, some of them skipped out for the vote because they didn't want to be on record for it. But the ones that stayed here and voted, you're going to have to explain to your constituents who elected you why you voted to allow Donald Trump to allow ICE to detain and deport a U.S. citizen. Why you allowed Donald Trump to allow people to be deported with no due process. And so I raise this in the context of birthright citizenship because Republicans have consistently said that it's outrageous that there are these nationwide injunctions that are happening. This is targeting Donald Trump. In fact, here in this committee, we've debated laws that, or bills that would eliminate the ability to have nationwide injunctions. And yet, the reality is, if you do illegal, unconstitutional stuff, then you should expect a nationwide injunction. Trying to repeal birthright citizenship is illegal. It's unconstitutional. And I think that this amendment, which just basically says no funds shall be made available to enforce Executive Order 1416, entitled Protecting the Meaning and Value of American Citizenship. If anybody really understood what it means to protect the meaning and the value of American citizenship, it should be that you understand you got to stand up for the Constitution. You got to stand up for, as the Reagan-appointed judge, John Kohinoor, said, you got to stand up for the rule of law as a bright beacon. I think that his observation that it's more and more apparent to our president that the rule of law is but an impediment to his policy goals, those are his words. I would like to see some of my Republican colleagues actually be willing to say that they're not going to allow the rule of law to just be an impediment. We are the Judiciary Committee, after all. We should be even more conscious of this than any committee in this Congress. But that has clearly not been the case so far. I was waiting for somebody on the other side to prove me wrong on the U.S. citizen piece and vote with us to ensure that no funds were used to allow ICE to deport and detain U.S. citizens, but that didn't happen. So I'm going to continue to hold out hope, but be not disappointed when we see nobody on the other side willing to stand up here for the Constitution and the right to have birthright citizenship. So I thank you, Ms. Scanlon, for introducing this amendment, and I am proudly supporting it. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Maryland.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make two quick points in support of Ms. Scanlon's excellent amendment here. One's about the past and one's about the future. And the historical point is that people who would trifle with the modern foundational principle of birthright citizenship really need to consider what they're standing for. Because in the Dred Scott decision, the Supreme Court said that the enslaved people and their descendants, African Americans, could never be citizens within the meaning of the diversity jurisdiction clause of the Constitution. So Dred Scott, remember, was trying to sue to say that he'd actually become a free man when he was brought into Missouri during the time of the Missouri Compromise. And the Taney Court said no, he couldn't even get in a court. He didn't have standing because he wasn't a citizen, because an African American could never be a citizen. There, the Supreme Court proclaimed a racial definition of citizenship in the United States. Well, after the Civil War and during the writing of the Reconstruction Amendments, the very first sentence of the 14th Amendment was, all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and the state in which they reside. Okay, so the very first sentence of the 14th Amendment overturned the Dred Scott decision to that extent, and it replaced a racial concept of citizenship with a birthright concept of citizenship. So this attack on birthright citizenship, which is obviously blatantly unconstitutional, is essentially an attempt to resurrect a discredited, invalidated concept of what it means to be a U.S. citizen, which was based on race, rather than based on being a member of the national community across the lines of race and gender. But the other thing I want to say is this is actually an important, effective amendment that the gentlelady from Pennsylvania advances, because the administration has talked about trying to effectuate their mistaken concept of citizenship by denying U.S. citizens whose parents were not U.S. citizens certain rights under the Constitution, such as the right to be enrolled in Social Security, or even the right to get a passport. So by saying that we're not going to make funds available for this purpose, we're actually preserving the constitutional notion of birthright citizenship, and we're going to be saving a lot of money, a lot of resources, and more humiliation for the administration, which keeps losing in court on a daily basis. I think now they have more than 200 executive orders, but more than 100 judicial injunctions striking down executive orders and executive actions that are in conflict with the Constitution. So let's at least save that particular disgrace if they try to go down the road of preventing people who are born in the United States, who've been citizens their whole lives, suddenly the right to be in Social Security or to get a passport. With that, I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker? Mr. Chairman, rather.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York.
I don't want to promote you. Mr. Chairman, I asked to strike last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, this attempt by the Trump administration to deny birthright citizenship is an attempt to deny what has been clear since Magna Carta. Magna Carta was based on jus soli, the law of the land, and said that you were a citizen if you were on the land. That's what jus soli means. When the Dred Scott decision came down, it sought to say, okay, everybody is a citizen of the United States born here, except for black people, because they have no rights at all. They're not people. That was the Dred Scott decision. The Civil Rights Amendment, the Civil Rights Act of 1866, was passed specifically to change that. And the Civil Rights Act of 1866, Senator Trumbull, its author, said, Lyman Trumbull, that, well, he drafted it to say that you're a citizen of the United States if you were born here, or unless you were a child of diplomats stationed here or Indians not taxed. When they drafted the 14th Amendment, they simply took those two phrases, put them together to say, subject to the jurisdiction thereof. But the legislative history is clear that they meant children of diplomats here representing a foreign government or Indians not taxed. The Indians not taxed was changed by the Dawes Act of 1924. So the attempt by the administration to change all this is an attempt to change the history of the United States, to change the constitutional rights of the United States, to change the rights of Englishmen recognized back to Magna Carta. This will not stand. It must not stand. It is the first thing, along with due process. If there are two things that define us as a free country, it is this and due process. And this administration is trying to do away with both of them. We cannot permit that, and this is why we must support this amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Pennsylvania. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. Any of the chair, the noes have it.
I'd request a recorded
Gentlelady
vote.
requests recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
No.
Mr. Jordan votes no.
So
Mr.
what
Issa?
did you have like that?
Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Gooden? Mr. Gooden votes no. Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Nels? Mr. Nels votes no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Kiley? Ms. Hageman? Ms. Hageman votes no. Ms. Lee? Mr. Hunt? Mr. Fry? Mr. Grothman? Mr. Knott? Mr. Knott votes no. Mr. Harris? Mr. Harris votes no. Mr. Onder? Mr. Onder votes no. Mr. Schmidt? Mr. Schmidt votes no. Mr. Gill? Mr. Gill votes no. Mr. Baumgartner? Mr. Raskin?
Aye.
Mr. Raskin votes aye. Mr. Nadler? Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Liu? Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Correa? Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Scanlon?
Aye.
Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse votes aye. Ms. McBath? Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Ross? Ms. Ross votes aye. Ms. Ballot? Ms. Ballot votes aye. Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Kamlager-Dove? Ms. Kamlager-Dove votes aye. Mr. Moskowitz? Mr. Moskowitz votes aye. Mr. Goldman? Mr. Goldman votes aye. Ms. Crockett?
Aye.
Ms. Crockett votes aye. Mr. Issa, you're not recorded. Mr. Issa votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald, you're not recorded. Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Grothman votes no.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 16 ayes and 20 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Gentlelady from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Without objection, gentleman from California reserves a point of order. Without objection, the amendment be considered as read. The gentlelady is recognized to explain the amendment.
Thank you. My amendment simply would require that 0.5% of the more than $81 billion made available under this title be used for oversight. The Accountability is the cornerstone of trust in our government. Federal funds are not abstract, they're not theoretical numbers, whether allocated to law enforcement, victim services, crime prevention, or immigration enforcement. They are real taxpayer dollars. And taxpayers expect to see how their hard-earned money is being spent, and an expectation that this is being spent efficiently and effectively and for its intended purpose. As we've seen with the recent abrupt terminations of DOJ Office of Justice Program grants, the absence of rigorous oversight leads to chaos, careless mistakes, and harm, particularly to the most vulnerable that are within our communities. And as the cost of everyday goods and services continue to rise, corporations are being downsized and federal employees are bearing the brunt of reductions in force. And the expenditure of more than $81 billion in taxpayer dollars requires transparency and nonpartisan oversight. It's a very simple amendment, and I hope that my colleagues, all my colleagues, would find common sense in this piece of legislation, and I yield back.
Lady yields back. Gentleman from New York.
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my.
Point of order is withdrawn. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I very much support this amendment, not only for the reasons stated by Mrs. McBath, but the fact is that I'd like to know how the net effect of DOGE. We were told initially that DOGE would save us $3 trillion. And they went around like maniacs, destroying all kinds of government departments. Then we were told successively lower and lower amounts until it's now $150 billion. We know that a lot of the scientific conduct that they have stripped will really hurt our competitiveness in the future and will destroy our ability to, because today's science is tomorrow's products, will destroy our ability to compete with China, and it's shifting lots of students to China from here. So I'd like to know, and I think this will tell us, how much has DOGE saved us or net cost us? I suspect that DOGE has very much net cost this country a lot of money and has done a lot of damage, and I'd like to know how much, and that's another reason to support this amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Question occurs on the amendment from the lady from Georgia. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. The chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted.
Chair, I request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
No.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Issa? Mr. Issa votes no. Mr. Biggs? Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Gooden? Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Nels? Mr. Nels votes no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Kiley? Ms. Hageman? Ms. Hageman votes no. Ms. Lee? Mr. Hunt? Mr. Fry? Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes no. Mr. Knott? Mr. Knott votes no. Mr. Harris? Mr. Harris votes no. Mr. Onder? Mr. Onder votes no. Mr. Schmidt? Mr. Gill? Mr. Gill votes no. Mr. Baumgardner? Mr. Raskin? Mr. Raskin votes aye. Mr. Nadler? Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Liu? Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Correa? Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse votes aye. Ms. McBath? Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Ross? Ms. Ross votes aye. Ms. Ballant? Ms. Ballant votes aye. Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Kamlager-Dove? Ms. Kamlager-Dove votes aye. Mr. Moskowitz? Mr. Moskowitz votes aye. Mr. Goldman? Ms. Crockett? Ms. Crockett votes aye. Mr. Gooden votes no. Mr. Schmidt? Mr. Schmidt votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald, you are not recorded. Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Goldman, you are not recorded. Mr. Goldman votes aye.
Clerk report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 16 ayes and 19 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Who seeks recognition? I won't wait a whole lot longer, but if someone wants to go.
I have an amendment at the desk.
Okay. Okay. Gentlelady
I'll
from
defer to
California.
Ms. Ross.
Then I'll go to North Carolina.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you going? Okay, I have an
Oh.
amendment at the desk.
Well, I thought, I'll come back to you. I'm sorry. I recognize Ms. Lofgren.
Oh,
No, I'll defer to
Oh,
Ms.
okay, you want to go in a certain, okay. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
okay, Ms. Lofgren's going to love my amendment. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report. Gentleman from California reserves point of order.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a
Without
substitute.
objection, the amendment be considered as read. Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment is simple. It would ensure that ICE cannot use any of the funds in this bill to terminate the legal status of student visa holders without providing them with reasonable notice and an opportunity to challenge the termination, a minimum requirement for due process. The Trump administration is turning university campuses into places of fear, including my own NC State University. NC State and universities like that are places of learning with many, many international students. Using immigration enforcement as a weapon to stifle free speech, restrict due process, and attack legal immigration is an attack on knowledge and progress. ICE has been manually terminating students' illegal status in the Student Exchange Visitor Information Service, SEVIS, a web-based system used for foreign students to track their visa status. In some cases, ICE does not even notify students in universities of these terminations, leaving students vulnerable to sudden apprehension with no explanation for why they are being targeted. Students are not only having their legal status terminated because of political views, but even for minor infractions like speeding tickets or a fishing citation. These terminations by ICE are unlawful, and that's why federal judges around the country have issued more than 40 emergency orders blocking ICE from unilaterally terminating the legal status of hundreds of students. On April 25th, the Trump administration abruptly changed its mind and backed down, announcing in court that it will restore the legal status of thousands of students who had their status terminated in SEVIS, and that ICE would work on developing its policy for these terminations. I have no faith that this policy will be any better than the previous blatantly unlawful attempts to terminate status. The stress and disruption these policies cause many of our international students is permanent. Many have already left the United States and are fearful to return to their studies here. These are the sorts of people our country should be attracting, soon to be scientists, researchers, and engineers. And instead, the half-baked policies of this administration are driving them away from our world-renowned universities. Congress should have a say here. ICE should never again be able to attack our educational institutions like this. If ICE is going to terminate the legal status of a student, It must provide reasonable notice and an opportunity to challenge that termination. I urge the committee to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this amendment. I don't know if anyone else on this committee has ever been on a student visa. Anybody? I don't think so. I have. I've been on a student visa. That's how I came to the United States as a student. And I just want to tell you what it's like, because it takes a lot of work, first of all, to apply for the visa, to get the visa. It's enormous financial obligation, and this incredible sense of excitement. You know, for me, as I was 16 years old when I came to the United States to go to college, and the whole process was terrifying, like literally terrifying. I would have to stand in line at the US Embassy, and you don't know what they're gonna say, you don't know what they're gonna ask, you've got everything prepared, you've done all the work, you have made sure you have great grades, you have done all the things that you hope will allow you entry to this great country. And then you get on the plane, and when you get to the airport in the United States, you have no idea if they're going to still say yes or no. So the entire flight, you are in fear. I just want you to try and imagine this. You are literally in fear that you're going to be turned back, because you know that when you get a visa, there's no guarantee that you can get in. You have the approval, but anybody at the border could say, no, you're not going to get in. So I would get panic attacks, anxiety attacks on the plane, because I'm 16 years old, I'm coming to a brand new country, my parents are there, they've used everything that they have, every dollar, $5,000 is what they had in their savings account. And they used it to send me here. And you don't know what's gonna happen. And you're putting everything that you have into this visa. And then you get here, and you do everything you can to make sure you're getting good grades, that you're doing what you need to do, that you're, you know, in my case, paying it forward, responding responsibly to what my parents sacrificed. And imagine then, if in the middle of that, all the money you've put in, all the effort, all the sacrifices that have been made, all the contributions you're making, if suddenly you are told, you get a letter that says you have to leave the country, we're revoking your visa, and you have to leave the country. I think it was within 48 hours, I believe that's correct in the letters. And there are some people, because I know them, they called me from outside of the country, who were terrified and thought that the Trump administration had the legal authority to do that, and so they left, even though it was illegal and it was challenged in court over and over again, and it was the courts, multiple courts, 40 courts said, you can't do this. And those visas supposedly are going to be reinstated. We'll see. But for the people who left, some of them left all of their stuff here. They were so terrified. And so I just want this committee to understand that these are real people we're talking about. And listen, I got lots of amendments tonight because this stuff matters. It matters. I don't think there's a single member on this committee, or certainly not one in the room, that has been through the immigration system. There's only 19 of us that are naturalized citizens that serve in the United States House of Representatives today. And so when we talk about immigration, I hope that my Republican colleagues will understand that those of us who came to this country to study, to become US citizens, maybe to be fortunate enough to serve in the United States Congress, this is real for us because we believe so much in the United States of America. So when the United States of America reneges on its promises and says to thousands of foreign students who have been gracing our universities, gracing our research, our innovation, our creativity, and says, all of a sudden the Trump administration says, nope, you don't get your visa anymore, even though it's illegal, what they're doing, it has struck fear into the hearts of so many people. And I'll tell you, Mr. Chairman, I think you know I was just in India. On my way back, I had the names of Hakeem Jeffries, I had your phone number in my phone too. I would have called you. I wasn't sure what would happen to me when I got to the border. And I had that same sense of like, what happens if I'm at the border and they suddenly say, you know, I'm going to detain you, which is the amendment that I had about US citizens. And so I just want you to know that this is not theoretical, and it is really impacting and terrorizing people across this country. And I hope that we can support this amendment of Ms. Ross's because it is so important to who we are and what we do to draw people here to the United States of America. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields, yields back.
Mr. Chairman?
Question.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like
Gentlelady
to
from-
strike the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized.
I enjoyed listening to the ranking member's comments about her experience from the point of view of a student. I'd like to take a different perspective, which is the point of view of the American economy. Idaho National Labs indicated that over 80% of growth in GDP in the United States for the past several decades has been tied to science and technology. And so we damage our science enterprise at our peril. Our economy will pay a price. This issue of student visas is part of that whole mosaic. Nearly 50% of the Americans who've won a Nobel Prize in the sciences are Americans born in another country, Americans by choice. And most of them came here as students. And then they did their research, and then they got their Nobel Prize, and they advanced science. Without science, there's no technology. So if you couple the fear, actually, applications for student visas has dropped precipitously. And I think we're going to see an acceleration of that, not only because of the revocation, but because of the publicity of certain students being arrested and detained and, you know, brutalized. And so and then there's the cuts in science funding. There's actually been a decline among many universities of the admission of graduate students in the hard sciences because they can't figure out how they're going to pay for the research. So if you put it all together, students being afraid to come because of what might happen to them, cuts in research funding, so less students are being admitted to graduate programs, student visas being arbitrarily removed for no apparent reason, we're going to have less science and we're going to have less technology, and our economy is going to pay a price. So this doesn't solve all of those problems, but it solves part of the problems. And I think we should take seriously, and on a bipartisan basis, frankly, the need to remedy the situation that we found ourselves in. Because we saw today, the economy is moving in the wrong direction. We're the only nation, a developed nation, that has an actual decline in GDP this year. You go look at Europe, they've got growth, they've got GDP growth. So we ought to pay attention to the building blocks that we need to have to turn that around. This is part of that. And I thank Ms. Ross for introducing it. And I hope that we might begin the steps here on a bipartisan basis on the committee to start turning this decline around, because not only will we pay for it, but our children and grandchildren will pay for it. The damage that's being done is not going to be easy to unwind. And if we don't put a stop to it soon, we may never be able to reverse it. Already we're seeing some of the best minds in the world going to other countries instead of us. And the country that owns AI, that owns quantum computing, that owns fusion, is going to own the future. They are going to dominate the world economy. And if it's not us, if it's China instead of us, we will deeply, deeply regret it. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Yeah, we're letting chainsaw thinking destroy our country. And it's deeply disturbing that because folks are in fear of crossing the guy who is wielding the chainsaw, they are allowing our country to be destroyed, and they know better. Our children's future is at risk. And it's just deeply disturbing that we're not addressing the harm that is being done. Everybody can see it, everybody knows it, but nobody wants to stop it, except for those who don't have the power to do so. We as Democrats don't have the power, and so we can't stop it legislatively. The harm that's being done is almost unfathomable, and it's almost unalterable. I have abundant hope in the future of mankind and in the future of America, but I'm really fearful about where we're headed now. We've always been a nation of immigrants. It's immigrants, people who came to this country, who have made this country what it is, and we were all immigrants to this country. Each and every one of us. Now, black folks were brought over here as slaves, and but we are citizens now. We may have John Lewis used to say we came over on different ships, but we're in the same boat now. And so all of us are suffering as a result of this chainsaw maniac who is dismantling, destroying our country. And I'm just deeply disturbed about it, and I think we should all think about it, and I think we should all have the courage to take responsibility for doing something about it, even if it costs us our seats, even if it causes us to be unpopular among the people who elected us. We still have a responsibility to the nation that made us so prosperous and free. We have a responsibility to protect and preserve that for our children. We don't want our children to be coming up under authoritarian rule like they do in China, like they do in Russia, like they do in other places across this world. We've got to remain at the vanguard. We've got to remain the leaders of the free world, but we are sawing the limbs off, and we're hurting ourselves, and it's never too late for us to turn the corner and start doing the right thing, and I urge my colleagues to do that.
The gentleman yield.
I will.
Thank you so much for those thoughtful remarks, Mr. Johnson. I just want to add something to what you've said and to what Ms. Lofgren said before, and thank Ms. Jayapal for kicking us off by giving us the students' view of this, and Ms. Lofgren talked about the economy, and I thought I'd just say a word about the academic, institutional perspective on this, because I was, you guys know, I was a law professor for a long time, but I was also a dean for a while, and the international students are a really critical force in the school, intellectually and socially and culturally, but also financially. And I just looked it up. There were 1.2 million foreign students in America last year, contributing more than $42 billion to the American economy. You know, I think we take it for granted that everybody loves America. They love our music, they love our movies, they love our culture, they love the openness and boundlessness of this society. But if we keep sending messages of hostility and indifference to people's rights, and we start getting the word out there that we're a closed society and we're not interested anymore in getting people from around the world, we're going to see those numbers slide really quickly. And this is not just in blue states and blue districts. We got universities and colleges all over the land who are going to suffer if we send the message to foreign students that they're not welcome here, or we could yank their chains if we don't like the way they think or what they speak or what they're doing, or if we just decide to start messing around with them. So I'm into big, open, boundless America. I want an America that invites people in. And the chairman and I have always talked about the First Amendment being speech and counter speech and let 1,000 flowers bloom. And that should be our approach as opposed to cracking down on students for no real reason. So I thank you.
Would the gentleman yield?
It's no longer my time. It's Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I just wanted to quickly emphasize how important that point was, because there are already people that have contacted me telling me that they are choosing to abandon their research projects here, that they don't want to come to school here, that they're going to go to Germany. They're being courted by people all over the world, and they're abandoning the idea of coming to America precisely because of what they see happening. I yield. Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I want to build on what Ms. Jayapal just said about students not wanting to be here. The United States has been dominant economically because of our dominance scientifically. But that wasn't always true. At the beginning of the last century, in 1900, 36% of the Nobel Prizes in science went to Germany. About 20% went to England, 6% went to the United States. That got reversed by three developments. First, Hitler. Hitler chased out the Jews. The Jews were 1% of the German population, but about 40 or 50% of the German scientists. And those people, like Albert Einstein and a lot of other people, came here because this was a place of refuge. Secondly, World War II. World War II left everybody else decimated. The United States was the only country that wasn't decimated. And a decision was made by the United States government in 1945, a very intelligent decision, to invest in research. For the government to invest in research and not dictate it. We would invest billions of dollars, give it to the universities with no strings attached, and expect that eventually the society would be paid back in scientific progress and prosperity, and that's exactly what happened. It's exactly what happened. And now where are we? Now the Trump administration is reversing that. They're making the foreign students, we always had foreign students come here. Chinese students came here and still do. And they get trained here. And a lot of them stay here and contribute to our economy. Now, the Trump administration is making foreign students feel unwelcome. And China is doing everything to bring them to China. And China will end up where we are, dominant where we are now, but won't be very much longer. They will be dominant in science, they will be dominant in technology, and they will be dominant in military power because of the science and the technology. So we are making a very, very bad mistake, and the gentlelady's amendment would go some way toward reversing this mistake, and I certainly hope we adopt it because this country, we want this country to stay prosperous, we want it to stay strong, and we don't want it to be subservient to China, and we don't want our prosperity to go away because we have to pay through the nose for Chinese technology and products. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question occurs on the amendment from the gentlelady from North Carolina. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Gentlelady requests a roll call vote. The clerk call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
No.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Issa?
Okay. So
Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Gooden? Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Nels? Mr. Nels votes no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Kiley? Ms. Hageman? Ms. Hageman votes no. Ms. Lee? Mr. Hunt? Mr. Fry? Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes no. Mr. Knott? Mr. Knott votes no. Mr. Harris? Mr. Harris votes no. Mr. Onder? Mr. Onder votes no. Mr. Schmidt? Mr. Gill? Mr. Gill votes no. Mr. Baumgardner? Mr. Raskin? Mr. Raskin votes aye. Mr. Nadler?
Aye.
Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren?
Aye.
Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Liu? Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Correa? Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Mr. Neguse? Ms. McBath? Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Ross? Ms. Ross votes aye. Ms. Ballant? Ms. Ballant votes aye. Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Kamlager-Dove? Ms. Kamlager-Dove votes aye. Mr. Moskowitz? Mr. Moskowitz votes aye. Mr. Goldman? Mr. Goldman votes aye. Ms. Crockett? Ms. Crockett votes aye. Mr. Issa, you're not recorded. Mr. Issa votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald, you're not recorded. Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Gooden votes no. Mr. Schmidt votes no.
Clerk report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 15 ayes and 20 noes.
Amendment is not agreed to. Now, who seeks recognition? The gentlelady from Vermont is recognized.
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report. Gentleman from Arizona reserves.
Amendment to the
Without
amendment.
objection, the amendment be considered as read. The gentlelady from Vermont is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to keep this brief. I know we've been here a long time, but my amendment is simple. None of the funds made available by this subtitle may be used by U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement to detain or remove an alien under Section 237A-4C of the Immigration and Nationality Act. Mr. Chair, on April 14th, Mohsen Madawi, a green card holder and Vermont resident for over a decade, entered a local U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services office for what was supposed to be his last citizenship interview. Instead, he was arrested and detained by masked, hooded agents and taken into an unmarked vehicle. It was all a setup. He was lured there under the guise of it being the last step in his citizenship process. He followed all the rules, and yet it didn't matter. Mahmoud Khalil, another green card holder, was snatched away in front of his pregnant wife and sent away to an ICE detention facility in Louisiana, hundreds of miles away from his family and home in New York. These abductions are the stuff of authoritarian nightmares, straight from the book of dictators. The underhanded and deceitful nature of Mohsen's arrest is an affront to the values of fairness and decency. It's against our Constitution. It's un-American. The Trump administration has twisted a Cold War-era statute to deport individuals because of their protected views and their protected speech. Yesterday, I led my colleagues in demanding Mohsen's release in front of the State Department. And this morning, we were elated to hear that a federal judge has ordered his release on bail, saying that, quote, 2 weeks of detention so far demonstrate great harm to a person who has been charged with no crime. Today, I offer this amendment to ensure that no taxpayer dollars are used for illegal abductions. The administration is relying on vague language in the Immigration and Nationality Act to claim that Mr. Madawi and Mr. Khalil's speech related to Israel and Palestine has somehow had adverse foreign policy consequences on the United States. But no one has provided any evidence of the adverse foreign policy consequences resulting from Mohsen's or Mahmoud's speech in support of peace. And the Trump administration does not allege that either person has committed a crime. They have not been charged with a crime. The Constitution guarantees the right to speak freely without fear or retribution from our government. This right belongs to everyone on American soil. Donald Trump and his enablers are attacking the rule of law under the guise of immigration enforcement. Whether or not you agree with the political views of Mahmoud or Mohsen, their kidnappings should terrify you. We, Congress, we have a duty to act. We must take action to stop this administration from silencing us. I'm not going to stay silent. I know my colleagues on this side of the aisle are not going to stay silent. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment to hold this administration accountable for these illegal kidnappings. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Question occurs on the amendment.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
There is a very great federal judge named Marianne Trump Berry who declared this section to be unconstitutional on its face. And it, of course, is hopelessly vague and overly broad. And so it basically indulges in every particular First Amendment sin. And I think we're seeing today the danger of having a provision like this on the books. I think Judge Trump Berry had it right. It is unconstitutional on its face. And, as we've often said, this shouldn't be about trying to judge the underlying speech. It should be taking a principled approach to the First Amendment and people's right to speak in the country. And so I strongly favor this amendment, and I hope we can all support it.
The gentleman yield for a question?
Yes, by all means.
Is Judge Trump Barry by any chance related to the president?
Oh, there's that. Marianne Trump Berry.
I believe she's his sister.
Yeah, I think that might be President Trump's sister, and a very fine judge indeed. All right, I yield back to you, Mr.
Despite her brother, yes.
Gentleman yields back. Question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Vermont. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Could we have a recorded vote on that, please?
A recorded vote requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
No.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Issa? Mr. Issa votes no. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Gooden? Mr. Gooden votes no. Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Nels? Mr. Nels votes no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Kiley? Ms. Hageman? Ms. Hageman votes no. Ms. Lee? Mr. Hunt? Mr. Fry? Mr. Grothman? Mr. Knott? Mr. Harris? Mr. Harris votes no. Mr. Onder? Mr. Onder votes no. Mr. Schmidt? Mr. Schmidt votes no. Mr. Gill? Mr. Gill votes no. Mr. Baumgardner? Mr. Raskin? Mr. Raskin votes aye. Mr. Nadler?
Aye.
Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren?
Aye.
Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Mr. Liu? Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Correa? Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Mr. Neguse? Ms. McBath? Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Ross? Ms. Ballant? Ms. Ballant votes aye. Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Kamlager-Dove? Ms. Kamlager-Dove votes aye. Mr. Moskowitz? Mr. Moskowitz votes yes. Mr. Goldman? Mr. Goldman votes aye. Ms. Crockett? Ms. Crockett votes aye. Ms. Ross, you're not recorded. Ms. Ross votes aye. Mr. Knott? Mr. Knott votes no. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes no. Mr. Chairman, there are 15 ayes and 19 noes.
Amendment is not agreed to. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Illinois is
Chairman,
recognized.
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report. Point of order reserved by gentleman from Arizona.
Amendments to the amendment and the
Without
nature.
objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment is simple. It says that ICE cannot use funds in this bill to conduct civil immigration enforcement actions at houses of worship. For 30 years, presidents of both parties restricted ICE from conducting immigration raids at sensitive locations like churches and schools. A recent poll showed that 2/3 of Americans oppose raids at houses of worship. But when Trump took office for a second time, he reversed this policy. Several ICE raids at or near churches followed shortly after. These actions have sowed fear in many religious communities, particularly Christian communities. Some churches have even moved their services online because people fear going in person. I've listened to my Republican colleagues talk about faith. Many of them frequently emphasize their commitment to Christianity and other religions. So I would ask, how does ICE raids at houses of worship advance freedom of religion? And it reminds me of the late Pope Francis, who urged us to, and I quote, give in to narratives that discriminate against and cause unnecessary suffering to our migrant refugee brothers and sisters. So he urged us not to give in to that. I urge my colleagues to respect the freedom of religion, to respect houses of worship, and to support this amendment.
Gentleman yields back. Question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Illinois. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Gentlelady from Vermont requests a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
No.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Issa? Mr. Issa votes no. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey? Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Gooden? Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Nels? Mr. Nels votes no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Kiley? Ms. Hageman? Ms. Hageman votes no. Ms. Lee? Mr. Hunt? Mr. Fry? Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes no. Mr. Knott? Mr. Knott votes no. Mr. Harris? Mr. Harris votes no. Mr. Onder? Mr. Onder votes no. Mr. Schmidt? Mr. Schmidt votes no. Mr. Gill? Mr. Gill votes no. Mr. Baumgardner? Mr. Raskin? Mr. Nadler?
Aye.
Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren?
Yes.
Ms. Lofgren votes yes. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Mr. Liu? Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Correa? Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Mr. Neguse? Ms. McBath? Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Ross? Ms. Ross votes aye. Ms. Ballant?
Aye.
Ms. Ballant votes aye. Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Kamlager-Dove? Ms. Kamlager-Dove votes aye. Mr. Moskowitz? Mr. Moskowitz votes aye. Mr. Goldman? Mr. Goldman votes aye. Ms. Crockett? Ms. Crockett votes yes. Mr. Raskin, you're not recorded. Mr. Raskin votes aye. Mr. Gooden votes no.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 16 ayes and 18 noes.
Amendment is not agreed to. Gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report. Point Point of order from the gentleman from California.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentlelady from California is recognized to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment is simple. My amendment would prohibit funding to hire anyone who participated in the January 6th attack, even if pardoned. It applies to all DHS hiring under the Judiciary Reconciliation title. You cannot break into the Capitol, beat police officers, and then apply for a government job enforcing immigration law. Full stop. This amendment is about protecting the integrity of our institutions. DHS employees wield enormous power, and that power should never be in the hands of someone who tried to destroy democracy, tear up the Capitol, assault Capitol police officers who are law enforcement. Those should be disqualifying factors, in fact, for working for DHS. Pardon or no pardon, there should be consequences for such dangerous and anti-democratic behavior. These individuals are a national security risk. They demonstrated that they are willing to use violence to overturn lawful elections. And we are not saying that people can never rebuild their lives, but we are saying that they cannot rebuild them on the federal payroll, enforcing laws they once tried to nullify by force. Hiring insurrectionists to enforce federal law is not rehabilitation. It is a betrayal of democracy, and it is unsafe for people, including Americans and citizens, especially those you just voted to detain, deport, have seized, and kidnapped, and not returned. So why should we vote for this simple amendment? Well, one of these people is in fact an alleged sex offender. And while alleged is an important word, taking precautions when hiring law enforcement is also important, because these people conduct searches. They conduct property searches and they conduct body searches. And why am I saying this? Because we know that a 2-year-old was just deported, U.S. citizen. A 4-year-old with stage 4 cancer, U.S. citizen, deported. A 7-year-old, U.S. citizen, deported. A pregnant mother, deported. And all of them certainly had to undergo body searches. As my colleague from Vermont also recounted, ICE recently raided a wrong home in Oklahoma City. They stole money, they seized phones and laptops and other devices, and they forced a mother and her 3 little girls in their underwear outside. And they were also searched. So I don't think any of us would want anyone involved in the destruction of this Capitol and involved in an insurrection and possibly an alleged sex offender to be searching a woman, any woman, or little girls. So please support this amendment. Please support voting against having people who've tried to destroy this Capitol with having the authority to search women and little girls with impunity. Please vote for democracy. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank my colleague from California for offering this amendment, which, like so many of the amendments that are being offered today, should not even be on our radar. Of course, 1,500 plus convicted criminals should also not have been pardoned on day one, simply because the president wants to whitewash what happened on January 6th. I actually am a new enough member. I was not here on January 6th, but I know that many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle were, and in fact, many spoke out against the president at that time, recognizing that he incited a mob to invade the Capitol in order to try to overturn a lawful election. And I say lawful very intentionally because notwithstanding all of the allegations being the important word here, there has never been any proof that the election was in any way fraudulent. So, of course, over the course of 4 years, the inflamer-in-chief decides that, oh, let's rewrite history and on day one pardons 1,500 plus. But the worst part about that is that he pardoned about 500 convicted criminals who violently assaulted law enforcement. Our fine men and women of the Capitol Police, the Metropolitan Police Department, who were simply here to defend the Capitol against violent insurrectionists, rioters, people who had tasers, who beat police officers, who caused heart attacks and strokes, who caused law enforcement officers to have significant surgeries and have to go ultimately on disability.
Will the gentleman yield for a question? Right here, Dan.
Yes, Mr. Swalwell.
Now, since any of these individuals were pardoned, these violent criminals were pardoned by the president, any chance that they reoffended? Any new reoffenses? And I'm just thinking of an Indiana incident where someone pulled a gun on a deputy, and thankfully the deputy shot and killed that individual. Has that happened?
Well, that's happened. Other crimes have happened.
Shocking.
By a number of these people. And
who would have guessed?
Who would have thought it? And especially when you have some of these convicted criminals who were convicted of seditious conspiracy, which is a charge so rarely brought that because of its heightened burden of proof and its heightened legal requirements, that you have to conspire to overthrow the government by force in order to be convicted of that. Now, you may say, oh, I'm sure it was some leftist judge that ultimately convicted him. Oh, no. It's our jury system. Our jury system where 12 individuals, 12 peers, unanimously had to vote to convict beyond a reasonable doubt. This is not a low standard. And yet, several were convicted of seditious conspiracy, but the president did not distinguish between any of them. Mr. Swalwell, I'd like to yield to you a question. If 1,500 people were convicted of violently invading the Capitol at the behest of Donald Trump, many of whom were acknowledged members of domestic violent extremist groups, is it more or less likely that they would answer the call for violence from a president who pardoned them than a president who had not pardoned them?
More likely, because those individuals would believe that they have a free pass, a green light, a permissive lane to commit violence because the dude that said what you did was okay, he's going to have your back again. And Dan, Mr. Goldman, do you think it's more likely that a guy who would pardon 1,500 people who committed violence in his name would also imprison 1,500 of his enemies?
Well, only if it's somebody who has already directed the Department of Justice to criminally investigate his political enemies for disagreeing with him. My time is up, Mr. Chairman. I'm sure Mr. Swalwell would like to take some more time so we can continue this colloquy.
The question is on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. Oh, wait, I'm sorry, was there someone else that sought recognition? The gentlelady is recognized.
I completely support this amendment. It is one of the most shameful acts of this president to issue pardons those first few days for over 1,000 rioters. And I get asked this a lot from my constituents. How is this possible? How is it possible that President Trump pardoned people who attacked and desecrated our Capitol, who violently attacked police officers? 140 officers assaulted that day, 5 of whom died as a result of their trauma. My constituents want to understand this. How is it possible that your colleagues across the aisle do not see how abhorrent this is, how outrageous this is, how absolutely un-American this is. And this bill appropriates $8 billion to ICE to hire personnel, and I think we want to be sure that we're hiring people for those positions that were not people who participated in the attack on this Capitol. And at least one of those pardoned January 6th insurrectionists was spotted impersonating an ICE agent here on Capitol Hill while he was harassing Capitol Police Officer Harry Dunn. And I just need to say once again, we cannot get the Speaker of the House to agree to hang up a plaque in honor of our officers who defended the Capitol on that day. So we have seen, as we've talked about here, a rash of bad actions from ICE agents over the past few months. Agents smashing windows of cars to arrest people for whom they didn't have a warrant, breaking down doors of homes, harassing U.S. citizens, even when they were informed that the police, the people that they were looking for weren't even there, that they had moved. We've seen them arresting innocent teenagers, even when they recognized that they were actually, in fact, looking for a different individual. So we already have concerns about what ICE is doing. And this seems like a very straightforward no, that of course, every single member of this committee would not want someone who participated in the January 6th insurrection to be eligible to work for ICE. And I was just brought to my attention that one of the folks who was convicted was an Indiana man, Anthony Vo, I think his name was. He crossed the border illegally to Canada and then was not granted asylum. So I think we want to make sure that people like this do not have an opportunity to work for the federal government. I know for me, I would not feel like ICE was in good hands with people like that. And
Will the gentlelady yield for a question?
I will.
I just want to make sure I understand what this bill is talking about. Is it true that the Department of Homeland Security is charged with keeping our homeland safe?
Yes.
And so would we want people convicted of invading the most sacred monument in our homeland to be then responsible for keeping our homeland safe? Is that what this bill prevents?
That's what this bill prevents, Mr. Goldman.
All right, thank you. I yield back.
I will yield, yes. Mr. Moskowitz.
I just want to even make it a little clearer.
Sure.
'Cause I just want some imagery, I think, because my colleagues across the aisle don't seem to be engaged. So this bill would prevent the J6 shaman, right? The guy who wore the—
That's right.
You know, the
with the big headdress, is that what you mean? Yeah.
This would prevent, like, Secretary Noem from hiring him in Homeland.
That's right.
And before you say, like, oh, Jared, don't be ridiculous, like, she would never— I mean, she shot a puppy in the face. I mean, you know, the shaman seems like fair game.
Agreed.
Okay, this bill would prevent that.
Yes.
Okay.
Move to strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I'm thrilled to see that Mr. Van Drew is here because I think he is one of the honest debaters on your side who is engaged with us on a lot of spirited debates. And so I wanted to ask Mr. Van Drew, because earlier he did not speak when we put an amendment forward that said you can't deport an American citizen, and you guys voted to allow it. Mr. Van Drew, I know you think that's wrong. And if you want to be silent, I'm going to take your silence as you agreeing with me that that's wrong. Okay, so Mr. Van Drew's silent. I'm going to check it off that he agrees that deporting U.S. citizens is wrong.
The chair will note that the gentleman did respond.
I'll yield to you, Mr. Van Drew. Go ahead.
The gentleman did not seek recognition.
Okay. So, Mr. Van Drew, we also discussed and had an amendment that said firing veterans is wrong and you shouldn't do that. And you didn't speak up then, and I'm going to take your silence now as you agree firing veterans is wrong. So I'm going to put a check next to Mr. Van Drew being with us on that. We just talked about January 6 rioters not joining the Department of Homeland Security. And Mr. Van Drew, you're a good person. You're a dentist in your community. You stand with law enforcement, so you have not spoken up. So I'm going to take your silence to mean you agree with us that we should not hire January 6 rioters in the Department of Homeland Security. And Mr. Van Drew, we also said that it's probably wrong to deport a 4-year-old with cancer who's a U.S. citizen, and you didn't say anything, but again, I think you're a good person, so I'm going to take your silence to mean, Mr. Van Drew, that you agree with us that that is also wrong. And I'd yield to anyone else who has questions for Mr. Van Drew. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the adoption of the, whoops. The question occurs on the amendment offered by the lady from California. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Clearly, in the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it.
We would like to seek a recorded vote.
The gentleman seeks many seek a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan? Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Issa?
No.
Mr. Issa votes no. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey? Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Gooden? Mr. Gooden votes no. Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Nels? Mr. Nels votes no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Kiley? Ms. Hageman? Ms. Hageman votes no. Ms. Lee? Mr. Hunt? Mr. Fry? Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes no. Mr. Knott? Mr. Harris? Mr. Harris votes no. Mr. Onder? Mr. Onder votes no. Mr. Schmidt? Mr. Schmidt votes no. Mr. Gill? Mr. Gill votes no. Mr. Baumgardner? Mr. Raskin? Mr. Raskin votes aye. Mr. Nadler? Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Liu? Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Correa? Aye. Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Mr. Neguse? Ms. McBath? Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Ross? Ms. Ross votes aye. Ms. Ballant? Ms. Ballant votes aye. Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Kamlager-Dove? Ms. Kamlager-Dove votes yes. Mr. Moskowitz? Mr. Moskowitz votes aye. Mr. Goldman? Ms. Crockett?
Aye.
Ms. Crockett votes aye. Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Swallow, you're not recorded. Mr. Swallow votes aye.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 15 ayes and 17 noes.
Amendment is not adopted. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Fox News. Oh, I have an amendment at the desk, Mr. Chairman.
Clerk will report.
I apologize. I'm just trying to get you guys out. You know, you don't seem thrilled.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee.
Without objection, the amendment be considered as read. The gentleman from California reserves a point of order. The gentleman from Florida is recognized to explain his amendment.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Fox News asked the White House press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, the other day, would the president ever arrest a Supreme Court justice? Seems a pretty straightforward answer. She could have just said no, but she didn't answer the question. She left the door open. So I thought that this would be an opportunity for some bipartisanship to close the door on that possible question. And so I wrote a very simple amendment, Mr. Chairman. It reads, no funds made available in this title may be used for the arrest, detention, or criminal prosecution of any Supreme Court justice on the basis that that justice has ruled against the executive branch in any case or controversy before the justice. So it doesn't say if they committed a crime, because no one's above the law, of course. It just says they won't be arrested if they rule against the administration. This should seem to be very simple. It seemed to be you should want to take it, be clear. Caroline Leavitt couldn't be. This is your opportunity to clear that up, that we're not going to arrest, Justice Thomas, even though he goes on planes and does stuff with Ginny, right? But we're not going to arrest him, right? We're not going to go arrest him. You should want to vote for that, right? He goes on yachts and, does all. We're not going to arrest him, right? Because we want to make sure that it's clear. So I just figured I'd give you the opportunity, Mr. Chairman. That's the amendment. I wave back. I yield back. I mean, unless you want to talk about it.
Gentleman yields back. Question occurs on the amendment. Gentleman from Georgia.
Yeah, even though it seems to be nonsensical, it's actually a very sensible amendment, which I support. Just last week, we had the Attorney General and the FBI to go out and arrest a sitting judge, a state court judge out of Milwaukee. Perp walked her to jail. They could have asked her to turn herself in. But the charges are dubious. She was just simply administering the affairs of her court, and they have charged her with preventing the apprehension of a alien that ICE wanted to deport out of her courtroom and courthouse. And because she took action to continue the operations of her courtroom and the rendition of justice in a manner that was suitable for the state courts, she has been charged with crime, and that was meant to send a message, not just to state court judges, but to federal court judges, and indeed to Supreme Court justices. And so it's not outlandish to think that a president who is violating all of the norms would go so far as to arrest a justice who spoke out against him and who ruled against him. And so I think this is a very common sense amendment, and it is a no-brainer. It's not going to cost anybody anything to support this, to go on record and say that we do not support the arrest of a sitting Supreme Court justice. There's nothing wrong with this amendment. I would urge my colleagues to support it. I do, and vote yes, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Recorded vote being requested by the gentleman from Florida. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
No.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Issa? Mr. Issa votes no. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey? Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald?
Yeah.
Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Gooden? Mr. Gooden votes no. Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Nels? Mr. Nels votes no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Kiley? Ms. Hageman? Ms. Hageman votes no. Ms. Lee? Mr. Hunt? Mr. Fry? Mr. Fry votes no. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes no. Mr. Knott? Mr. Knott votes no. Mr. Harris? Mr. Harris votes no. Mr. Onder? Mr. Onder votes no. Mr. Schmidt? Mr. Schmidt votes no. Mr. Gill? Mr. Gill votes no. Mr. Baumgartner? Mr. Baumgartner votes no. Mr. Raskin? Mr. Raskin votes aye. Mr. Nadler? Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Mr. Liu? Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Correa? Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Mr. Neguse? Ms. McBath? Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Ross? Ms. Ross votes aye. Ms. Ballant? Ms. Ballant votes aye. Mr. Garcia? Ms. Kamlager-Dove? Mr. Moskowitz? Mr. Moskowitz votes yes. Mr. Goldman? Ms. Crockett? Ms. Crockett votes yes.
We got plenty. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 13 ayes and 20 noes.
Amendment is not agreed to. Who seeks recognition? Gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report. Gentleman from California reserves a point of order.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Without objection, the amendment be considered as read. The gentlelady from Texas is recognized to explain the amendment.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. This is a very simple amendment that is actually about public safety of everyone involved, ICE agents as well as the community at large, as well as those that potentially are going to be apprehended by ICE. And simply, it would require that ICE identify themselves and ensure that they do not wear masks except if medically necessary or if necessary to preserve the integrity of undercover operations in order to use funds for civil ICE enforcement actions. With every day that passes in this administration, we are seeing more and more ICE officers rounding up people off the streets into vehicles, and honestly, some of them look like they are supposed to be my criminal defendants in court. It looks like people are getting robbed. It looks like people are about to endure a carjacking, and in fact, I have a video to describe what I'm talking about.
Shocking video showing the moment ICE agents smashed a car window and forcibly removed a man in New Bedford. 29-year-old Juan Francisco Mendez has no criminal record and was...
Video went viral earlier this week after police say Johnson impersonated an ICE officer.
You got caught, Mo. Where you from, Mexico? You from Mexico?
Now, this is what we have going on in our country. The sad part is that, honestly, both of them look like they could be part of the same team. And unfortunately, you have people in both of those situations. The first situation, when the officers were busting out their windows, to be clear, there was no record. There was no reason to go after the people that were in that car. And then in the second situation, you had someone that literally took their car keys, and you're talking about people sitting there in fear because they literally don't know if this is somebody who is authorized to do this. So this is about safety, and let me tell you about safety. Now, I know Lance Gooden is running around here somewhere. Now, Lance Gooden is from Texas like I am. Chip Roy is from Texas like I am. Any of us can tell y'all about how we do it in Texas. We carry. And when I say we, all of us. I'm licensed to carry, as well as I'm sure a number of my colleagues on that side of the aisle are licensed to carry. And essentially, we have a stand your ground law in the state of Texas. We have seen officers, police officers that have gone in under no-knock raids. This is legislation that I carried when I was on the state level, trying to make sure that I could keep law enforcement safe, because when you go into a home and you haven't identified yourself, it is the most dangerous time for law enforcement agents. And I know that we have some former law enforcement on this side of the aisle as well. In fact, I had a number of law enforcement agencies that were backing my no-knock bill because they understood how dangerous it was. So one of the things that we always do typically in criminal law before we can charge anybody with evading arrest or failing to ID is we have to make sure that people even know that it was law enforcement. When you have somebody that does something like this, like busting my window out, you try that in Texas. It may not turn out too well. It needs to be that we are all on the same page and we say, you need to be properly identified as an ICE agent if we are going to fund what you are doing. As we are looking around, there are so many people that believe that their communities are now plagued with crime because they see ICE agents that are not clearly identified and they are disappearing students on campus, on the sides of streets. They don't know what's going on. And honestly, if we're not even just talking about stand your ground, in a lot of states, if you see someone that is committing what you believe to be a heinous crime against somebody else, you're allowed to take action. We are talking about putting not only the people, which half of them are innocent in the first place, because we love to grab up some citizens wrongfully. We know it happened down in Florida. Y'all may not care because it was Florida, but it happened down in Florida where we had a U.S. citizen that was sitting in jail for 48 hours because of yet another mistake of ICE. In Milwaukee, we had 3 citizens, a toddler and his mother and the grandmother, that were detained and sent to an immigration detention center after they reportedly were overheard speaking Spanish. In short, what we don't want is to create even more issues, and that's what we're doing. I would never imagine, and I'm gonna be honest, I have never seen law enforcement. Now, I haven't had to deal with cases that involved ICE. I'm gonna be honest about that. But I have never seen a police officer, whether he was city or whether he was a county sheriff's deputy, do the kind of things that I've been seeing. Busting out windows, kicking down doors. And to be perfectly honest, if that's the operations of ICE, we probably need to work on that as well. But at the end of the day, if this is what they are gonna do and how they are going to conduct themselves, I can tell you, I'm sorry, this is about safety. Sorry, I will yield.
Gentlelady yields back. Question occurs on the amendment from the gentlelady from Texas. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
I'd ask for a recorded vote.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
No.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Issa? Mr. Issa votes no. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey? Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Gooden? Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Nels? Mr. Nels votes no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Kiley? Ms. Hageman? Ms. Hageman votes no. Ms. Lee? Mr. Hunt? Mr. Fry? Mr. Fry votes no. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes no. Mr. Knott? Mr. Knott votes no. Mr. Harris? Mr. Harris votes no. Mr. Onder? Mr. Onder votes no. Mr. Schmidt? Mr. Schmidt votes no. Mr. Gill? Mr. Gill votes no. Mr. Baumgartner? Mr. Baumgartner votes no. Mr. Raskin?
Aye.
Mr. Raskin votes aye. Mr. Nadler?
Aye.
Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes yes. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Mr. Liu? Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Correa? Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Mr. Neguse? Ms. McBath? Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Ross? Ms. Ross votes aye. Ms. Ballant? Ms. Ballant votes aye. Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Kamlager-Dove? Mr. Moskowitz? Mr. Moskowitz votes aye. Mr. Goldman? Ms. Crockett? Ms. Crockett votes aye. Mr. Gooden, you are not recorded. Mr. Gooden votes no.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 14 ayes and 20 noes.
Amendment is not agreed to. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report. Gentleman from Arizona reserves.
Amendment to the
Without
amendment.
objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this amendment would prohibit funds in this section of the bill from being used to transport migrants to Guantanamo Bay, Cuba. I have long argued that the extrajudicial nature of holding prisoners in Guantanamo without due process is abhorrent and a stain on our national honor. I criticized President George W. Bush for this type of abuse during his presidency. In fact, I said on the House floor on June 21st, 2005, quote, "This assertion of the right to hold people forever with no specific evidence and no due process has not been asserted in an English-speaking country since before Magna Carta 800 years ago, until this president had the nerve to besmirch the good name of the United States by making such an assertion. This is not how America became the shining city on a hill, so admired by people the world over. No executive should be permitted the power to lock people up forever without ever having to prove their guilt. That is a power that I would trust to no man, no king, no dictator, and no president." End quote. 20 years later, another president, President Trump, wants to build on the ugly legacy of Guantanamo and begin using it as a detention center for migrants. We should not add insult to injury and hold even more people there, offshore, illegally, and in secret. The horrific conditions, questionable legality, unlawful detention, and torture that has occurred on this base are well known. No one should be held there, and yet that is exactly what Trump tried to do. On January 29th, President Trump issued a memo to the Secretaries of Defense and Homeland Security directing the expansion of the Migrant Operations Center at Guantanamo Bay to, quote, "full capacity," unquote, which can accommodate up to 30,000 immigrants at once. Pursuant to the executive order, the Department of Defense rushed to put up nearly 200 tents in anticipation of holding migrants there. Fortunately, thus far, the tents have never been used. Instead, the Trump administration has detained a grand total of 400 migrants in the base's hard-side facilities, costing American taxpayers over $40 million. There are regularly 5 staff on the base for every migrant that was detained there. Where is Elon Musk when you really need him? Talk about inefficient. Talk about a waste of taxpayer money. It is time to stop wasting money we don't have on projects we don't need. It is time to end this national embarrassment. Perhaps the administration sees the error of its ways. Reports indicate that in early March, the administration was reconsidering the plan, and by March 13th, a spokesman for the U.S. Southern Command confirmed that no migrants were currently being held at Guantanamo. I ask unanimous consent to include in the record this article from the Voice of America dated March 12, 2025, entitled "U.S. Clears Out Remaining Migrants from Guantanamo Bay."
Without objection.
I also ask unanimous consent to include in the record this article from the BBC dated April 17, 2025, entitled "Migrant Tents Removed from Guantanamo Bay Satellite Images Show."
Without objection.
This article states, quote, "On 28 March, a group of 5 Democrat senators visited the base. In a statement, they said they were, quote, outraged by the scale and wastefulness of the Trump administration's misuse of our military," close quote, and described the camp as, quote, seemingly designed to undermine due process and evade legal scrutiny. Mr. Chairman, it was always a bad idea to hold people secretly in offshore prisons without due process. And now we have a chance to do something about it. We should not be wasting another penny holding migrants on this base. This amendment would ensure that we won't. I urge my colleagues to support it, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Roll call requested. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
No.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Issa? Mr. Issa votes no. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Massey? Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Gooden? Mr. Gooden votes no. Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Nels? Mr. Nels votes no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Kiley? Ms. Hageman? Ms. Hageman votes no. Ms. Lee? Mr. Hunt, Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes no. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman votes no. Mr. Knott. Mr. Harris. Mr. Harris votes no. Mr. Onder. Mr. Onder votes no. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt votes no. Mr. Gill. Mr. Gill votes no. Mr. Baumgartner. Mr. Baumgartner votes no. Mr. Raskin.
Aye.
Mr. Raskin votes aye. Mr. Nadler. Aye. Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren. Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Swalwell. Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Mr. Liu. Ms. Jayapal. Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Correa. Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Scanlon. Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Mr. Neguse. Ms. McBath. Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Ross. Ms. Ballant. Ms. Ballant votes aye. Mr. Garcia. Ms. Kamlager. Mr. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Kamlager Dove. Mr. Moskowitz. Mr. Moskowitz votes aye. Mr. Goldman. Ms. Crockett.
Aye.
Ms. Crockett votes aye. Mr. Tiffany. Mr. Tiffany votes no.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 13 ayes and 19 no.
Amendment is not adopted. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Gentleman from New York is recognized. Or excuse me, the clerk will report. Point of order reserved by the gentleman from California.
Amendment to the amendment and
Without
then
objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment is designed to uphold the promises that our government has made to taxpayers in this country. And in this case, the taxpayers are undocumented immigrants who, in by some calculations, contribute nearly $10 billion a year in taxes. Now, obviously, they don't have Social Security numbers. So undocumented immigrants who want to comply with the law, who want to come to this country and work and build a life, perhaps they are seeking asylum, and they are trying to comply with the law. And so they have obtained tax identification numbers so that they can pay income tax. The promise that they get under our laws, under 6103, is that the IRS will not divulge their personal information. However, this administration has completely upended and betrayed those promises by agreeing to share taxpayer information with our immigration services, with the Department of Homeland Security, so that they can use that information to potentially arrest them and deport them. Now, we may agree on some aspects of immigration policy, disagree. Certainly, I agree that those who are convicted criminals should be deported, that there's a process to seek asylum. We ought to be spending money on streamlining that process. But others may disagree, and I would disagree with you, I'm sure, on many of the provisions that you would like. But it seems to me that we can agree that promises made to undocumented immigrants about their taxpayer personal identification information so that they can pay income tax into the United States Treasury should be honored. That seems pretty straightforward. We are essentially asking people to voluntarily pay taxes simply with the promise that we won't use that taxpayer information to deport them. And yet, That is exactly what this administration has done. In fact, 3 IRS commissioners have resigned their posts since President Trump took office 100 days ago. 3! Largely because the Department of Homeland Security and this administration is violating the promises that the IRS made and what the law actually requires. The law to reveal taxpayer information is much stricter than other laws. Even when you're a prosecutor, you have to file a separate motion to obtain a separate order, almost akin to a search warrant, just to get taxpayer information. And here, the IRS, pursuant to an agreement with the Department of Homeland Security, is forced to give our immigration enforcement services taxpayer information. Now, maybe I understand my Republican colleagues do not care about promises that are made to induce people to actually pay into our coffers. I'm sure there's some explanation that they're undocumented immigrants, so they're effectively less than human and therefore should get no rights in this country, which of course is not the way our country works. But for a party that talks so much about reducing the deficit, it seems odd to me that you, the Republican Party, would want to engage in conduct that will inevitably lead to much less revenue from taxpayer payments. Maybe we can agree that we can lower the deficit by agreeing to this amendment so that undocumented immigrants can trust that their identification information will be kept private as they were promised. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The lady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you. I rise in strong support of this amendment, and I just want to add to the gentleman from New York's excellent description of what happens to revenue by saying one more thing, which is I think most Americans don't connect the taxes that undocumented immigrants pay, which, by the way, is very carefully tracked because either you have an ITIN number if you're undocumented and you're paying your federal taxes, or you have a Social Security number that doesn't match, and then it goes into what's called the Social Security Suspense Fund. So you can actually look at the total amount that undocumented immigrants are contributing into taxes and into programs that, by the way, they can never gain the benefits from. So they don't collect any benefit from contributing their federal taxes on Social Security or anything else. And they're sort of in a no-win situation because people are always saying they don't pay taxes. Not true. They do, constantly, but lies keep being told about how undocumented immigrants don't pay taxes. They absolutely do. And they are then being essentially incentivized by the Trump administration to not pay taxes because they're going to use this data, this information to go after them. But the point I wanted to make was that I think a lot of people don't know that essentially the taxes that undocumented immigrants pay are a subsidy for U.S. citizen Social Security benefits that are paid out. And so Social Security is financed in part by the taxes that undocumented immigrants pay and never collect on. And so just as one example, the estimate is $25.7 billion in Social Security taxes annually are paid by undocumented immigrants. Now, if you take that amount away, or if you follow through on Donald Trump's mass deportation plans, if he really were able to deport 11 million people, as some people in this committee seem to want to do, you would actually dramatically decrease Social Security's solvency. And so I wonder, Mr. Goldman, if part of the intent here is actually to decimate Social Security, because the more you can say that Social Security is insolvent, the more you can then cut Social Security benefits for U.S. citizens and for people who have been paying into Social Security with the assurance that they're going to get a retirement benefit. And so, to me, there's even a more dastardly notion to this, which goes along with the idea that the Trump administration has been shutting Social Security offices around the country. That's what they did in Washington State, in Seattle. They shut the regional Social Security office down. That's 200 employees who had to be farmed out to other places. Those folks actually service a 5-state area of Social Security offices. So that meant that all of a sudden there was nobody to take care of the websites, to do all of these different things. I feel like this attempt to use taxpayer data has two really horrific goals. One is to go after immigrants, obviously in the mass deportation scheme. The other is perhaps, just perhaps, to also reduce the amount of money that immigrants are paying into Social Security and to undermine the confidence of any taxpayer, frankly, who's paying in, who says, I don't want to share my data, which Mr. Chairman and I have long, I thought, shared this notion that our data should be protected, right, Mr. Chairman? But all of a sudden it seems like maybe you want to co-sponsor this amendment, vote for this amendment, because to me, this is like we're allowing people to go after our data. And we've both taken on our own parties over the years on this question of privacy and privacy of our data. But this, to me, does feel like maybe part of this is decimate Social Security, which Elon Musk said was one of his top goals. This was the big one, the entitlement that they wanted to get rid of is Social Security. And this certainly would. Yes,
Will the gentlelady yield?
Yes.
For a question? So I just want to make sure I understand this. So undocumented immigrants pay Social Security tax, is that right?
That's correct.
And there's no assurance, of course, that they will ever get any of that money
No,
back.
they're actually not allowed to get money. They can't claim any benefits because they're not
Right,
eligible.
They would have to become eligible, which means some degree of documentation.
That's correct.
So here they are voluntarily paying it in and with no guarantee of getting it back, and that might, you're saying, reduce the possibility of other American citizens who've also paid into it from getting their benefits?
Exactly, because it's a subsidy to U.S. citizens, to others who have paid into Social Security, are eligible to receive their benefits. They're getting subsidized by undocumented immigrants who are paying into Social Security with no ability to ever collect on those benefits. I think my time has expired. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, where's Kevin Kiley? I'm a little worried about him. We've been going since 2 o'clock. I think we've had, Mr. Raskin, you could help me, probably 10 amendment votes? More? How many amendment votes have we had, guys? 15? Now, Mr. Chairman, your members have not spoken on anything, and we can take their silence as an admission that it's wrong to deport U.S. citizens and it's wrong to deport kids with cancer. But Mr. Kiley has missed every single vote that we've taken, and I think it's fair to do a welfare check on Mr. Kiley. He's tweeting. He's been tweeting during this hearing, but he's not voting. So I just, for the good of the committee, where's Kevin? Does anyone on your side know? Have you seen him? Is he in the room? Is he in the room? Just a wave or like a hey? Proof of life for Kevin Kiley, because these are pretty important votes: deporting U.S. citizens, firing veterans, deporting kids with cancer. I would expect that my neighbor to the north would want to be here, but he hasn't voted on any of this. So if anyone has seen Kevin Kiley, hey, just tell him there's a hearing going on and his constituents want to know how he would vote on any of this. Maybe if he wants to tweet at me that he's okay, I would accept that. I'd yield.
Do you want to suggest that maybe Mr. Van Drew go look for Kevin Kiley?
So we don't know where Mr. Kiley is.
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Yes.
I want to follow up for a moment on your sort of silence, the silence of our Republican colleagues means. Because you are correct that we've been here since 2 o'clock, and not a single Republican on this committee has spoken on any amendment, and they have uniformly and unanimously voted down every single amendment, including, as you mentioned, deporting U.S. citizens. Apparently, that is okay. But my question for you, though, is, our job in Congress here is to vote, right? Our job, we can say whatever you want to say, but ultimately, you are judged on your votes. So I guess my question to you is it better to say that their silence means that they agree with our amendments, or their vote against our amendments means that they disagree with all of them?
Yeah. How would you know? I don't know. We could only know if they were here to defend it. So we'll let their constituents draw a conclusion. But Mr. Kiley, the reason I bring him up is under the Republican budget plan, the 32,000 people who receive coverage under the Affordable Care Act in Kevin Kiley's district would see their average premium go up by $3,000 a year. That's a 121% increase. And many families would face an even steeper consequence. A 60-year-old couple with a household income of $85,000 in Folsom, the heart of Mr. Kiley's district, would see their health insurance increase by $22,560 a year, a 312% increase in premiums. So with all seriousness, where's Kevin Kiley? He has missed every single vote. I stepped out to talk to my kids to miss, I think, maybe 1 or 2 amendment votes. That's fine. People have things come up, but he hasn't been here all day. So if you're his friends, go find him, or Kevin, just tweet at us and tell us you're okay. And with that, and maybe tell your constituents how you'd vote on these important amendments. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Question occurs on the amendment offered by gentleman from New York. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The recorded vote is requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
No.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Issa? Mr. Issa votes no. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey? Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Gooden? Mr. Gooden votes no. Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Nels? Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Kiley? Ms. Hageman? Ms. Hageman votes no. Ms. Lee? Mr. Hunt? Mr. Fry? Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes no. Mr. Knott? Mr. Harris? Mr. Harris votes no. Mr. Onder? Mr. Onder votes no. Mr. Schmidt? Mr. Schmidt votes no. Mr. Gill? Mr. Gill votes no. Mr. Baumgartner? Mr. Baumgartner votes no. Mr. Raskin? Mr. Raskin votes aye. Mr. Nadler? Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Mr. Liu? Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Correa? Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Mr. Neguse? Ms. McBath? Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Ross? Ms. Ross votes aye. Ms. Ballant? Ms. Ballant votes aye. Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Kamlager-Dove? Mr. Moskowitz? Mr. Goldman? Mr. Moskowitz votes yes. Mr. Goldman? Mr. Goldman votes aye. Ms. Crockett? Ms. Crockett votes yes. Mr. Nels votes no. Mr. Fry votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald votes no.
Clerk will report. I've looked at this so many times, I know, without even counting, James, almost. I thought we got a bunch of check marks.
Mr. Chairman, there are 15 ayes and 20 noes.
Amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman?
Ms. Lofgren, the gentlelady from California is recognized.
Yes, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report. The gentleman from Arizona reserves.
Amendment to the amendment.
Without objection, the amendment be considered as read. Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. This amendment would prohibit the use of funds to detain or remove agricultural workers unless they are a threat to public safety. According to the U.S. Department of Agriculture, as well as the National Agricultural Workers Survey, or NAWS, somewhere between 50% to 70% of all farm workers in the United States are unauthorized immigrants. What that means is that approximately 1.5 to 2.1 million agricultural workers in the U.S. could be lost under a mass deportation effort that the Trump administration has promised. Now, let me just give you an example of what that would mean in my district. In 2022, in the 18th Congressional District of California, there were 1,800 farms on 1.6 million acres, nearly 3,500 ag producers, and tens of thousands of farm workers. What this means is that we have one of the most productive agricultural areas in the United States. In fact, if you had a salad today, chances are that the leafy greens in that salad came from the Salinas Valley. You know, allowing funds to be used for mass deportations of farm workers is going to drive up costs for American families, and it will increase our deficit. It would deprive agricultural businesses of critical labor, raise prices at the grocery store, and we expect those shelves to soon be empty of imported produce because of the tax, the import tax that has been imposed. It would reduce tax revenue, and it has been estimated by the American Immigration Council that this could cost taxpayers up to $315 billion. Now, with the Republican Party lining up yet another tax cut for billionaires and corporations, working families are going to have to pay the cost. Instead of funding the deportation of these farm workers, a more rational and logical option would be to stabilize the agricultural sector by fixing our broken employment system. And the House has tried to do that. My bill, introduced with bipartisan co-sponsors, the Farm Workforce Modernization Act, has passed the House of Representatives with strong bipartisan support, first in the 116th Congress and then in the 117th Congress. This program, I would remind you, would allow for agricultural workers in the United States to get a special agricultural worker card, and then later, if they chose, they could also apply to become legal permanent residents. Background checks, obviously, and strict criminal national security bars would apply. I just think, you know, for the farm workers who are in my district, it is hard work. And in a way, I think it's really not fair that these individuals are out there in the fields in the worst climate, in the heat, and looking over their shoulder. That's their perspective. But I want to address my colleagues on the other side of the aisle on what it means for other people, what it means to America writ large. If we have a food shortage in this country, it'll be because we don't act on something like this. I will say that throughout COVID, we never ran out of food because the farm workers kept showing up and the farmers kept showing up. If we disrupt that fine pattern of service in the farms of America by deportations, we will be very sorry. I promise you this, we will regret this. We need to, and we will be reintroducing the Farm Workforce Modernization Act next week with bipartisan support. And while that bill is working its way through the Congress, we ought to take steps to prevent the deportation of farm workers. If we do not do that, there'll be a price to pay, a heavy price to pay in the agricultural sector. So I urge adoption of this amendment, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from New York.
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. I very much support this amendment from my colleague from California, who comes from a state, as we know, that is vital to our agricultural development. And I often hear from some of our colleagues in Congress this desire to make things in America. And I guess I have a couple of questions for my colleague, if she would indulge me. We're talking about agricultural workers who work on American farms. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And I think what you said, and the data really backs this up, is American farms are extremely reliant on migrant workers, many of whom do not have documentation. Is that right?
That is correct. At least half of the farm workers in America lack documentation. Could be up to 70%. We don't know for sure, but it is a majority.
And I'm not sure if you know the answer to this, but I certainly am under the impression that our Republican colleagues represent a lot of districts that have a lot of farmland. Is that right?
Well, there are representatives on both sides of the aisle who have agricultural areas, but certainly if you look at a map and the red areas on that map, there's a lot of ag in those.
Yeah, there
areas.
certainly is a lot of agriculture. So it would seem to me that if we take this issue to its logical conclusion, that numerous of our Republican colleagues have constituents that will be very negatively impacted by deporting agricultural workers. Is that fair to say?
I would say not only will the employers in their districts be negatively impacted, but as food disappears from groceries, every American will feel the impact of this.
Certainly. So there will be less produced, which of course, based on basic economics, supply and demand, will mean that prices will go up. Now, I assume that there's the possibility, since we're trying to reduce our trade deficits, even though I don't think our president understands what that means, but presumably we could import enough agricultural produce to make up for the reduction in the production here. Is that right?
Well, there's a couple of issues with that. First, we've imposed tariffs on ag producers, so that will mean higher grocery prices, but we've also reduced the inspection of food. And so right now, there's a very robust inspection system so that food produced outside the United States, we know is safe when imported. So with those inspectors gone, there will be higher prices and riskier produce as a result of this.
Right, so safety as well as actual prices. But I just want to get back to what you mentioned about the tariffs for a second, because I hear from our president that the foreign countries are going to pay for the tariffs. But you said that the prices would go up. Can you explain why that is?
Well, it's an import tax. It's not, I mean, I think we ought to say what it is. Tariff is confusing. It's a tax on imports. And for the most part, that will be passed along to the people who are purchasing those imports, whether it's toys at this Christmas, and it's going to be a lot less toys in America, or whether it is bananas. We don't produce bananas in this country, but whether it's produce, whether it's meat. The price of meat is going through the roof already. When I go to the grocery store, as I did over the weekend, it's just shocking, the increase in price in meat. And we do import lamb, for example, from New Zealand, and beef from Australia. That's going to be even higher. And then, of course, if we reduce the capacity to produce in the United States by deporting the workforce, this is not a pretty picture for American consumers.
Right, so we'll have less produce here that will raise prices, and it's actually the consumer that pays the tariff tax. It's not the federal government. That is a complete lie. So prices will go up on imported goods. And perhaps that explains why, in part, grocery prices have gone up nearly 3% since Donald Trump took office. Egg prices are at a high of more than $6 per dozen on average. So clearly, we're going to jam the working American from both ends if our agricultural workers are deported. But I just want to go, before we finish up here, I saw an article today where, and perhaps it was from a clip, that the president, in response to a question about what will happen to Christmas presents if these tariffs continue, because Christmas presents are ordered around now in advance of Christmas. What's going to happen to Christmas? And the president said that what would happen is that instead of kids getting 30 dolls per kid, that they would only get 2 dolls per kid. Ms. Lofgren, is it your understanding from talking to your constituents that their children get 30 dolls per year?
Well, the president's a billionaire, so maybe his grandchildren get that amount of toys, but most kids do not, and certainly my grandchildren do not.
That's what I thought.
Yield back.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Question occurs on the,
I have a UC.
gentlelady, make your request.
Thank you so much. This is a time.com article that says, in fight with Bezos, White House calls Amazon showing tariffs cost a hostile act.
Without objection. Question occurs on the amendment offered by gentlelady, Ms. Lofgren, the gentlelady from California. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no? No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
I'd like a recorded vote, please.
Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
No.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Issa? Mr. Issa votes no. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Massey? Mr. Roy? Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Gooden? Mr. Gooden votes no. Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Nels? Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Kiley? Ms. Hageman? Ms. Lee? Mr. Hunt? Mr. Fry? Mr. Grothman? Mr. Knott? Mr. Knott votes no. Mr. Harris? Mr. Harris votes no. Mr. Onder? Mr. Onder votes no. Mr. Schmidt? Mr. Schmidt votes no. Mr. Gill? Mr. Gill votes no. Mr. Baumgartner? Mr. Raskin?
Aye.
Mr. Raskin votes aye. Mr. Nadler? Aye. Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Mr. Liu? Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Correa? Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Mr. Neguse? Ms. McBath? Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Ross? Ms. Ross votes aye. Ms. Ballant? Ms. Ballant votes aye. Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Kamlager-Dove? Mr. Moskowitz? Mr. Moskowitz votes aye. Mr. Goldman? Mr. Goldman votes aye. Ms. Crockett?
Aye.
Ms. Crockett votes aye. Ms. Hageman, you are not recorded. Ms. Hageman votes no. Mr. Nels votes no. Mr. Grothman votes no. Mr. Baumgartner votes no. Mr. Fry votes no.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 15 ayes and 19 noes.
Amendment is not adopted. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report. Point of order reserved by the gentleman from California.
Amendment to the amendment.
Without
and then-
objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Gentleman can describe his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I offer my amendment, which would allow funds to be used to provide lawyers for unaccompanied immigrant children. This amendment just makes sense. We do not allow children to represent themselves in any other legal proceedings. An immigration court should be no different. In these cases, the government is represented by a lawyer. How can we expect kids without lawyers to assess their own eligibility for humanitarian relief, prepare their own cases, and advocate for themselves during an adversarial hearing? I mean, we're talking about a 2-year-old. We expect toddlers to clutch a teddy bear or swing on a playground, but we don't expect them to act as lawyers representing themselves. It is absurd to require them to represent themselves in a complex legal proceeding or in any legal proceeding for that matter. The data bears this out. Unaccompanied children without lawyers are almost 100 times less likely to have a good outcome than unaccompanied children who have lawyers. Plus, providing representation leads to an orderly judicial process, which is sorely needed in our backlogged immigration courts. 98% of children with attorneys appeared for their court dates. And according to the National Association of Immigration Judges, it helps them get through their cases. These judges wrote that they conduct proceedings more expeditiously and resolve cases more quickly when children are represented by attorneys. And I thought we all agreed that we don't want immigrants stuck in limbo for years without a judge telling them either way they can stay or they must leave. Plus, there has been long-standing bipartisan support for efforts to provide legal counsel to unaccompanied children, including in the Homeland Security Act of 2002 and the Victims Protection Act of 2008. This is because Congress has realized for years that legal representation is absolutely essential to ensure that children have meaningful access to asylum and other protections. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm strongly in support of this bill. Having worked for years trying to provide representation for folks in the immigration system, the plight of children has always been top of mind. Not only are the children unable to represent themselves in the complex immigration system, but it does a real disservice to our immigration judges. What are they supposed to do when faced with a toddler, with an infant, someone who is completely unable to represent themselves? So it is not just the benefit of the particular individual subject to our immigration laws, but also to make sure that our courts are able to effectuate justice. So I strongly support this amendment, and I yield back.
Would the gentlewoman yield? Would the gentlewoman yield?
Happy to yield to you.
Thank you. Thank you. I also strongly support this amendment. In fact, today, Representative Norma Torres, Robert Garcia, and I introduced a bill called the Fairness to Freedom Act that would provide legal counsel for immigrants who are detained. And I think most Americans don't know that you are not entitled to provided legal counsel when you are an immigrant in the civil immigration detention system. You can have one, but you have to be able to afford one, you have to be able to find one. And there's decades of research that shows that immigrants with representation are 10 times more likely to obtain relief from deportation than those without, and that detained immigrants with representation are 3.5 times more likely to be granted bond, enabling their release from detention. And what the Trump administration is doing right now is taking the very bipartisan funds that you mentioned, Mr. Johnson, that had been allocated to provide attorneys for kids and decimating those funds. They're slashing those funds. And so in my district, we have a very important organization called Kids in Need of Defense, KIND. And it's a nonprofit, and it represents kids in court. It does what Ms. Scanlon probably was doing as well. And they are closing their entire office because of Trump's elimination of funding that Congress has historically authorized. So that means that 250 kids, just represented by that organization alone, have just lost their lawyer. And nationwide, it's 26,000 kids that have lost their attorneys because of these funds that used to be bipartisan that have now been slashed by the Trump administration. So how are kids supposed to defend themselves? How are they supposed to represent themselves in court? And in fact, what's happening is they're not. And you can see even with the U.S. citizen kids that were deported, there was no due process there. There were no attorneys to advocate for them. And so I just think that this is a very important amendment, and I thank the gentleman from Georgia for offering it, and I'm strongly in support. I yield back.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
You just raised an important point about what a difference representation makes when someone has legal rights to be enforced, when there's an attempt to have compliance with our laws. We've heard the president in recent days say that he can't provide due process to all of the people who he's trying to deport because that would take forever. Well, justice may not always be as swift as we like, but democracy, its inconveniences are far outweighed by its benefits. Democracy versus efficiency, we always should come down on the side of democracy. Dictatorships are efficient, but they're also deadly, corrupt, and unfair. So I think this is a situation where Mr. Johnson's amendment is extremely well taken, and I heartily support it. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Moves to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
This is an excellent amendment that really should be above and separate from any partisanship. I think we can all agree that children have little to no control, certainly young children have no control over the life that they're born into or the direction that their parents, loved ones, or whoever takes care of them has to direct them towards. And to withdraw funding for lawyers who can help a young child, doesn't speak our language, doesn't understand the law, obviously. Most Americans don't understand our immigration law. To wade through an incredibly scary process would seem to be the kind of compassionate, empathetic thing that every American can get around. We all have children. There are many children, and certainly we recognize that they are not able to fend for themselves, especially in a legal proceeding in a different language. And so this amendment, I think, should be supported by everyone who has basic humanity to care about children. Because I think it's clear if you care about children, you would want to make sure that an unaccompanied child does not have to go through a court process alone. And in fact, I know that this is bipartisan because I introduced one of the rare bipartisan immigration bills in the last Congress and look forward to doing it again this Congress, that is called the Children's Court Act, which creates a separate court solely focused on children. And it would not only have attorneys for these children, but it would have judges who are trained to deal with the various different issues that come with unaccompanied children going through immigration proceedings, which of course, as I know my Republican colleagues know, includes child trafficking and other smuggling. And in fact, I have heard over and over and over again over the last couple of years, my Republican colleagues lambasting the Biden administration for not knowing where children were who crossed over the border. So I know you care about that because I know you wouldn't just use children as a political pawn and a partisan weapon, and that you do care very much about children. And so, since this is a bipartisan issue, and we should all be able to agree that innocent children, unaccompanied or otherwise, deserve a special treatment, since they certainly did not make any of the decisions that arrived there, and since we know that child trafficking is such a huge problem in our immigration system, that having trained lawyers and judges who can identify trafficking would be very helpful to our country and to humanity at large. And so I very strongly support this amendment, and I hope that we can find some common ground here. And in just my last minute, I wanted to follow up with my colleague from Pennsylvania, who has left. Okay. I'll come back to her, and I'll yield to my friend from Texas.
Thank you so much. Really quickly, I think this is one of those issues that really perplexes so many Democrats. And when I say Democrats, I'm not just talking about the elected. We have a party that continuously goes out and says that they are the voice of unborn fetuses. But when it comes to an actual living child who needs an advocate, you are okay with no one speaking up for that baby, a baby that actually exists and unfortunately is having to exist in a world in which they may not understand the language whatsoever. So I just ask you, if you want to be a voice and an advocate for an unborn fetus, then I ask that you care about the fetus when it arrives, regardless of the language that it speaks or the country that it comes from, and you be okay with speaking up for them as well. And I will yield back to the gentleman from New York.
Time has expired. Question occurs on the amendment offered by gentleman from Georgia. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The record of vote requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
No.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Issa? Mr. Biggs? Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey? Mr. Roy? Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Gooden? Mr. Gooden votes no. Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Nels? Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Kiley? Mr. Kiley votes no. Ms. Hageman? Ms. Hageman votes no. Ms. Lee? Mr. Hunt? Mr. Fry? Mr. Grothman? Mr. Knott? Mr. Harris? Mr. Harris votes no. Mr. Onder? Mr. Onder votes no. Mr. Schmidt? Mr. Schmidt votes no. Mr. Gill? Mr. Gill votes no. Mr. Baumgardner? Mr. Raskin?
Aye.
Mr. Raskin votes aye. Mr. Nadler? Aye. Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson? Aye. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Swalwell? Aye. Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Mr. Liu? Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Correa? Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Mr. Neguse? Ms. McBath? Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Ross? Ms. Ross votes aye. Ms. Ballant? Ms. Ballant votes aye. Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Kamlager-Dove? Mr. Moskowitz? Mr. Goldman?
Aye.
Mr. Goldman votes aye. Ms. Crockett?
Aye.
Ms. Crockett votes aye. Mr. Nels votes no. Mr. Baumgardner votes no. Mr. Fry votes no. Mr. Knott votes no.
Clerk report.
We're coming back. It's a bat. We're down by 26.
us all this stuff.
I've got some questions.
Oh, shit.
Mr. Chairman, there are 14 ayes and 18 noes.
It is not agreed to. Who seeks recognition?
Mr. Chairman,
Gentleman from California is recognized.
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report. Gentleman from Arizona, California, reserves.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a
Without objection, the
substitute.
amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman from California is recognized to explain the amendment.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, my amendment plainly says, let's keep classified information out of the signal chat. But, Mr. Chairman, I did earlier note that our colleague, Mr. Kiley, was not present during any of the votes, and he's here now, and I think that's important. And because I did call him out, it's only fair if I ask him how he would have voted on the votes he missed. And so I would like to know, Mr. Kiley, if you would like to tell us how you would have voted on banning the deportation of U.S. citizens. I think your constituents should know how you would have voted on that. We also voted on prohibiting the hiring of January 6 rioters. Mr. Kiley, you weren't here for that vote, and now I'm offering you the opportunity to speak. I'd yield to you on that. Mr. Kiley, we also voted and discussed whether the DOJ should be able to fire veterans. And if you want to stand up for your veterans in your district, I would yield to you right now to stand up for the veterans in your district. We also talked about whether kids with cancer who are U.S. citizens, particularly a 4-year-old who was recently deported, should have been deported. And Mr. Kiley, again, you're here now. You didn't vote on anything related to that, but I would yield to you. And if you don't want to discuss this, I understand, but we would just take it as an admission that you support all of that, and I think that's how your constituents would interpret that. Mr. Goldman, do you have any questions?
Well, I thank you for yielding to my friend from California. I want to go back just for a second to the amendment that you just introduced, because Signal is a very common form of communication. It's encrypted, and I guess I just, why is it so bad to share classified information that would actually subject someone to criminal penalties for its unlawful and knowing disclosure? Why is it, I don't understand, but it's encrypted, so why is it bad to do that? What is the point of this amendment?
Well, Mr. Goldman, let's start our own little group chat. Mr. Moskowitz, welcome to the group chat. What do you think? No classified, please.
No, I think some of the things that were in that Signal chat make excellent pieces of clothing.
Like pound, fire,
Like my
flag,
tie.
fist, fire,
I
flag.
got to get the chairman this tie. Right, get it in the rotation. I know you love yellow. You love yellow. Red sometimes. Sometimes red.
But Mr. Moskowitz and Mr. Goldman, anyone else who wants to join the Signal group chat,
The report.
I appreciate, so I appreciate Mr. Hegseth's commitment to transparency by like putting war plans in a group chat. But Ms. Crockett, what do you think about, should we ban classified information from being discussed in a Signal group chat?
We absolutely should, especially with your significant others or when we have the reporters in the room that are going to report out. And thank God for the good reporters. You know, thank God we still have the First Amendment and some people that understand what it is to do true reporting, because honestly, if this administration had their way, I'm sure that reporter would not even be allowed to report on this mishap. But more importantly, as I was stating earlier today, this isn't just about whether or not we as Americans are going to be safe, because clearly we don't care. But I mean, we are talking about our allies. Our allies are not going to want to share stuff with us when all we doing is putting it in a group chat with the brother-in-law, the wife, and everybody else.
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, it was reported that the Secretary of Defense, Mr. Hegseth, installed a makeup room in the Pentagon, and I was just wondering if you had any insight, based on things that get discussed in the chat, if you were aware of what foundation or what cover-up he used.
Yeah. He tried to conceal that story, but it got out.
Conceal.
Oh, he uses
He used
concealer?
concealer?
He uses concealer?
He did.
Oh, wait, hold on. Go back to this for a second. I'm not following this. The Secretary of Defense has a makeup room?
Yes,
Did he use government funds to create that makeup room?
It's unclear. I'm just saying in that room is where he does the concealer and the cover-up.
I actually don't have any problem with anybody that needs to get their makeup
If he wants that, he should have that. That's okay.
especially if they want to wear their lashes.
I was going to say, do you think Mr. Hegseth has special
I
lashes?
forget who has the time, but whoever has it, it has expired. Who seeks recognition? The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I've got an amendment at the desk.
We're still on.
Oh, we're still there. I yield back.
You want to offer a different amendment, is that correct? Okay. Question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Ms. Chiappa.
Oh, I'm sorry, the gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
We made our point.
Yeah, the gentleman from Arizona reserves point of order. The clerk will report.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a
Without
substitute.
objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentlelady from Washington is recognized to explain the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, this is a very important amendment. The
The amendment's been
administration.
important and everyone's been simple, so we
Yeah,
got that
that's
on
what
every
we've been
single
trying to point out, but I don't know, you all aren't, you're sitting on your hands over there. This administration's immigration policies are extraordinarily harmful and traumatizing, and the bill would increase that harm immensely, giving ICE a $45 billion slush fund for detention. Just to put that into context, ICE's annual budget for immigration detention is less than $3.5 billion. So this is a massive increase, and the increase alone is bad, but I just want to point out something very important, which is that the policy changes that the majority is trying to slip into their so-called funding bill are even worse. So my amendment would strike the provision that allows for families to be detained indefinitely. This provision would overturn the Flores Settlement Agreement, which has helped protect children in government custody for nearly 30 years. The Flores Settlement Agreement's principal purpose is to ensure that children are released from immigration detention as quickly as possible, recognizing the harm to children. Children in the custody of the DHS have to be placed in the, quote, least restrictive setting, and they are not allowed to be detained for more than 20 days. But this bill actually makes a very important policy change, and it gets rid of that requirement. It allows families to be detained throughout their immigration proceedings through their removal if they're ordered removal. But with the immigration court backlog, that means that families could be stuck in detention for years. Now, family detention has historically been used only for arriving families. But now, Trump is incarcerating families who have already been living in our communities as friends and neighbors for years. One of the youngest children being detained is only 1 year old. 1 year old child being put into detention. That is unacceptable, especially considering that much of the families detained under this provision and much of the new money provided for immigration detention is going to go straight to private for-profit prison companies. For-profit, privately owned prison companies are incentivized to make as much money as possible, often at the expense of the health and protection of individuals forced into their care. Private immigration detention facilities lack necessary oversight. They're often unsafe, and time again, that has led to a lack of sufficient health care and resources for detained individuals. Some of the most egregious abuses that we hear about of immigrants happen in detention facilities that are run by these for-profit private companies. Unnecessary medical interventions, forced labor, abuse of solitary confinement, and intimidation have run rampant. You might remember a case in Georgia, Mr. Johnson was with me when we went to visit, where immigrant women were being forced into sterilization procedures. Experts hired by the DHS office, that detention center, by the way, we were able to shut down thanks to our advocacy. Experts hired by the DHS Office for Civil Rights and Civil Liberties, an office that the Trump administration closed without any congressional input or consent, conducted secret inspections of these detention facilities. Their investigation contains over 1,600 pages detailing conditions in these facilities, which they describe as, quote, barbaric and negligent. Private prison companies owe their first duty to their shareholders, not to the people they detain. They prioritize profits over people and care, and that is clear from a recent report in which medical experts determined that 95% of in-custody deaths that ICE reported between 2017 and 2021 were actually preventable. And of the 15 immigration detention centers with the highest number of deaths during this period, 13 are run by private prison companies, including a facility near my district, the GEO-run Northwest ICE Processing Center. I'm sure it's a total coincidence, but in 2024, GEO Group's PAC gave nearly $4 million to Republican campaign groups. And they're poised to make hundreds of millions of dollars in taxpayer money from the bill's detention expansion. The Flores settlement agreement has guided our government's policies for detaining children for over a quarter of a century. And I want to be clear about what it looks like for kids before. When the Flores case was filed in 1985, children were held in indefinite detention in poor conditions without access to basic medical treatment. They were handcuffed, they were strip searched, subjected to body cavity searches, and required to sleep in areas and share bathrooms with adults that they didn't know. I can't imagine that that's something that anyone on this committee would want, and I would ask for the support of our Republican colleagues to prevent the overturning of Flores. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I wholeheartedly endorse Representative Jayapal's amendment. Anyone who has worked with kids who've been caught in the immigration system, anyone who has met children who've been held even briefly in a detention center, know how much damage that does to these children, lifelong trauma. We've heard testimony before this committee in the past when there were efforts to detain children in violation of the Flores Agreement. So we can just go back to this committee's own records and testimony from Homeland Security officials. This is not something that the United States of America should ever be a party to, and so I would urge adoption of this amendment.
Would the gentlelady yield?
Yes,
I just have a question. I'm wondering if you think that everyone on the committee has actually read this bill, because this is a policy provision that's being slipped in as as part of a funding bill. And I'm just curious whether you think our colleagues on the other side have read. I mean, none of them are talking tonight, otherwise I would yield to anybody on the other side to answer that question.
That sounds like it could be problematic on the Senate side with the Byrd rule.
Well, exactly right. I think that there's a really important question about what happens in the Senate, but I would just urge I can't believe any of my colleagues on the other side would want to detain kids. I don't know if anyone over there wants to respond. Doesn't seem like anybody is talking tonight. Mr. Van Drew is looking like he really wants to, but he is trying to sit on his hands. Mr. Van Drew,
Van
please.
Drew has never stayed this quiet for this long.
No, I mean...
Chairman's going to buy me a drink for this.
Well, I want to come back to just the serious question of whether you all think that kids should be detained. Because the Flores Agreement has existed for decades, and it existed specifically because we had kids who were being handcuffed and strip searched and subjected to body cavity searches and required to sleep in areas and share bathrooms with adults that they didn't know. And I'm thinking that, because I'm the eternal optimist, that maybe some of you over there don't want to vote for that and would vote with me on my amendment to make sure that we do not overturn the Flores Amendment in this, and that we actually preserve this important agreement. I don't know, Ms. Scanlon, it's your time, but I'll yield back to you. But I just, I don't know if there's any other way to get people over there to answer the question about whether they've actually read the bill.
Well, and I think there's been a fundamental misunderstanding about what is the Flores Agreement. The Flores Agreement came out of a lawsuit about what was appropriate treatment for children.
That's right.
And it was a way of the U.S. dealing with the fact that the treatment that was being afforded to children before the Flores Agreement was unconstitutional, was a serious violation of not just their rights, but of their physical and mental health. I mean, the testimony that we've heard about children being held in inappropriate situations that are not appropriate for anyone, but much less a child. Again, it is just not something that I think the United States of America should be party to.
Will the gentlelady yield?
Yes.
Because there's an additional problem on top of this, which I think Ms. Jayapal very incisively got to, which is that by increasing the budget for immigration detention, I think you said from $3.5 billion to $45 billion, what is clear is our government does not have anywhere close to enough prison beds to use all that money. So that money designated for immigration detention of children is going to be outsourced to private prisons. So children are going to be indefinitely imprisoned in private prisons built for profit with substandard conditions, certainly not at all prepared for children or organized and arranged and oriented for children. And so we have so many multiple levels of problems here with this bill that this amendment would solve, which I think is very important for us to consider. I yield back.
Mr. Chair.
Time of the
My time expired.
gentlelady. Gentlelady from Vermont is recognized.
I move to strike the last word. I yield to my colleague from Pennsylvania. I'm just getting tired. Pennsylvania, Ms. Scanlon.
Thank you. Well, I just wanted to note, I think Mr. Goldman has raised a really interesting point. To the extent that this billion and billion of dollars of slush fund then becomes available to fund private prisons through companies like GEO, isn't this another instance where we may have to start monitoring our colleagues' stock purchases? Because I think I recall that once these executive orders started going into effect, we started seeing more stock purchases by our colleagues across the aisle of GEO and these other.
Yeah, and then another one, if I may request the time, is Palantir, which is a large tech company that was started by some of the supporters of the president who are close with other billionaires who've been put in the administration and clearly are advising the president on just about everything. And a certain member of the Republican Party from Georgia purchased Palantir stock, and as I understand the fact pattern, I could be wrong. That's why we have due process, because I would not be the one who would determine whether this is right or wrong. A couple weeks after making this purchase, this Palantir company entered into a $30 billion agreement with the Department of Homeland Security. This Republican member from Georgia sits on the Homeland Security Committee, which is the committee that oversees the Department of Homeland Security, which entered into this $30 billion. My understanding is that last check, that stock had increased by 48% since that deal was announced. And so since we have a slush fund going from $3.5 billion to $45 billion that will almost all go to private prisons, certainly this is something we would need a strong inspector general to oversee, right? To make sure that the Department of Homeland Security is not procuring that money in any wasteful, fraudulent, or abusive way. Is that your view as well, Ms. Scanlon?
Absolutely. I mean, the combination of the possibility that the money would go to those kind of private interests that have been so, making all those donations to the president and his inaugural fund and everything, or funding more placements in El Salvador or other inhumane prisons. I think for all those reasons, we should be cutting off this funding.
And may I ask another question? You mentioned the funding for the El Salvador prisons. I assume that you're referring to the fact that this administration is using taxpayer money to pay for El Salvador to house undocumented immigrants who were removed from our country without any court appearance and without any due process. And one of them, as we all know, has gotten a lot of attention is Kilmar Abrego Garcia. The reason he's gotten a lot of attention is because there was a withholding order on his deportation order that specifically said he could not be deported to El Salvador because there was a legitimate fear of persecution if he were sent to El Salvador. And he was sent there. My understanding is the administration admitted that he was sent there in error. I think they called it a mistake, quote unquote. And the courts all the way up to the Supreme Court have ruled that it was a violation of the fundamental right to due process. And the Supreme Court said that the administration must facilitate his return. And Ms. Scanlon, my question for you, since you mentioned the payment, the taxpayer money that is going to pay for Mr. Abrego Garcia to stay there is, would it qualify in your view to facilitate if the administration told El Salvador that they would not pay for Mr. Abrego Garcia to stay there anymore?
That would seem to make sense, and it would certainly be consistent with the reporting we're seeing that it's not consistent with the conditions that even the El Salvador government had agreed to in that case. So I thank the gentlelady for the time.
Gentlelady's time has expired. Gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you. I move to strike the last word. I would like to continue to engage in this questioning, and I have a question for the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania. You know, in California, there are actually instances where dozens, maybe even hundreds of unaccompanied minors are in detention centers. And in fact, you know, we have been told, although the federal government is being very evasive in allowing us access, but we have been told that they've been trying to force cities, my city, to continue to hold these young children. And I don't believe they have been provided access to representation. Welfare checks are not being allowed. There's no kind of adult supervision of these young children. And so I was just wondering, concerned that this administration is trying to force cities and states into collusion with it, with this illegal, unconstitutional, and dangerous behavior, especially when we're talking about young children. And can you talk about, you know, how really disastrous this would be for the country, and and why supporting your kind of amendment would allow folks to stand up to what this administration is doing when it comes to young children. And I'm so curious about this because in the first term of this administration, they seem to not want to continue to show images of children in cages, and yet they are still doing that to young children, but they don't want anyone to talk about it.
You know, I think we've talked quite a bit about what happens when you are detaining children, when you're not providing them with the appropriate supports, mental health supports, food, clothing, and emotional support. I mean, it's the kind of thing that the International Treaty on the Rights of the Child, which almost every nation in the world has affirmed except for the United States. It's the kind of thing that is designed to prevent so that we are not damaging children who aren't able to fend for themselves.
Thank you.
Generally yields back. The question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Washington. The question, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. No.
Recorded vote, Mr. Chairman.
Recorded vote has been requested. Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
No.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Issa? Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey? Mr. Roy? Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Gooden? Mr. Gooden votes no. Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Nels? Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Kiley? Mr. Kiley votes no. Ms. Hageman? Ms. Lee? Mr. Hunt? Mr. Fry? Mr. Fry votes no. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes no. Mr. Knott? Mr. Knott votes no. Mr. Harris? Mr. Harris votes no. Mr. Onder? Mr. Onder votes no. Mr. Schmidt? Mr. Schmidt votes no. Mr. Gill? Mr. Gill votes no. Mr. Baumgartner? Mr. Baumgartner votes no. Mr. Raskin? Mr. Raskin votes aye. Mr. Nadler? Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Mr. Liu? Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Correa? Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Mr. Neguse? Ms. McBath? Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Ross? Ms. Ross votes aye. Ms. Ballant? Ms. Ballant votes aye. Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Kamlager-Dove? Ms. Kamlager-Dove votes aye. Mr. Moskowitz? Mr. Moskowitz votes yes. Mr. Goldman? Mr. Goldman votes aye. Ms. Crockett? Ms. Hageman? Ms. Hageman votes no. Ms. Crockett, you are not recorded. Ms. Crockett votes yes. Mr. Correa, you are recorded as aye. Mr. Issa, you are not recorded. Mr. Issa votes no. Mr. Nels votes no.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 16 ayes and 21 noes.
Amendment is not agreed to. Who's next?
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk, number 24.
Clerk will report. Point of order reserved by the gentleman from Arizona.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature
Without
of...
objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman from California is recognized to explain it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, let me begin by thanking all the veterans in this committee for their service to our country. This amendment deals with deported veterans.
Committee will come to order. Gentleman from California is recognized. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment deals with deported veterans. A number of years ago, I had the opportunity to go south of the border to visit with a colony of deported veterans. These are formerly green card holders that served our nation honorably, were discharged with honor, and for some reason or another, their green card status was removed. I remember meeting one young man, probably in his late 20s, told me his story about serving in Afghanistan, numerous tours, a lot of firefights, saw a lot of bad stuff. Told me one day he woke up and he was choking his wife. Of course, he was convicted of aggravated assault. His green card was taken away and he was summarily deported. My amendment is simple. Essentially, today ICE is supposed to consider a veteran's service history when making a removal decision. Recent GAO study found that they failed to do so. So what my amendment will do is make sure ICE and/or an immigrant judge do consider a veteran's length of service, awards, honors, disability, or health status related to their military service. And of course, their family and community ties before they are removed. And I gotta point out to, if I can have your attention here, a lot of the times when these immigrants are actually recruited by their recruiting officers, they are promised automatic citizenship. And of course, no such thing happens. And so when these individuals get into trouble, their green cards are removed. Today, about 45,000 immigrants serve in our active armed forces. These individuals, when they get out, honorably discharged, are still not citizens. All I'm asking is when they get in trouble, that they be given the courtesy of due process, that their service to this great country be considered and be part of the judgment, so to speak, upon their status in this country. We can do better for our immigrants. And by the way, it's not all that bad. These immigrants, these deported citizens, since they were honorably discharged, they have earned the right to be buried in a VA national cemetery. So their bodies can actually be brought back to the U.S. and buried in a national cemetery. Guess that's a consolation prize? Folks, I ask you, please look at this amendment. Let's do the right thing for our veterans. I ask you to vote aye on this amendment. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Question occurs on the amendment from the gentleman from California. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Recorded vote requests the clerk will call.
Mr. Jordan?
No.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Issa? Mr. Issa votes no. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey? Mr. Roy? Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Gooden? Mr. Gooden votes no. Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Nels? Mr. Nels votes no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Kiley? Mr. Kiley votes no. Ms. Hageman? Ms. Hageman votes no. Ms. Lee? Mr. Hunt? Mr. Fry? Mr. Fry votes no. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes no. Mr. Knott? Mr. Knott votes no. Mr. Harris? Mr. Harris votes no. Mr. Onder? Mr. Onder votes no. Mr. Schmidt? Mr. Schmidt votes no. Mr. Gill? Mr. Gill votes no. Mr. Baumgartner? Mr. Baumgartner votes no. Mr. Raskin?
Aye.
Mr. Raskin votes aye. Mr. Nadler? Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Mr. Liu? Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Correa? Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Mr. Neguse? Ms. McBath? Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Ross? Ms. Ross votes aye. Ms. Ballant? Ms. Ballant votes aye. Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Kamlager-Dove? Ms. Kamlager-Dove votes aye. Mr. Moskowitz? Mr. Moskowitz votes aye. Mr. Goldman? Mr. Goldman votes aye. Ms. Crockett? Ms. Crockett votes aye.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 16 ayes and 21 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to.
I'll take one.
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment. Point of order reserved by the gentleman from California.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr.
Objection
Ross.
will be considered as read. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized to explain the amendment.
Thank you kindly. Look, as we race to spend more than $81 billion in this bill, primarily for ICE and deportation, the Department of Justice just terminated hundreds of millions of dollars in grants to groups working in all of our communities, cutting funds for state, local, and county law enforcement, cutting funds for opioid addiction treatment programs, cutting funds for crime prevention programs, cutting funds to support victims of rape and sexual assault. And this move is baffling. These are grants that support our local police in solving violent crime. They help survivors of abuse and sexual assault navigate the legal system. They provide drug addiction treatment services and overdose prevention services. They're working with young people. I'm going to submit some documents for the record, Mr. Chairman, that will help spell this out. Here's an article entitled "Trump Delivers Massive Blow to Youth Justice Programs."
Objection.
April 29th. Here is a letter that we all received from the Conference of Chief Justices in the state courts administration expressing deep concerns about the termination of Department of Justice grants to our communities. And I also ask unanimous consent to enter the record a letter dated April 25 from the Council of State Governments Justice Center to express profound concerns and strong opposition to the termination of Department of Justice grants totaling hundreds of millions of dollars. I raise this because, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I raise it because, some of our colleagues, they've been quite inscrutable in their reaction to what we've been talking about tonight. Sometimes it seems like I'm in a Quaker meeting house or a mega mime troupe or something, because I'm trying to read people's facial expressions and their body language to see how they're reacting. But a lot of what we've been voting on are constitutional principles like due process and free speech and birthright citizenship. But this is something that really should unify all of us. And I want to warn all of my colleagues, Democrat and Republican, that there will be danger back home if you do not vote to restore these grants that have just been categorically cut. I've been so upset about it after I've spoken to some law enforcement from my state that I tried to track down where did this come from. And it didn't come from the House of Representatives. There was nobody pushing it here. As far as I can tell, it didn't come from anybody in the Senate. Nobody in the executive branch is identified with it except for someone who works for DOJ, and I see a picture of him in a bow tie. The name is Tarak Makicha. And Tarak Makicha is the author of the Excel spreadsheet that destroyed hundreds of these grants to local law enforcement in our communities, to local victims and survivors groups in our communities, to anti-gang efforts, to juvenile assistance work, and so on. And so I was just able to look Tarek Makicha up online, and this is a Doge employee. The bio on this employee's website goes back basically to Tesla from 2017 to 2019. They worked at Tesla in various roles, including head of strategic planning, Tesla Energy, chief of staff, North America sales and delivery, and global finance lead, working capital and supply chain. Most recently, they've been the vice president of finance and operations at SkySafe since 2022. They attended the University of Texas and so on. Well, look, this person has essentially dismantled a lot of the infrastructure of funding to combat crime and violence and to assist victims in all of our districts. And so this amendment is simple. I don't know that any member of this committee or Congress would be saying if this person had not simply wiped out all of this funding, we should be wiping out that funding. But this person did it. And that doesn't seem like a very sensible way to proceed procedurally. And I know that all of us are going to hear about it from people in our districts if you have not already heard about it. And I don't want anybody to plead complete ignorance. This is our chance to reverse the damage right now. And especially for people who don't want to get into gun safety regulation, this is money that goes actually to try to create peace in the community, to fight gangs, to get kids off the streets. All that money's being cut right now. And so what this amendment does, Mr. Chairman, is simply to restore all of these cuts that were made by this individual, as far as I can tell. I thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from New York.
I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
I just want to emphasize a couple of points that the ranking member so eloquently made, and make sure that my Republican colleagues who talk very much about caring about public safety and caring so much about fighting crime and law and order understand that the grants that were yanked away from so many of these organizations makes our communities less safe. It makes fighting violent crime, gangs, guns, drug trafficking, much, much more difficult. That's what these grants do. These grants in various different ways, some of them go to local law enforcement, some of them go to local organizations that keep kids out of gangs, that keep guns off of our streets, that reduce demand for guns. These are proven to be effective programs. And it's not even just that we decide, okay, in the future, we're not going to fund these grants. It is actually grants that have already been appropriated, have already been obligated, and in some cases have already been spent down because they're in the budgets of these organizations, and yet they're just yanked away by an administration that talks so much about public safety. And we hear over and over, apparently, of the you would listen to the president of the 5 million undocumented immigrants who came over the border in the last 4 years. I think the way he talks, it's got to be about 4,950,000 of them must be criminals or drug dealers or rapists, because certainly everybody I hear about is a violent criminal. Obviously, the data doesn't bear that out. In fact, the data shows that Americans commit a much higher proportion of crimes than immigrants do. But if you want to make our country safe, I think there's an expression, make America safe again. Isn't that one of the the expressions, you would think that you would want to invest in programs in law enforcement that actually do make us safe. But once again, this president, this administration, and the complicit Republicans in the House are all talk, no action. Because if you truly wanted to put your vote where your mouth is, you would 100% support this amendment and ensure that our communities are kept safe by these critical programs.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, of course I will yield.
And thank you for that powerful statement you just made. My amendment would require DOJ to reinstate grant funding to hundreds of groups. Here's one of the ones that contacted my office, the National Policing Institute. And they have a program where they provide critical support to local and county law enforcement under the, quote, Rural Violent Crime Reduction Initiative. So they're able to take the money and put it into rural areas to fight violent crime. And they'd gotten the grant, they were expecting the grant, they were counting on the grant, and whoever this person is, not the House of Representatives, not the Senate, I'm not hearing anybody in the cabinet taking credit for it, but whoever this person is in DOJ, which sometimes fashions itself a fourth branch of government, just slashed all of that money. Is there a single member of Congress who knew this was going to happen? Is there a single member of Congress who wanted this to happen? And now they're going to be showing up in our offices saying, we had a whole program for fighting violent crime in rural areas, which is gone now. We had a whole program for reaching out to young people with an after-school program, and now it's gone. And what are we going to say? Well, we didn't know anything about it. I'm afraid at this point, we are burdened with the knowledge that DOJ has done this. And so I thank the gentleman for yielding. I hope everybody can support this amendment.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Texas recognized.
I'd move to strike the last words.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you so much. I just want to say that this is such an important amendment for so many reasons. You know, there have been actual full-blown bills because of literally one incidence of a crime victim. And here it is, we have an opportunity to restore and reinstate grant funding, say for programs such as a program that would enhance access to crime victim services for persons with disabilities, including a grant that provided American Sign Language interpretation services to domestic violence victims with disabilities. My question is, are we really that cruel? I mean, y'all have done full-blown bills where y'all have, taken away everybody else's due process rights and things like Lance Gooden, Mr. Texas, next door to me. Are you okay with victims not being able to have access to resources? You're my next door neighbor. You mute? Because you always talking to me. Okay, you're going to be mute. Okay, that's fine. I also am curious, Lance Gooden, Texas, Mr. Gooden. Okay, all right. Well, I'm going to just say that you know that I know what I'm talking about. So that's what you mean by sitting there. Did you also realize that while we are going through reconciliation, because this supposedly is about saving money, and supposedly the Republicans are more fiscally responsible than we are. So we think that victims should have access to resources cut in something like this, but the report came out today. Did you see the news, Lance, about President Trump? How he spent $220 billion, that's what it be, billion more dollars in his first 100 days than guess who? Joe Biden did in 2024. Imagine that. And last time I checked, Joe Biden is a Democrat. So I just want to say that as we go through reconciliation, in all seriousness, what is so frustrating for us on this side of the aisle is that we all agree that we should get rid of waste, fraud, and abuse. I think it's how we have defined it. And it seems like if you're talking about victims, then it's okay. It seems like if you're talking about putting law enforcement in an even worse situation, then it's okay. It seems like if our communities are going to be overrun, then it's okay. It seems like it's okay if it means that we are going to deport U.S. citizens. It seems like it's okay if we are going to round up babies and tell them that they won't have judges. It seems like it's okay to cut funding for all of that so long as we don't touch the budget as it relates to somebody spending time down in Mar-a-Lago and golfing. I mean, this is about our priorities. And right now, we on this side are prioritizing healthcare, we're prioritizing humanity, we're prioritizing safety. I'm just saying, when y'all have to go home, I don't know if your constituents are going, and Lance, your constituents are like right next door to mine. I don't know if they're going to appreciate some of these votes. With that, I will yield back.
Young lady yields back. Gentleman from Colorado.
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
I thank the chairman. I thank the ranking member for the amendment. I think it's a reasonable amendment, and I would relish the opportunity to debate the amendment with my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. I am very confused by the strategy that they seem to have adopted, and I guess I just wanted to test it for myself, because as I walked in here, one of my colleagues said, no, if you offer to debate them in any way on any subject, they'll refuse to engage with you. They won't respond, that there's some sort of, I don't know, tactic that they've adopted. And I said, there's just no way that that's true. So, because I, of course, serve with Mr. Roy, for example, on the Rules Committee, and we engage in fulsome debate on that committee. And I just can't believe that this would be a tactic he, of all people, my friend from Texas, would adopt. Mr. Roy, seriously? Is it, you won't respond? We can't have any conversation? Well, I'm glad to be here. I'm delighted. Would you be willing to debate this particular amendment with me? Because I'd be interested in your thoughts. What was that? What was that? What was that? No, I know. I'm offering you the opportunity. I assume you're against this amendment, and I just wonder if you might engage with me for a few moments on why. Nothing? Mr. Roy, come on. Because here's the thing. I know for a fact you disagree with this strategy. Like, I don't know what Chairman Jordan said to all of you to compel you to say, we're just getting this gag order. You're not allowed to talk for 24 hours. I mean, it is insanity. This is not elementary school. What are we doing? Mr. Tiffany, we served together on the Public Lands Subcommittee. You're the chairman. We had a fulsome hearing yesterday, hours of debate. Do you have any comments on this amendment? I assume you have a position on it? I would yield. What was that? I don't know if the cameras could capture it. I think some sort of gesture. I cannot believe that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have debased themselves in this way. I mean, this committee has long been known as a committee that engages in rigorous and robust debate. Mr. Chairman, could I indulge you? Would you be willing to just debate with me for a moment on this amendment? Nothing? This is probably the only time in the 7 years I've been in Congress that Chairman Jordan has refused to make a comment. No, let me do it. Really? I'm happy to yield a moment to you. Do you support this amendment that Mr. Raskin has offered?
The simple and straightforward amendment for the...
What was that? It's a simple and straightforward amendment, exactly?
That's what every amendment, I think.
No, but this one is a particularly simple and straightforward. I mean, look, here's the thing. This amendment, very simple, very straightforward. All it says is that the grants that the Department of Justice has allocated pursuant to the authority that we have given that department for police departments in Ohio, in the chairman's state, that those grants be held harmless, that these grants that DOJ had managed to cut to local police departments, that they be reinstated. That's it. That's all this amendment does. Nothing else.
Will the gentleman yield for a minute?
One of my Republican colleagues, or is it?
No, sorry.
Oh, on the yeah, well, yeah. I mean,
sorry.
There's not a single Republican colleague of mine that will engage in any way. Again, I just think it falls short of the standards of this august body and this committee. And Mr. Chairman, I get it. I know you want this hearing to end early. I understand. But why not live up to the values of this committee and the expectations of this committee, and let's have a healthy exchange of views back and forth, and we can then let the chips fall where they might. So I'll give you one last opportunity. On this one, you must, come on.
You're a kind man.
Well, I'll yield to my colleague from.
Well, I was just going to suggest that we see if Mr. Van Drew is back there. He's been chomping at the bit to say something. I don't think he's ever spent this many hours without speaking. So I don't know if he's back in the anteroom over there, but certainly that might be your best bet.
Yeah, I think he's in hiding, and it's consistent with the approach that my colleagues have regretfully taken over the course of the last couple of weeks. Most of them not holding town halls. Constituents can't find them, and lo and behold, now here in the committee, where we're supposed to be debating these kinds of amendments, and aren't willing to say a word. And we've been here before. I mean, we had the reconciliation debate, of course, when Democrats were in the majority. I served on this committee. And we had a debate. There was never an order from the chairman to say, you're not allowed to say a single word for 24 hours. That was never an edict that came down from Chairman Nadler, I don't think. I don't recall that. So anyway, I see I'm out of time.
Certainly not.
Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentlelady from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to speak in support of this amendment, but I just want to say I was really privileged to join a campaign with the ranking member and other august members of this body in supporting of, the grant funding for a lot of the initiatives that have now been deemed unjustified and terminated by Trump's Department of Justice. One of them I want to talk about in all seriousness now, because this is really serious business, and I know that we've kind of been able to banter back and forth, but honestly, this is really serious because the American people need to really pay attention to what's happening here tonight. What's been happening here all day long is an inability of our Republican colleagues to take this seriously and to care about the welfare, the protection, and the safety of the Justice Department, your public safety, and what's going to happen in this country if we do not stand and defend democracy, civil liberties, and defend you. And so let's even talk about the Valor program. It was a program that is now defunct, that was aimed at supporting law enforcement, and you claim to be the party that supports law enforcement. It supports officer wellness and officer safety, something surely that I hope that you all would want to support. It provides state and local and tribal law enforcement with in-person and web-based training and technical assistance to directly affect officer safety and wellness. Now, if you're going to call yourselves the party of supporting our men and women in blue, then this should be something that you should really want to reinstate. You cannot continue to be the party that says one thing and does another, because trust me, the American people are watching. And this has not been funny business all day long. We have been seriously trying to have constructive debate with you. The American people deserve that. They deserve far better than what they've been getting today. And it is a tragedy that we're wasting taxpayer dollars because this system is not working the way it was designed to work. And shame on us. Shame on us for sitting here and playing with the American people's civil liberties and their rights. And they are on the line. And for everybody that is watching in America, I hope you're really paying attention to the direction that this country is going in under this administration. So I know that everyone has had time to banter and laugh about this, but this is serious business. So let's work on reinstating the funding for these critical initiatives. That it's something that all of us should be supporting. So I urge my colleagues to take this seriously, have constructive debate. Do not underserve the American public, because this is what you've been doing today, and I yield back.
Will the gentlelady yield just for a moment?
Yes, I'm more than happy to yield to the gentleman from
I want to thank the very distinguished gentlelady from Georgia for those powerful remarks that I hope give everybody a moment to pause and think about what's been happening here. We've been in session for 8 hours now. I believe that the members of the minority have advanced a whole series of amendments on the weightiest of topics, including due process and birthright citizenship and freedom of speech and so on. We have tried to advance arguments in a thoughtful and deliberative way. We've tried to keep good humor with all of our colleagues. We've obviously gotten the silent treatment today from our friends across the aisle. The reason the Constitution protects our speech and debate is because the framers wanted us to engage in speech and debate. There are profound things going on in America right now. Very serious, heavy things taking place with the Trump administration. We need to be talking about them. It'd be one thing if they were listening to all of these eloquent, evidence-based speeches on this side and then voting with us, but our friends have listened to all of them and just voted against us without uttering a peep. They've been exercising their privilege against political self-incrimination, perhaps, under the First and the Fifth Amendment, because perhaps they don't really want to be associated with what Donald Trump is doing, but they also perhaps don't want to take a stand against Donald Trump within their own caucus. But for whatever reason, they seem to be tied up in knots today. I feel proud of our members here who have taken a very serious position on behalf of freedom, liberty, the rule of law, and community resources for law enforcement in America. Thank you for yielding, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Vermont is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Like my colleague from Georgia, I'm deeply concerned about other programs that are being cut because of this, cut that is being carried out by someone we don't even know who this person is. Nobody in here called for these cuts, as the ranking member has said, not anyone in the House, not anyone in the Senate. Nobody in the White House is taking responsibility. So somebody in DOJ made the decision to make these cuts. And one of the things that's also going to be cut, or has been cut rather, it's already happened, correct? It's already happened, is the comprehensive opioid abuse site-based program. Now, nearly 1/3 of Americans know somebody who's died of an overdose. Can you imagine? 1/3 of this country, you know somebody who's died. I know in my hometown of Brattleboro, Vermont, we've had many people who have died from substance use disorder, have been impacted so horribly from the opioid epidemic. And this cutting of these funds is going to have a devastating impact on these organizations that are working to bring us back from the brink of this destruction. This is meant to reduce opioid abuse, reduce the number of overdose fatalities, mitigate the impact on crime victims by supporting comprehensive collaborative initiatives. And I know every single member in here, every single district has been touched by the opioid crisis. And it's just shocking to me that we can't engage in a conversation here about these programs that have been cut, and we can't even identify where it's even come from, that some rogue person in DOJ who has no accountability has made these decisions for our communities. And I absolutely support this amendment. I am shocked that we can't have a conversation about programs that our constituents, that our communities desperately need. And you're right, to the member from Georgia, this is not a joke. This is deadly serious.
Will the gentlelady yield?
Absolutely.
I just wonder if the gentlelady is aware that, as we've seen in prior similar cases, certain people who have the right political juice have been able to get to DOJ to get some of these restored, but others have not.
That's right.
So as far as I can tell, the opioid grants have not been restored, the juvenile justice grants have not been restored, but other people, if they know the right person, then suddenly it's no longer waste, fraud, and abuse. Suddenly it's an urgent expenditure by co-presidents Musk and Trump. And this is just an absurd way for us to proceed. Congress is allocating the money, and they got the money, they distributed the money, and now DOJ gets rid of all of it, but then it restores it to the people who have an inside political track.
That's exactly right. And let's talk about that kind of grift, that kind of corruption, that some members of Congress can pull the strings to get funds for the people in their district, but others do not? What kind of country is this? That you can pull the strings, you can go behind the scenes, you can make a call to somebody important that can release those funds for your district. It's obscene.
If the gentlelady would indulge me one more
Absolutely.
question. I understand that Senator Grassley was able to get a program restored, but I saw that he went to a town hall meeting and his constituents were actually fighting for everybody.
That's right.
Saying that DOJ should not be allowed to sabotage all of these programs across the country. They weren't doing special pleading, but now we have certain politicians who say, I don't have the courage necessarily to take on DOJ and Elon Musk and to actually challenge Trump, but I will try to use my inside track to get grants restored in one community or one district, and that's just a dishonorable way to go.
It is dishonorable, and I agree with the ranking member that this is not what Americans want. His constituents were pissed about what he had done because they knew that we are supposed to be a collection of states that we are looking after each other. We're looking after each Americans, regardless of what zip code they live in. And it's just absolutely patently wrong that you could have a member or a senator be able to work their way around to get a program reinstated for their district, but not for everybody else. That's not how it's supposed to work in this country. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to seek unanimous consent to introduce into the record an article from the New York Times called "Republicans Love Trump Spending Cuts, Just Not in Their States."
Objection.
I think this is really an important point that's happening here because with the silence of my Republican colleagues across the aisle, what you're hearing is a constant essentially bowing down to things that you may or may not agree with. I really have no idea because nobody will speak on that side of the aisle. I mean, it's really stunning in the Judiciary Committee that we can't get anybody to say why they oppose or support an amendment. We really don't know. But at the end of the day, what's happening is behind the scenes, people are going and advocating for money to come back in, even when publicly they are allowing for that money to be cut. They're actually advocating for the money to be cut publicly because they're so afraid of Donald Trump that they got to do everything Donald Trump says, at least not speak out about it publicly, but then going behind the scenes in a sneaky little way to say, but please don't cut it in my district because actually my constituents need it. And so it becomes a real hypocrisy, actually, in terms of what we're doing here. Do you support it or do you not? Do you support it for everyone? Do you support these cuts for everyone or do you not? And are we going to allow, to the ranking member's point, are we going to allow somebody that nobody knows who they are to just unilaterally take the power away from members of Congress who appropriated those funds? And that's another thing throughout this whole debate today that has just stuck with me.
Will the gentlelady yield for one question?
Yeah, you bet.
So you make a serious point about the individual hypocrisy of people who are unwilling to challenge it in public but go behind the scenes to do some special pleading. But systemically, wouldn't you say that it turns us into something like a tin pot dictator kind of state where if you're politically aligned with the in-group, you can get money for your people.
That's right.
But then nobody else gets it. And so that is also a major assault on the rule of law.
That's right. No, you're absolutely right. And I think it is, I mean, I also just can't imagine, because we have some really smart people on the other side of the aisle, people I've worked with on a lot of issues, including the chairman, including many others. And what I don't understand is why would you voluntarily give up your power as a member of Congress? I mean, why run for Congress? Why be here if you actually can't do anything that you think is right for your constituents? So much so that you have to go behind the scenes and advocate privately for something that publicly you said you supported, some cut that you publicly supported, but now you can't actually support that cut because it's not good for the people who elected you, who you represent, and so you got to go behind the scenes and say, and plead with somebody that you don't know to please restore your cuts. And then maybe that buys your silence for the next time. Maybe that's part of this as well, is that you're getting the benefit of going and advocating and not saying anything publicly so that you can get that benefit for yourself. So I just think this article is really, really important because it outlines all of the ways in which Republicans, and it specifically names people, senators and House members who did this, who publicly opposed, who publicly supported cuts and then went and tried to salvage programs that were cut because they were so bad for their district. So maybe you all should check this article out, see if you're in here, because I think this is serious. You know, why be a member of Congress if you aren't going to say anything for, let's see, 8 hours and 15 minutes that we've been here, and you're not going to say anything publicly to oppose the very cuts that privately you're trying to make sure don't happen in your district. That seems like a travesty and cowardly, frankly, which is not something I would expect from all of the members on the other side of the aisle. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Maryland. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Could I request a recorded vote, please?
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
No.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Issa? Mr. Issa votes no. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey? Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Gooden? Mr. Gooden votes no. Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Nels? Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Kiley? Mr. Kiley votes no. Ms. Hageman? Ms. Hageman votes no. Ms. Lee? Mr. Hunt? Mr. Fry? Mr. Fry votes no. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes no. Mr. Knott? Mr. Knott votes no. Mr. Harris? Mr. Harris votes no. Mr. Onder? Mr. Onder votes no. Mr. Schmidt? Mr. Schmidt votes no. Mr. Gill? Mr. Gill votes no. Mr. Baumgartner? Mr. Baumgartner votes no. Mr. Raskin? Mr. Raskin votes aye. Mr. Nadler? Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Mr. Liu? Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Correa? Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse votes aye. Ms. McBath? Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Ross? Ms. Ross votes aye. Ms. Ballant? Ms. Ballant votes aye. Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Kamlager-Dove? Mr. Moskowitz? Mr. Moskowitz votes aye. Mr. Goldman? Mr. Goldman votes aye. Ms. Crockett? Ms. Crockett votes aye. Mr. Nels votes no. Mr. Van Drew, you are not recorded. Mr. Van Drew votes no.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 16 ayes and 22 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Question is, gentleman from California. Illinois, excuse me. Mr. Garcia.
Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report. Point of order reserved by the gentleman from California.
Amendment to the amendment.
Objection. The amendment will be. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. This amendment should be an easy yes for every member of the committee. All it says is ICE cannot use this funding to detain or remove DACA recipients. People who have DACA meet a long list of requirements. They came to the U.S. as children. They resided in the U.S. continuously from 2007 until the time they filed for deferred action. They passed the background check. They have no criminal history and have already been found to pose no threat to national security or public safety. These are people who have protection against deportation. They go to school, they work, they pay taxes. There is ongoing litigation against the DACA program, but as of today, it remains active and DACA recipients are protected from removal. So all this amendment does is ensure that ICE doesn't deport people who already have deferred action. Polls show the public overwhelmingly supports protections for DACA recipients, so ensuring that we protect these people is not only moral, but it's popular. I urge all my colleagues to support DACA recipients and to vote for this amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The question occurs on the gentleman from Illinois' amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
No.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Issa? Mr. Issa votes no. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey? Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Gooden? Mr. Gooden votes no. Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Nels? Mr. Nels votes no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes no. No. Mr. Kiley? Mr. Kiley votes no. Ms. Hageman? Ms. Hageman votes no. Ms. Lee? Mr. Hunt? Mr. Fry? Mr. Fry votes no. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes no. Mr. Knott? Mr. Knott votes no. Mr. Harris? Mr. Harris votes no. Mr. Onder? Mr. Onder votes no. Mr. Schmidt? Mr. Schmidt votes no. Mr. Gill? Mr. Gill votes no. Mr. Baumgartner? Mr. Baumgartner votes no. Mr. Raskin?
Aye.
Mr. Raskin votes aye. Mr. Nadler? Aye. Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Mr. Liu? Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Correa? Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse votes aye. Ms. McBath? Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Ross? Ms. Ross votes aye. Ms. Ballant? Ms. Ballant votes aye. Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Kamlager-Dove? Ms. Kamlager-Dove votes aye. Mr. Moskowitz? Mr. Moskowitz votes aye. Mr. Goldman? Mr. Goldman votes aye. Ms. Crockett? Ms. Crockett votes aye.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 17 ayes and 22 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. Gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have 4 amendments that I would like to consider on block. They are amendments Moskowitz 35, Moskowitz 34, Moskowitz 36, and Moskowitz 39.
Without objection.
Only if they're straightforward and simple.
They are-
That's fine.
It's math.
The clerk will report.
Well, they're cutting school funding, so maybe they can.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print offered by Mr. Moskowitz of Florida.
Without objection, the amendments will be considered in block and considered as read, and the gentleman from Florida is recognized to explain his 4 amendments.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. All right, Judiciary After Dark. So 100 days into the administration, Mr. Chairman, the golden age. Some are saying, many perhaps, that even William Henry Harrison had a better 100 days. But I want to talk about the economy, because that will explain my amendments. Goldman Sachs is now saying the United States will have the lowest economic growth and the highest inflation of any developed country, all related to tariffs. The Dow's down 3,000 points. Consumer sentiment has fallen 32% since Trump took office, the largest decline since the 90s. And then, there's this, Trump in January 29, 2024, after inauguration, says, this is the Trump stock market. It's his stock market. And then on April 30th, something happened, and he says, this is Biden's stock market, not Trump's. So anyway, and then today, what he said was even more interesting. He said, and even the next quarter, that will sort of be Biden's also, kind of telling us that it's going to get worse. So, Mr. Chairman, listen, in the spirit of Doge, I present to you 4 amendments that have over $900 million, some people would say that's $1 billion, okay, of savings to the American people. I decided to Doge your budget. Even though the Doge caucus in Congress is dead, it met twice, I know, I was there. It did nothing, it was never included. Instead, what we got was a executive branch Doge program that fell 80% lower than their goal. They left the E out in Doge. They didn't do anything that was efficient. They've not helped government become more efficient, just the dog part. And so what I did, Mr. Chairman, is I used the exact same metric that Elon Musk used. I just made it up. So let's just go with page 70, okay? On page 70, you want to put $700 million into the IT budget. I propose we make that $600 million. Save the American people $100 million. $600 million for computers, Mr. Chairman, sounds like a lot of money. My next amendment in there is on page 75. You guys want to spend $1.3 billion to hire lawyers. You guys starting a law firm? I mean, didn't Trump get billions of dollars of pro bono work out of all of the law firms? So what I propose, Mr. Chairman, is instead of $1.3 billion, we just spend $1 billion. How about $1 billion on lawyers? That sounds like a lot of money, $1 billion on lawyers. New cars. Homeland needs new cars. So you guys want to spend $250 million on new cars. I propose $125 million. Feel like they could probably get away with $125 million in new cars, not $250. I know cars are more expensive because of the tariffs, but at the end of the day, I feel like $125 million is a lot of money. And then this one's my favorite. I don't know if you know this, but you guys have $858 million, again, almost $1 billion, okay, of money to give out bonuses to people. And so listen, bonuses are great when people do good work, but $858 million sounds like a lot of money. That's like a $40,000 bonus to every employee in all of ICE. So how about $500 million? How about $500 million for bonuses? Okay, we can do this together. We can show the American people there's a little bit of waste here, So I can help you capture, Mr. Chairman, $903 million. We can save $1 billion together. Show the American people we're serious.
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Of course I will.
You raise a profoundly serious point in your inimitable way, Mr. Moskowitz. The bonuses, that is a huge bonus budget.
Yeah.
What does that work out? Have you done the math to see what that works out in terms of bonus per ICE employee?
$42,000 for every employee in a bonus, in addition to their salary.
A $42,000 bonus?
Yeah, $42,000. And because you and I sometimes are symbiotic, you're probably going to ask me, what is the average bonus for the American worker in this country?
Do you know what that is?
It's $2,500.
That's the average Christmas bonus is $2,500?
The average Christmas bonus, because Christmas is back, the average Christmas bonus is $2,500, but they want to give $42,000. And what I would suggest in my amendment is instead of $42,000, they get $25,000. That sounds like a lot of money.
Well, it seems to me you've probably hit upon the one thing we really could effectuate a compromise on, although I don't know that we're going to be able to talk to them about it, but maybe they'll just vote for it.
I mean, listen, if no one there wants to talk, bring in Comer. He'll definitely talk to me.
Gentlemen's time has expired. And I see the hands coming up. Okay. Gentleman from California, I think, was the first one up.
Thank you, Chairman. The silence. I want to talk a little bit more about the silence. I'm going to invite Professor Raskin in on this. Professor, we have alleged that this legislation, which would further deport kids with cancer who are American citizens, that would deport and exile American citizens, that would allow the firing of veterans who work at the Department of Justice, that would allow the hiring of January 6th rioters at the Department of Justice. We've alleged that that is cruel and incompetent. My colleagues across the other side have said nothing. We've given them multiple opportunities to defend it. Now, I do my CLE, my continued legal education, but I'm a little rusty. I've been here for 13 years. You're not rusty. In the law, I remember something called like an adoptive admission. So if I say to the other side, what you're doing is cruel, what you're doing is incompetent, and it's just like zip, heads down, kind of like what my kids do when you catch them with their hand in the cookie jar and they don't want to talk about it. What is an adoptive admission? What does it mean that they're being so silent? And what could you conclude in the law that they've been accused of being cruel and incompetent and deporting kids with cancer who are citizens, and they say nothing? What's an adoptive admission?
Well, an adoptive or a constructive admission, as it's sometimes called, means in certain contexts that you can construe someone's silence as agreement with a particular proposition. In criminal court, of course, you can't do that. If someone chooses not to testify in criminal court, the privilege against self-incrimination under the Fifth Amendment means that the prosecutors can't get up and say,
I'm going to challenge you, though, Professor. Now, say somebody's accused of murdering their wife, and it's not in court, and it's, proceedings have not happened yet, they're a suspect, and you say very publicly to that person, you murdered your wife, and you say it in front of like 10 people, and they just put their head down. Doesn't the law say that an ordinary innocent person in that environment, not in court, would defend themselves and say, no, I didn't do that?
Absolutely. And in fact, in civil court, a refusal to testify can be used against you, and your silence can be constructively ascribed to your agreement with the proposition.
Okay, let me try it one more time. Your bill will deport more kids who are American citizens with cancer.
I don't think they want to answer that.
The silence is deafening.
Would the
It
gentleman
tells us
yield?
everything we need.
Would the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Let's do it a different way. How about this? Raise your hand if you do not think children with cancer who are American citizens should be deported.
If you do not think.
Looks like it's all the Democrats and none of the Republicans. Now, Mr. Swalwell, if I could just continue and ask a question, because you raise an interesting point on the sort of adoptive or constructive admission, especially the distinction between a criminal investigation and a civil investigation. So if a president orders the Department of Justice to criminally investigate his former administration officials because they spoke out against him, does that mean in a criminal context that if they are asked a question and they remain silent, that it can or cannot be used against them?
In a criminal context, it cannot be used against them.
I see. Okay. So they really benefit, I guess, from being under criminal investigation for speaking out against the president, dissenting, as they say. So luckily for them, And I guess unluckily for our colleagues over there who are not under criminal investigation.
They could just speak up and say something.
They could, and they don't get. Okay, thank you. I yield back.
Yield back.
Time of the gentleman has expired. Who seeks recognition? The gentlelady from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word. You know, I am rusty when it comes to new math, and so I would like to yield my time to my colleague from Florida so he can continue to educate us on this budget and the savings and the dog, the Doge, all of that.
Thank you to the gentlelady from California. Yeah, so again, these are very simple, straightforward amendments, like the chairman left. I'll do it again. We'll do it quickly. You guys, with no justification, want to spend $250 million on new cars for ICE in a time in which we're telling the American people we have to spend less, in the time when we're telling the American people that we have a $36 trillion deficit. We're going to go buy new cars, probably Teslas, maybe, I don't know, it's unclear, but $250 million new. I just think $125 million. I'm not zeroing the line item out. There could be a need, but I think $125 million is enough. Again, IT. Okay, so they need new laptops, right? They need new MacBooks. Not a problem. Instead of $700 million on IT, why is $600 million not enough? You provide zero justification on why we need $700 million new network IT computers, modems, flip phones. I have no idea what we're buying. There's no justification. So I say $600 million, that's a lot of money. $600 million is a lot of money to go to the Apple store. It's a lot, okay? And then, again, lawyers. You guys are gonna spend $1.3 billion on lawyers. What is the justification for a $1.3 billion on lawyers? What's wrong? I'm giving you $1 billion. You can't take yes for $1 billion? Hey, like, how many lawyers can you even hire for $1 billion? I don't even know the answer to that. But you want $1.3 billion. No justification why we need to spend that. And again, back to the bonuses. No justification. $858 billion. Why is it 858? 850 wasn't enough? $858 billion on bonuses, okay, for people in ICE. I'm giving you $500 million. We could save $1 billion right now, show the American people we're serious about cutting waste.
Will the gentlelady yield to?
You know, I would yield, even though I thought it was curious when you talked about the law firms, considering this administration is also asking all of these law firms to do all of this legal,
They got tons of pro bono work. Oh my God, everyone's bending over backwards to give them pro bono work, but now we need $1.3 billion. We spend less going to the moon.
I yield to the Congresswoman from Texas.
I think I have some ideas about why we need all those lawyers, because when you start deporting, say, U.S. citizens and you leave them in random countries, it will cost you some money when you have to defend why and how somebody didn't get their due process.
I think $1 billion is a lot of money to go to El Salvador.
Well, okay, I agree. But I wanted to ask you about that last part, because as we sit here and the hour is now 10:40 p.m., we have been here all day, and I am looking in the faces of these tired staffers that are sitting around.
Are you guys getting a bonus? I don't see a bonus in here for you.
So that's the part that I'm curious about. You said that on average, the average person would get a bonus of approximately $44,000. Did you realize that in the House, these staffers that are working have to put all these boards together, because you like to have your boards and stuff? Our staffers, do you know that the least amount that a staffer can be paid for the entire year, not in a bonus, but right here in the House, the people that are doing the hard work for each and every one of us, is $45,000? 45. That's what some people are gonna get for doing what I put up on the video, breaking people's windows out, which is, last time I checked, the criminal code was a crime, but nevertheless, why would we be rewarding people that are going and snatching children, and they are snatching the wrong children half the time, and then the children that they are snatching, they probably shouldn't be snatching them either, and then we got people that are literally busting people's windows out, another reason they need the lawyers, We've got them doing all of that, and literally they're gonna get a bonus that is equivalent to what the lowest paid staffers in the House make. Make that make sense for me, and I'll yield.
Gentlelady yields. Whoever had the time yields back. The question occurs on the 4 amendments offered en banc by the gentleman from Florida. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
You want to record?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No. Jamie
Yeah.
says no.
Okay. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendments are not adopted. The question. Gentlelady from Texas.
I'll read it real fast.
Anyway, so
That's interesting.
Thank you. I have an amendment.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
The amendment will be considered as read. Point of order reserved by the gentleman from California. Gentlelady from Texas is recognized to explain the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, my amendment today strikes the provision of the bill that uses federal taxpayer dollars to, quote, conduct an examination of the unaccompanied alien child for gang-related tattoos and other gang-related markings. Since I was sworn into Congress, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle continue finding new ways to engage in this strange obsession with having adults and the federal government examine children's bodies. First, it was the trans kids, now it's the immigrant and the unaccompanied kids. So really, it's any kid that looks different or looks like they were born in a different part of the world. These are the kids they want to force having to undergo traumatic strip search and, quote, examinations. Kids as young as 12 years old. And let's be clear, these kids are in 6th or 7th grade during vulnerable preteen years who will experience a violation of their body in addition to the already traumatic experience of being detained alone in a country they don't know. So what I'm trying to do with my amendment is protect these kids, a group of vulnerable people whom my Republican colleagues continuously say they are always wanting to protect our children. I know there are colleagues here in this room, Republican and Democrats, who have children. I am not one. I can bet that none of you would ever want to allow anybody to look at your 12-year-old child's body, to have them stripped down and exposed and inspected by strangers and government officers. And to be very clear, tattoos don't prove that someone's in a gang. In fact, more and more people have been falsely targeted for having a tattoo recently by this administration, despite having no gang affiliation or criminal record. And I will point out for the record that y'all's favorite secretary, y'all's secretary, Pete, he got upset about the questions that he got about the tattoo that he had when he was going through his confirmation hearings. And there were questions about whether or not they were associated with white supremacy. We also have Mr. Alvarado, a Dallas-based baker who was detained by ICE and sent to the Terrorism Confinement Center without due process solely because of his tattoo of a colorful autism awareness ribbon. And we are still barely within Autism Awareness Month right now. Mr. Alvarado's so-called gang tattoo was a puzzle piece to honor his brother with autism. That tattoo ultimately was what sent him to the notorious mega prison in El Salvador. I want to be very clear, my amendment doesn't prevent DHS from requesting a kid's criminal record or having HHS evaluate that kids aren't a danger to themselves or others. What this is about is preventing kids from unnecessary strip searches and being traumatized in the process. I urge my colleagues to adopt this amendment, and I yield the remainder of my time to the ranking member.
Thank you. Would you, I wonder if you would restate for everybody what the fundamental importance of this amendment is? And then I think I've got an example that might be able to help.
I mean, the fundamental importance of this is honestly privacy. I don't know why we want to traumatize children and take them through strip searches and truly violate them. And when we think about how vulnerable some of these children are that have made this trek, we have already discussed the fact that these are the children that a lot of times potentially are most vulnerable to being trafficked in the first place. So why would we then, as the federal government, engage in this type of behavior when it comes to children?
Is it your understanding that the purpose of these physical exams is primarily to look for tattoos?
It is primarily to look for tattoos.
Yeah. This whole tattoo thing is kind of astonishing how it's gotten out of hand, because it seems like in a lot of the cases of people who've been falsely deported, I mean, of course, we doubt that there's any authority just to take anybody without due process, but a lot of people who are suffering from a case of completely mistaken identity are there because of tattoos.
Yeah.
And the idea that this could be happening to children, to young people, seems pretty appalling to me. So I thank you for introducing the amendment. And
Absolutely, and we could solve some of this if we just had due process as well, so people could explain this is autism, in case you don't know, but yeah.
Gentlelady yields back. The question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Texas. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed? Are you all those opposed? You dying to talk, Mr. Neguse? You just have to?
Very insistent.
All right, very consistent. God bless you.
I'd like to move to
We'll
strike the
hold off
last
on that vote. The gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
I thank the chairman. I just know that Mr. Van Drew is back, and I want to make sure I gave him a chance or an opportunity to defend his name, and he was mentioned in several debates and exchanges and colloquies previously, and I just want to make sure he has an opportunity to respond. What was that? What's special about those? Why not here? What was that?
No. The time belongs to the gentleman from Colorado.
Is the chairman, you directing Mr. Van Drew not to talk?
No.
He was responding.
I was directing Mr. Biggs not to jump in on your time.
If Mr. Biggs wants to jump in, I'm happy to. I know he's.
Well, I wasn't directing Mr. Biggs. I would just
campaign
letting Mr. Biggs know that the time belonged to the gentleman from Colorado.
So no one? Okay. Mr. Moskowitz? Okay, all right. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. It was important we took that a minute and 10 seconds right there for the gentleman from Colorado. The question occurs on the amendment from the gentlelady from Texas. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. My
I'd ask
understanding
for a
is
recorded vote.
recorded vote is requested. Go. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
No.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Issa? Mr. Issa votes no. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey? Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Gooden? Mr. Gooden votes no. Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Nels? Mr. Moore? Mr. Kiley? Ms. Hageman? Ms. Lee? Mr. Hunt? Mr. Fry? Mr. Fry votes no. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes no. Mr. Knott? Mr. Harris? Mr. Harris votes no. Mr. Onder? Mr. Onder votes no. Mr. Schmidt? Mr. Schmidt votes no. Mr. Gill? Mr. Gill votes no. Mr. Baumgardner? Mr. Baumgardner votes no. Mr. Raskin? Mr. Raskin votes aye. Mr. Nadler? Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Mr. Liu? Ms. Jayapal? Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Correa? Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse votes aye. Ms. McBath? Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Ross? Ms. Ross votes aye. Ms. Ballot? Ms. Ballot votes aye. Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Kamlager-Dove? Ms. Kamlager-Dove votes aye. Mr. Moskowitz? Mr. Moskowitz votes aye. Mr. Goldman? Ms. Crockett?
Aye.
Ms. Crockett votes aye. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Knott votes no. Mr. Kiley votes no. Mr. Nels votes no. Ms. Hageman votes no.
Football, but I just stopped growing.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 16 ayes and 22 noes.
Amendment is not agreed to. I'm told this is the last one from our good friends on the Democrat side. The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Well, I don't know. I think it depends on what happens. But I know you're going to be shocked to hear this, but I have a very simple and straightforward.
Simple amendment. The clerk will report.
Amendment to the amendment.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentlelady is recognized as plainer amendment. Point of
Thank
order
you.
reserved by the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My simple and straightforward amendment says that none of the funds can be used to conduct civil immigration enforcement actions at shelters for women who experience domestic violence. One of the very first actions that the Trump administration took was to cancel a policy that had been put in place in 2011, so it's been in existence for 14 years, that prohibits ICE from conducting enforcement actions in domestic violence shelters. That policy stated, this is a quote, that particular care should be used with any organization assisting victims of crime or abuse. Ending protections for people trying to escape domestic violence only empowers abusers. And I can't imagine that my colleagues across the aisle want to encourage abusers. Trump's lack of enforcement priorities and attacks on all immigrant communities is having a devastating impact. And specifically, if you look at domestic violence organizations that I've been involved with for a very long time, during the first term in office, during Trump's first term in office, organizations working with domestic violence survivors reported that nearly 80% of immigrant victims were scared to report their abuse to the police. Workers at domestic violence shelters reported traumatized women afraid to come forward out of fear that they would be separated from their children or deported. And they also reported that women were no longer coming to the shelter after the first or the second incident of domestic violence, and instead, they would only come to the shelter after they were so severely beaten that they were running for their lives. Now, we're starting to see the same pattern emerge again, except this time it's even worse. The Trump administration gutted the Division of Violence Prevention at the CDC and placed the head of HHS's Office of Family Violence Prevention and Services on leave. Those are two offices within our government that work to prevent domestic violence. Funding for nonprofits that help support survivors of domestic violence has been frozen while the administration evaluates if their mission, quote, aligns with the president's agenda. So I guess if you're working on domestic violence prevention, somehow you don't align with the president's agenda. My question is, does it align with the agenda of those across the aisle that are sitting here tonight? Is it okay to have domestic violence victims not be able to report their abuse and to be beaten severely? It is incredibly disturbing to think about what is happening to our survivors of violence. In addition to Trump's broader attacks on the support network for survivors of domestic violence, the administration has also gone after immigrant survivors. There are several of the thousands of students who had their visas canceled by the administration that were survivors of domestic violence. One in particular, she and her partner were both arrested after he assaulted her. This is a common occurrence in domestic violence situations. And as the victim, she wasn't charged with a crime, but because of that interaction with the police, ICE arbitrarily canceled her visa. These are the very stories that empower abusers. There's a much older case that I wanted to call your attention to. An abuser called ICE to go after his victim who was hiding at a domestic violence shelter. And after the local police chief called the shelter director to explain that ICE just wanted to ask the victim questions, the shelter director allowed ICE agents to enter. And ICE immediately then arrested the victim and put her in removal proceedings. So in the midst of all of everything that's happening tonight, I want to bring into the room the survivors of domestic assault, domestic violence that are absolutely terrified. And I want to ask each of you to think about what that might mean for a survivor of domestic violence, to know that prosecutors are now reporting that women who had been cooperating with them to bring cases against their abusive spouses have now gone silent because nobody on that side of the aisle is speaking up to say we need to protect victims and survivors of domestic violence. Nobody is speaking up for these women who are so terrified that if they go out and confront their abusers that they are going to be deported. And that just makes it impossible for law enforcement to gain the trust of victims, and it allows violence against women to proliferate and make our communities less safe. So this is a sensible, sane, simple amendment. I say that with no joke at all. It is actually pretty simple to stand up for victims of domestic violence. And so I'm asking for your support for this amendment to ensure that ICE cannot go in and raid domestic violence shelters. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back.
I'd move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you. I just want to applaud this simple and straightforward amendment that addresses a very real problem that I know Rep. Jayapal is familiar with from her work with this community. I think other members on the committee who've actually done work with respect to survivors of domestic violence and have done work with respect to immigration. There's a really disturbing overlap between those two areas of law because often we see the abusers using our immigration laws against the people they're abusing. It's a method of control. They can report them and try to get them deported if these folks stand up for themselves. So rather than enabling abuse, preventing abusers from further weaponizing our immigration laws and abusing the system that is designed to protect survivors, this amendment would address that very real problem. And of course, we do have in our law provisions that allow people who are victims of crime to apply for visas, to apply for relief, based on the recognition that Congress has made that we should be able to support folks who are victims of crime in order to promote law and order in this country by people who are present in this country. So I think it's a very well taken, simple, straightforward, and effective amendment, and I would urge that we all support it.
Questions on adoption of the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Washington. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. In opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. The recorded vote requests the clerk call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
No.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Issa? Mr. Issa votes no. Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Tiffany votes no. Mr. Massey? Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Gooden? Mr. Gooden votes no. Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Van Drew votes no. Mr. Nels? Mr. Nels votes no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Kiley? Mr. Kiley votes no. Ms. Hageman? Ms. Hageman votes no. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Hunt? Mr. Fry? Mr. Fry votes no. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes no. Mr. Knott? Mr. Knott votes no. Mr. Harris? Mr. Harris votes no. Mr. Onder? Mr. Onder votes no. Mr. Schmidt? Mr. Schmidt votes no. Mr. Gill? Mr. Gill votes no. Mr. Baumgartner? Mr. Baumgartner votes no. Mr. Raskin?
Aye.
Mr. Raskin votes aye. Mr. Nadler?
Aye.
Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Mr. Liu? Ms. Jayapal. Ms. Jayapal votes aye. Mr. Correa. Mr. Correa votes aye. Ms. Scanlon. Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Mr. Neguse. Mr. Neguse votes aye. Ms. McBath. Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Ross. Ms. Ross votes aye. Ms. Ballant. Ms. Ballant votes aye. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Kamlager-Dove. Ms. Kamlager-Dove votes aye. Mr. Moskowitz. Mr. Moskowitz votes aye. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes aye. Ms. Crockett. Ms. Crockett votes aye.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 17 ayes and 23 noes.
The amendment is not agreed to. The question is on the adoption of the... Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
So I was going to offer an amendment, but in the spirit of the night and not to disappoint my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, I will not do so. The amendment that I was going to offer was because there are a number of states represented in this room, both sides of the aisle, that have had to endure significant additional expenses as a result of the issue we're dealing with tonight, significant on border spending and so forth. My colleagues from Arizona, California, New Mexico, Texas. There are important issues that I think need to be dealt with that have not been dealt with yet in the judiciary product nor in the Homeland Security product that I think need to be addressed in the process of the reconciliation. And I just want to make sure it's clear that to all those as we go through the reconciliation process, that is a critical thing to do, because Texas, for example, has had to spend upwards of $12 billion out of our own budget to deal with the crisis at the border. I know my friends from Arizona in particular have had similar experiences with the amount that they've had to deal with. And I believe this needs to be dealt with in due course over the course of the reconciliation process. I appreciate the indulgence of the chairman, and I will not offer the amendment at this time.
Chairman, will the gentleman yield?
The question is on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to submit an amendment.
This will be followed immediately by a vote.
Mr. Chairman, if I might, I'd like to offer an amendment because Colorado would be impacted by this same issue that Mr. Roy described. So I'd like to offer an amendment consistent with the language that Mr. Roy just described. And I'm happy to put that in writing, and we're putting that in writing right now. The Roy amendment should be prepared momentarily.
Question is on the adoption of the amendment
Jordan,
in the nature of a substitute. This will be followed immediately by a vote on transmitting the committee print to the Budget Committee. All those in favor say aye.
Mr. Chairman.
Aye. Those opposed, no. I mean, depending on the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute
Mr. Roy's time
adopted.
is still going.
The question is on the question is on transmitting the committee print as amended and all appropriate accompanying
Mr. Chairman, a
materials.
point of order. It was an active amendment that I had offered. It's being adduced to writing.
There's no amendment.
It's being drafted as we speak.
The question is on transmitting the committee print as amended and all appropriate accompanying materials to the committee on the budget. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the committee print is ordered to be transmitted to the budget.
I'd like to seek a recorded vote if we could.
Recorded vote being requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan.
Yes.
Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Issa. Mr. Issa votes aye. Mr. Biggs. Mr. Biggs votes aye. Mr. McClintock. Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Tiffany. Mr. Tiffany votes aye. Mr. Massey. Mr. Roy. Mr. Roy votes aye. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Gooden. Mr. Gooden votes aye. Mr. Van Drew. Mr. Van Drew votes yes. Mr. Nels. Mr. Nels votes yes. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore votes yes. Mr. Kiley. Mr. Kiley votes aye. Ms. Hageman. Ms. Hageman votes yes. Ms. Lee. Ms. Lee votes aye. Mr. Hunt. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes aye. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman votes aye. Mr. Knott. Mr. Knott votes yes. Mr. Harris. Mr. Harris votes aye. Mr. Onder. Mr. Onder votes aye. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt votes aye. Mr. Gill. Mr. Gill votes yes. Mr. Baumgartner. Mr. Baumgartner votes aye. Mr. Raskin. Mr. Raskin votes no. Mr. Nadler. Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren. Ms. Lofgren votes no. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Swalwell. Mr. Swalwell votes no. Mr. Liu. Ms. Jayapal. Ms. Jayapal votes no. Mr. Correa? Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes no. Mr. Neguse? Mr. Neguse votes no. Ms. McBath? Ms. McBath votes no. Ms. Ross? Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Ballant? Ms. Ballant votes no. Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia votes no. Ms. Kamlager-Dove? Ms. Kamlager-Dove votes no. Mr. Moskowitz? Mr. Moskowitz votes no. Mr. Goldman? Mr. Goldman votes no. Ms. Crockett? Ms. Crockett votes no.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 23 ayes and 17 noes.
The ayes have it, and the committee print is ordered to be transmitted to the Budget Committee. Members will have 2 days to submit views without objection. The committee print will be transmitted as a single committee print, incorporating all adopted amendments, and staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes. This concludes the committee's business for this meeting. The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you and good night.